on every timeline, in every universe.
There's one thing that we always talk about. Marvel. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse. I'm Isaiah Goodell.
And I'm Sam Goodell.
We got a good episode for you today, guys. I'm just going to go through the agenda. We're going to want to get right to it because we are excited to talk to you about a specific movie that we saw last night. So we're going to hit, obviously, first thing we're going to do is our Multiverse Minute, which is going to be some news and got some awesome stuff to talk about, interesting things. It seems that Wonderman is out and so is Blade. So we'll see what that means. And I guess X-Men's getting a little frosty. See what that means. And, they're kind of bringing up Daredevil again, which is good if anyone watches it. We'll see what that means, too. And then after that, guys, we're going to roll into our rumor mill rundown. And that's going to be a good one, too. We got some real fun stuff to talk about. And this one seems to be Feige Says Doom Who. So we'll figure what that's going on. And, and we're going to talk about the who's who for X-Men casting. And then, we're going to have to talk about these witches from San Diego and see what that all means and kind of get some ideas out there, because it seems like anything online that people talk about, the one thing that's really not brought up a lot is what these witches are all about. So we're going to get into that. And then, guys, we have a great, fun branch point breakdown that's probably going to feel more like one of our retrospectives today, because we just watched Spider-Man Brand New Day, and you're going to get our takes and how we feel about it. Sammy has put his own little quick video online to encourage you to watch this, so I'm glad you're here if you are, so he can elaborate on his feelings. And I got some different feelings. It took me all night and most of the morning to fall on a decision. So it's and this is not negative, guys, so we're just gonna hop into that when we get there, and that'll be a fun one. And then we're gonna do our normal retrospective on our March to Doomsday, and that's gonna be with Antman and the Wasp, which is it is gonna be very interesting.
Yep.
It'll be a good one to talk about. What are your thoughts today on Sam's show, or what are your thoughts today on the show, Sam? I just dyslexic. You excited about this? I know we were excited to see the movie now that we're here.
Yeah.
This is our first time since we started this podcast. So we actually get to talk about a fresh Marvel movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've been talking up Spider-Man Brand New Day since we started our podcast. I think actually our very first episode or first retrospective episode was reviewing the first trailer for Spider-Man Brand New Day. So we've come a long ways. We're at episode 21 now. Woo! 21 weeks ago? Holy smokes, that's crazy.
Before you know it, we'll be doing a retrospective of this movie.
Yeah, right? Yes. Yeah. So we had fun. We went to our local drive-in theater to see Brand New Day. We had some delicious Indian food for dinner, and we just enjoyed each other's company and watching the movie. And we were very gung-ho and excited to see. We celebrated a friend's birthday while we did it, too, so this was really cool. But yeah, we're going to do, at least for me on my part, I'm going to give my out-of-the-theater reaction type thing for this movie. Because like Ike said, it's like a mini retrospective, but it's not full retrospective. We're going to save that for an actual retrospective right before Doomsday when everything is released. We have time to digest it, rewatch it, analyze it, everything. Because I don't know how you YouTubers do it, where you're able to go to the movies and within 2 hours of the movie premiering, you have like an Easter egg video out of 121 things that I'm like, how did you do this?
Some of these guys have a crew.
Yeah, so, you must. Yeah. Like, oh my gosh, more power to you, because we're just two schmucks with microphones and
our phones.
Yeah, and our phones and low following and everything, and we're having a hard time keeping up. Yeah. But anyways, I'm excited to talk about that. I'm really excited to talk about the news. Because, oh my gosh, was Marvel releasing things all over the place within this past week? That's crazy. So I'm excited to dive into all this. And let's speculate on those witches, because we've been hearing rumors about them this whole time. And now we got like a soft confirmation. There are Latverian witches. We found that out at San Diego Comic-Con. And we're like, well, who are these chicks? We want to know.
Yeah, you have some good theories on it too, so I can't wait to hear them and talk about them more. And I agree with the branch point breakdown. It's funny. I'm going to give you my out of the theater knee jerk reaction and score, I guess. But I'm not going to lie, I have had overnight and most of the morning to think about it. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to be honest with you about my first initial thoughts, but then I'm also going to be honest about what I think 12 hours later. Because that is a big difference. And all of this is a lot of this can change with the second viewing. So that's why we do the retrospective, because it's just how we feel about it now. And then maybe a few hours later, because this is a movie that you kind of almost need to think about it.
Oh, there's so much in this movie, and we're not getting the spoilers right now. And by the way, when we get to that segment, we'll start off spoiler-free for anyone who's just tuning in or diving into it and curious. We will give a warning when we talk about spoilers, because we will have to talk about spoilers to give you a little more of a full, fleshed-out representation of what our score is. We have to talk about some things. But, yeah, initially, there is a lot in this movie. There is a lot. It was deep.
Yeah, you're going to hear me say some things that you're going to hear repeated in the retrospective, probably. But once again, this all comes with the caveat, guys, that we're going to probably watch this 4 more times before we do our retrospective. Definitely again in the theater. And then probably a couple times once it comes out digitally or right before Doomsday, because that's when we'll be doing this one right last, probably.
You're exactly right. We're going to watch this multiple times, and what's nice about it is this movie, it has a great rewatchability factor already built into it.
Or so at least I could watch it today. I could watch it right now if I wanted to. You know, and I can't wait to go watch it in the theater, big screen, the way they kind of want us. Even though the drive-in was great, and we support it. It's our local drive-in.
Yep.
It's still, even at the drive-in, it looked great. I can only imagine an IMAX or something, or like a no IMAX.
Oh, that's right.
No,
Screen X.
Yeah, Screen X, which sounds interesting anyway. So
I'm excited for that. Honestly, I really want to try this out there. So anyways.
So let's jump into this Multiverse Minute and let's have a good time and talk about this news, because we got some cool stuff to talk about.
All right, let's do this.
Welcome to the Multiverse Minute, or 45 minutes. You never know what it's going to be, but we're going to go ahead and jump into these news things. And the first one we're going to do is X-Men 97 review of the last episode, or the newest episode, I should say last episode. But I have to let you know off the top, this week has been a crazy week, and I just did not find the time to sit down and watch it. So I'm going to let Sammy take this over, and he's going to spoil it for me a little bit, which is fine, because this isn't something I hold so dear that I have to wait. It's a cartoon for me. This is just fun. So I'm going to let him go ahead and talk about it. I might throw some thoughts in there as we go, but I'll kind of give you my bigger thought on it next week real quick in front of the net episode. But I have a feeling we're probably going to feel about the same after he describes it. So go ahead, Sammy. Why don't you take it away and talk about this episode? Let me know how good it was.
So, guys, we are reviewing X-Men 97 Season 2, Episode 7, called Strange Land, Savage Heart. I'll give you the brief description that they officially released on it, and then I'm going right on in. So, the team journeys into a hidden, prehistoric Antarctic region known as the Savage Land and runs into a surprise familiar face from the past. So,
I like the sound of that already.
I am going to tell you, this episode so far in Season 2 is my favorite episode.
Ooh, wow.
It is big. It is huge. And it may not be huge, like consequential to the the Apocalypse storyline that they're trying to tell, but this was so well written and brings justice to a couple of characters in particular, one that we have never met before.
Interesting.
And I was glued to my screen. I tuned into this before work on Wednesday morning, because it usually drops at like 4 a.m. So by 5 a.m., I actually wake up and getting ready to have to get up type thing. But for this, I do wake up a little bit early anyways. And I'm like, well, while I'm waking up from bed, let me turn this on. I was wide awake for this whole episode. It was so good. So it centers around, spoilers, by the way, in case anyone hasn't watched it, but come on, I get it if you're like my brother where you're super, super busy and haven't watched it, but it's a cartoon too. So sorry, you can spoil a cartoon a little bit. But this, oh my, you meet Magic in the beginning with Colossus, and then you find out that Magic dies in that Genosha attack from Season 1. And that sets it up for where Colossus is emotionally. And then you get introduced to Exodus. Now, Exodus, for people who don't know, at one time was one of the horsemen of Apocalypse. And this, like a long, long time ago, one of his iterations at least. Or if he wasn't a horseman of Apocalypse, I think there is something related to Apocalypse in his history. I'm trying to remember specifically, but the dude looks cool. And they put him exactly how they did in the comics into this episode. he is menacing. He is awesome. And he is the new leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants that is all for what Magneto's vision was, and they take it to an extreme. And on the other side, you have Victor Creed come back, that is the son of Sabretooth and Mystique, who is not a mutant, and he hates mutants, and he's running for president, and they kidnap him, and the X-Men have to get involved. But the main member of the X-Men that this highlights is Nightcrawler. And they did something in this episode. I was shocked for a good reason. If anyone remembers from the X-Men animated show from the 90s, whenever Nightcrawler came up, they heavily touched upon his Catholic background and the comparisons of how he looks versus how people treat him versus his Catholic faith. And they even had Wolverine reading the Bible by the end of that episode. That was really good. In today's world and climate, I was not expecting them to go back to that, because I think everything gets either a little too politicized for behind the scenes, or diversity of thought is not really as prevalent anymore. So I didn't think that was going to be center stage anymore. Does he talk about the Bible in this episode? And he references his faith so much, and actually quoting Bible verses to the villains in this episode. This was so good. We talked about this on our X-Men 2 special retrospective, which is out now, by the way, guys. So you better tune into that if you haven't yet. Keeping Nightcrawler exactly how he is, with how he was written, where he has faith, and that is a big part of his belief system and how he does things and how he operates and everything. They kept that here in this episode, and it blew me away. It blew me away that they decided, you know what? It's not just we're going to give him, like in X-Men 97 season 1, he had a couple of like almost faith adjacent lines that was like, okay, it's the same Nightcrawler. We get it. But they didn't go into it too much. This one, they go right into it. This episode, and just for that nostalgia feeling and getting every character. Polaris has her moment. Exodus is so good. He is so good. Colossus is really good in this episode. And then, of course, the MVP, Nightcrawler. I cannot talk enough of how much I love this episode. It is so good. So I can't wait for you, Ike, to see it and dive into it. And if you guys haven't seen it, this is the time to tune into it to get this episode really bumped up, because this is, I was shocked they went there, and they did. And it was really well written. So kudos to the writers of this show, and for wanting to do this for Nightcrawler, and for Nightcrawler fans to get his moment to shine in this season like this. I gotta tell you, we are 7 episodes into X-Men 97 season 2, and this season far surpasses the first season.
Yeah, I already see that, even missing this one so far, yeah.
And the first season is good, don't get me wrong. I have a couple of quirks about it that I'm not too much of a fan of for the first season, but it was good overall. This season is like, holy smokes. I don't know what's going on. Whatever y'all are smoking in that writer's room, keep smoking it, because this is fantastic.
They're on fire, yeah.
They are. Yes, they are on fire. So based on what I told you, even though you haven't seen it yet, like what are your thoughts, I guess? Or...
Well, first of all, I'm excited to watch it. So I can't wait to get to it. And second of all, I'll go ahead and say the things that we probably shouldn't say, but I'm not making this political or anything, but I am going to be honest. You know, I feel like we live in a time where, and this is no disrespect to anyone's beliefs. I think you should, we live in the United States. I believe you should be able to do what you can do here, as long as it doesn't hinder everyone else. But we do seem to live in a culture that finds it just fine to pick on or demonize Christianity and of such, and it's hard. Yeah, that does surprise me. If you were to ask me how I thought they're going to do Nightcrawler, and if they're going to bring that aspect of him back, I probably would say probably not, because right now it's not really popular, you know, for most in that industry to be this, you know, and the fact that they're just sticking to it just means that they care about the character. Yeah, it's not about a political stance, it's not about a moral stance. It's about, this is the character, and this is what the character's like, and this is what they believe, and it's fine. And when we talk about representation and being equal, then you got to include the one that right now you seem to think is silly. you know, and that's unfortunately Hollywood is the climate where, you know, Christianity is easy to pick on right now. And it's pretty open. They're all pretty open about it, and that's fine. You know, I don't like it, you know, but that's how that industry works, right?
Yeah.
So for them to just say, look, we're not going to fall into any of those pitfalls. We're just going to make this character based on what we loved back in the day. Then yeah, good for them guys.
Yeah.
It's just shocking to hear that because, I mean, it shouldn't be, though. That's the thing. Like, if you'd told me any other religion or any other thing, I'd probably be like, well, yeah, you know, it makes sense. But you're right to put in a cartoon, too.
Yeah.
Where, you know.
Which I have to give a compliment to some of those older cartoons, not just the animated series of X-Men, but like the original Justice League. I remember watching an episode of Amanda Waller talking to, I believe it was the Batman Beyond version of Batman, about how she come to find faith, quoting the Bible, and I'm thinking, you know what this woman has done? And she says, I've done evil things. I'm hoping by the time I meet my Lord, I'm squared away now. And I'm thinking, you know, that going that extra step to kind of reflect that, because that does happen in real life, where someone might not even be a religious person until they get older. And then all of a sudden, you know, they find either a deeper meaning to life or something that gives them more fulfillment and purpose. Or what Nightcrawler does here a lot is redemption and repentance in this episode. And I'm like, it's just refreshing. It's just refreshing.
Yeah, well, it is, because it's something, it's relatable.
Yes.
And because I'll tell you, in our little circle, and in people, I'm even not in our little circle, in random people I meet in the area I live, which is New York State, I often don't run into people that don't believe in some sort of higher power. You know, regardless of what version of it is.
Yep.
Somebody relates to this idea that they think there's more than them and why they're here. You know, so and it's like, so his is specifically Catholic, which isn't even mine, to be honest. But it's like, it's nice to see that they're just okay with it being just, this is normal for him. And that's good to see that, because, you know, there's not as many atheists out there as we think. And no offense to you atheists, you feel that way, then hey, you know what? That's your journey through life that you're going to have to deal with and figure out yourself. But, you know, everyone has that struggle. Even as an atheist, you still sit back and think, you can't just be by accident. You know, it's like sometimes you can't tell me you've never had thoughts of what does this mean? Because if it meant nothing, you would never worry about it then, you know? So there's a lot of arguments there, right? But we're not going to have that. Well, that'll be it for a different podcast, a different time. But no, it's good to see that they went the distance with it. And of course, the story sounds awesome.
I mean, who doesn't want to visit the Savage Land?
Yeah, Savage Land is cool as hell. And we even have, what's his face? The one you brought up, the new villain, or not villain?
Exodus, yeah.
Exodus is in our story. I forgot. I was going to say the other one.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, and that's cool at Colossus. So I'm just looking at glancing over. He looks awesome.
Yeah, they all. I love their updated suits for the X-Men too. I really like that. I think these characters.
It's wild.
It's really well done. Yeah, and like we said in the beginning, we're not a political podcast or a religious podcast or anything. I was just wanting to comment to say how refreshing it is to see that. Yeah. And I think no matter what your religion is or where you represent from, having shows like this that help destigmatize anything that's out there of your religion is very good. Because whether you have a good view of Catholics or Christianity or not, you got to support Nightcrawler here. He's a cool dude. And you could tell when you watch this episode, he's doing the right thing. And that goes for even other characters like Kamala Khan, who's a Muslim in the Avengers and in the comic books, that she can be a great representation of saying, hey, we're all not what the world tends to think that we are, you know? And I think these are good mediums to really show that you could be good and be religious at the same time. You know what I mean?
It expands to your audience. Like I said, the relatability of having a higher power is a very big thing. And like when your characters in your movies and or TV shows and you don't have any of that, it's, you know, that's just one step closer you can be to your audience by having that put in. So I'm excited. I can't wait to watch it. I'll get it in probably in the next day or so. Yeah. Because I want to be caught up before the next one. And then I'll let you guys know if I feel the same way.
Yeah, so you guys let us know in the comments below. What do you think of this latest episode of X-Men 97? Does it make you happy to see Nightcrawler in a positive light or have his moment to shine? What do you think of Exodus? Because to me, that was really cool, but I want to know what you guys think too. Yeah. So let us know in the comments below what your thoughts are. All right, Ike, what's our next topic?
Okay, guys. So, I mean, this is duh kind of news, but it is news. So let's talk about it. Mahershala Ali confirms he's not doing Marvel's Blade. They didn't want to do it, quote unquote. The Oscar winner confirmed he's not going to star in the Blade reboot and suggests the studio didn't want to move forward. If they wanted to do it, we would have done it, he says. Now, I haven't gone through the whole article here. I'm going to kind of take a sneak peek. But yeah, it sounds like, personally, I mean, this is a pretty no-brainer to me. This would be a quick one because, I mean, look, when they probably offered him this role when he was 12 years old, you know, and so the guy's probably about ready to get into a wheelchair at this point. No offense, I love Mahershala Ali. I think he's a great actor. I think he'd have been a great Blade, to be honest with you. I think there's a lot of people that can play Blade, though, as well. I don't think this is the end of Blade.
Yeah.
I think we're going to still get Blade. I think he just is not patient for it. And I don't blame him. You know, when I say not patient, I don't mean that he's in the wrong for saying this, but I think it was well, hey man, if we're not going to do this, like I got other projects I can do. He's one of those, he's not necessarily a method actor, I think, but he is the kind of actor that I would take risks and transform himself a tad to do a role. And if you're going to be playing Blade, you're probably being asked to stay in a specific amount of shape for a certain thing. And
yeah, it's a superhero.
Guy's probably like, I want to eat pizza again, man. Like, you know, he probably wants to have that cake again. Like, he wants to do things again. And so, you know, this is just one more step closer to Wesley Snipes just reprising the role in Stain. So let's keep that going. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm not surprised. Personally, for me, I think this has all been a result of the big, you know, mix-up in Marvel during the time of Jonathan Majors and them switching from Kang to Doom. I think there was a point to Blade during their process of going to the Kang Dynasty, and they had a big old thing laid out for it. And once that changed, this changed. And a lot of and I also think there's also a portion of it where they're probably still a little nervous about trying to make sense about vampires being around and how that's going to fit. But the multiverse will help that, right? And I think Doom probably fits for a better story. It just might mean it has to be after, which means he's had to wait this whole time. So I'm not surprised. That's all I got to say about it. I'm not surprised. I could have told you this was going to happen. I'm glad it's finally out in the open and done with, so we can all stop wondering. It does make me wonder who they are going to pick. You know, clearly Wesley Snipes is the only answer. So, but that's kind of how I feel about it. I feel bad for the guy. I think he'd have been fun in it. I would have liked him to be in the universe, but he's not a young fella either. You know, he's I don't know how old he is, but he's not a spring chicken, you know, so you probably got some movies out of him, but if we're going to have a new Blade come in, then let's have him be younger too. You know, Ryan Gosling age. I mean, they might be close in age. Maybe they're closer in age than I think. I just don't know. Ryan Gosling looks great for his age.
I believe Mahershala is pushing 60.
Oh, then yeah, Ryan's not. So yeah, Mahershala looks great for that then. But that's too old. You know, he needs to go back and play Alex Cross movies. He needs to go do the roles like that Morgan Freeman did for like Kiss the Girls and Along Came a Spider, and play Alex Cross in that super psychological detective scary roles. That's what I want him to do. I think he'd do a great job, and he'd be perfect filling in Morgan Freeman in that, because Morgan's too old for that now. But anyways, that's just my personal thoughts. The guy's I think he'd be a great James Bond. So put that out there. But yeah, that's all I got to say about it. Honestly, I'm all set. I mean, I'm just glad he's off the hook now with that mess.
So I have a couple of thoughts about this, and I read the article that I believe he gave it to GQ Men's Health magazine, I believe. But anyways, and I want to honor his wishes, because it's made it very clear he is tired of people asking him about it. Because how he responded to the question of Blade, he sounded very salty. And part of me thinks that it's because all he's been asked for about a decade now is, how are you in the Blade process? When is Blade coming? What are they doing at Marvel? Do you got a script ready? All these questions. And everywhere, no matter what movie he has done, since this announcement, that has always popped up. And I feel like the man's just tired of it. Yeah. That Kevin Feige has not officially announced the Blade is done. Then he had an opportunity when he said he feels like a loser for not getting Blade off its feet. He never said there that unfortunately that movie is just not going to be made right now. He never said those words that we've canceled pre-production on Blade. It's just that it keeps getting delayed and delayed and delayed. So I wanted to go back down quickly. I don't want to talk about too much of this because we got a lot to talk about today, but a little bit down the memory lane of when this started. This was, I believe, right after Endgame and Far From Home, when they're laying out their roadmap of the multiverse at that time, when Kang Dynasty was going to be the big Avengers movie and things like that. Mahershala Ali went to Kevin Feige and said, I want to play Blade in the MCU. And they spearheaded this, creating a logo, doing a big presentation to be like, guess what? This actor came to us. 2-time Emmy Award winner Mahershala Ali wants to play Blade, so we're going to give him Blade. And then the multiverse saga started happening. And unfortunately, with the leadership at Disney, with the quantity versus quality mantra happening, and with them really being directionless of how they're going to set up their big bad. At that point, they already had like 3 or 4 movies in when they announced that, and everyone knew they don't know what they're doing. There is a wandering in the desert type feeling that they started off with Phase 4, and now we're at the end of Phase 6, and we have an idea what we're doing. And because they pivoted to Doom, they've made the last 3 movies really push for this idea of Doom's coming in, the multiverse stuff is collapsing and all that stuff. But before that, it was just, let's see if this sticks type of movies. And I think that there's a huge mixture of Kevin Feige wanted to do Blade right. And there was at one point, guys, they had something done because they hired a costume designer and had costumes made for a Blade film. So that is really far into the process where you've got your script approved. They announced Mia Goth to play Lilith, the villain. So they already had other castings already done. So they were really deep into the process of actually getting this guy on his feet. And then all of a sudden, something got delayed, something got pushed back. Mahershala Ali had publicly said he doesn't like the script here. They need to do some tune-ups here, things like that. And they end up selling the costumes to Ryan Coogler to make Sinners, and that's where you got to see the costumes there. So there you go. You got to see that work being done. But it's all part of this big process of when's Blade going to come? He was in the post-credit scene of The Eternals as like a voiceover. That was it. But still, it was just a friendly reminder that, hey, I'm here and I'm coming. You're not coming yet. And we've said this before. He was already in his I believe at least early to mid 50s. I'm sorry if I'm aging you, sir. But he was in his 50s when he was announced for this. And now he's about to turn 60. So within the next year or two, he's going to turn 60. And this is the first of a franchise. If they do Blade 1, expect a Blade 2, 3, and involved in other people's movies, because that's what Marvel does. They want to really show this connected universe, and no way they're not going to put Blade in other stuff. Like, come on. So it's almost like Marvel, you kind of shot yourself in the foot with waiting so long. And it makes me wonder, what was the actual script that they had approved to get that process started that long in before they pulled the plug? And I do agree with you, Ike. I think that they've had a hard time figuring out, how do we introduce vampirism into the MCU? We did a retrospective recently on a Branch Point Breakdown episode of Werewolf by Night. And that is the best way of introducing that mantra, that different spice into the MCU mixture. They did it really well there. So I have a hard time understanding why they couldn't do it. But at the same time, there's other forces, I think, at play. So I do believe, I said this in the short, that we are going to get Blade in the MCU. I don't think it's going to be Mahershala Ali. I think this is his official announcement that's saying, I personally am done. I'm moving on from this. If Marvel does call me back for like a cameo or for something, that's on them. Because obviously, like he said, I think he sounds a little salty here because he pitched them this idea, I want to be Blade, and they have not been able to fulfill that idea. And it's almost a decade since the announcement. And it's like, he's got more movies he's got to do. He's 2-time Emmy Award winner, or Oscar Award winner. He's an award winner. He's got stuff Oscar, that he can do. You know what I mean? So I get his frustration. I do. So that's all I have to say about Blade. Honestly, now we're getting Ghost Rider. And we're going to talk about Ghost Rider at some other point as news develops on that. Maybe Blade's going to be part of Ghost Rider 2 and the Midnight Suns. And maybe Mahershala Ali will then be stepping into it. Or, like you said, Ike, I think that they would probably be wiser. No offense, Mahershala, but this is the kind of business you're in. When they want longevity of the characters, that's why they're doing the X-Men. We're about to get to one of them soon. They are trying to get younger actors so they can guarantee a good decade or longer of the MCU formula that we saw was very successful in the Infinity Saga. So I don't say that Mahershala Ali can't be Blade or can't be in a movie of the MCU or play a really cool character. I just think that this banana is no longer ripe.
Yeah.
It sat out way too long. And there you go. That's my last 2 cents.
I will real quick just to add on, I will agree. I think putting vampires in the MCU is a hell of a task. I see the Werewolf by Night thing, but that's just as a conduit. Like the problem with the vampire thing is it's so widespread that how can such a thing be a secret? Although something I do like about the MCU is they want us to think that these secrets can still be held. And I think that we need to, as much as we think that everyone's so smart and Nick Fury seems to know everything or whatever, who we don't see probably ever again, to be honest with you guys. I don't know what's going on with Nick Fury, but I think it's just done and they're just going to hopefully forget about him. But anyways, kind of like with Hawkeye with these next 2 movies, but, bothers me. Anyway, yeah, I think putting vampires in, because one of the tropes with Blade is nobody does know about the vampires. So that's one thing they have going for them. They can at least say, hey, look, nobody knows because it's all a secret underground. Even though somebody's going to know, right? Somebody knows something, right? So at the same time, it could work, but I think the multiverse is going to be the best way to do this. Anyway, yeah, I wish the guy well. I think he's great. I think he can come back, play Blade's dad as a villain, add to the bad list of bad dads in the MCU.
Oh my God!
I would if I was Marvel, I would go to him with some options to play like a one and done villain kind of role in some movie, maybe even in Blade or something. Just for the sake of, look, we didn't mean this to go this way. We did want you to. So I don't think they tried to screw him. I think they went in with all the right intentions. I just think they messed this up, and this is just one of the casualties of it. What it's got going for us, last thing I'm going to say, what it's got going for it is, this can just be pretended it never happened because we heard a voice. It's not, yeah, he came out on stage. Yeah, he said I'm going to be Blade, all that stuff. We hear his voice in that, but you know what? We never see him. So,
yeah,
it's not like he's got a movie in and now he's out the door, because that would make us all feel uncomfortable, especially if so far the MCU is pretty good about people leaving controversially, I'd say, and then just being recast right away.
Yeah.
Because like at least with King, we can just say that just happened to end there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we still might get some answers to that, truthfully.
Yeah,
we don't know. But I think the only one that was an obvious, shocking recast was Hulk. Was Edward Norton to Mark Ruffalo?
But also that was so early on that
no one really thought about it.
It wasn't. It's only a big deal for us Marvel nerds to talk about it and do our retrospectives. But other than that,
some people back then didn't even realize it was part of a universe yet. They just thought it was, oh, look at this other movie that's coming too.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't until obviously it started catching on that things are happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, for a long time, I forgot that was part of it. I always thought, wasn't that before Iron Man? No, it wasn't, but it feels like it in my mind, right? And then the only other one was Rhodey, but that kind of was just that was time.
Kind of the same thing too.
Really noticed either, it was done just right? So yeah, I wish him luck. And this was obvious news. So
yeah.
All right, Sammy, what's next? What we got to talk about?
All right, guys. So Wonderman Season 2 has officially been canceled. So, confirmed by Variety, Disney has canceled Wonderman Season 2 despite the critical acclaims and the Season 2 announcement just back in March. So, guys, I did a short on this too. I try to keep up with the news as much as I can to get the algorithm going, to get our channel going. So please like and subscribe, follow us on our social media, do all that fun stuff. It really helps us out a lot. Your subscriptions, just pressing that button, even if you don't watch us too often, that helps us out tremendously. It's a gift, the best gift you could give to us. So thank you if you do. But regardless, there is a lot of people online that are sad about this announcement. And I had the exact opposite reaction to that. And let me explain why. I'm not heartless. I promise. I'm not heartless. But I did like Wonder Man season 1. It was a unique flavor, and I think it was something that Disney Plus needed to have. They needed a good show like that after a while of mediocre to not up to par shows that the fans were looking at and observing, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
But this also, to me, signals what Kevin Feige has been wanting to do and now is putting his words to action in not doing so many TV shows that you have to know in order to watch the movies. They end this article by Disney and Marvel confirming that Wonder Man will be in future MCU projects. He's just not going to have a season 2 or continuation of his show. You know what that does, guys? That opens it up to the MCU theatrical releases, whether it's a Wonder Man movie or he shows up in an Avengers movie. You're going to get more of him. And actually, for the majority of the fans, it's going to be more complimentary, because if you want to have somewhat of an origin of him, you watch the show, the one season on Disney Plus. But if Marvel does it right, you don't have to watch it in order to watch the rest of him. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen actually for him. I don't think this is a bad thing. I also think that some of these people, they have a lot on their plate. They already said that it was going to be a while before they even start thinking about writing Wonder Man season 2. So it's almost like, okay, how much can we put on these people's plates and expect it to be done within 2 years type thing? You know what I mean? Like, Destin is definitely their favorite child when it comes to the director stuff and the producing stuff next to the Russo brothers. He was in line to do Kang Dynasty. He did great with Shang-Chi. We watched Spider-Man last night and he did a great job at directing that movie. Like, this guy is doing really good, and he was the brainchild behind Wonder Man. So you can't throw on 3 different franchises onto this one guy's plate when he's got a whole other stuff, passion projects and things he want to do. Yeah, I'd give him a blank check too and say, do whoever you want. But at the same time, I think for business purposes and for longevity of the character, I'm okay with this news. Personally, that's my optimistic take on it for you. What do you think, Ike?
Yeah, I'm still not convinced. So this is not to be the negative Nelly, but I'm going to have to be, just because this is truly how I feel about it. I believe Kevin Feige when they say they want to cut down the content for better, they want more quality over quantity, and I believe him, and I think they're going to do that. But I also see this as a how do I put it? This is a beginner noob kind of move, man. I also think it kind of stinks of, oh, that was a hit. Boy, maybe we should have had a movie. It's okay. Let's just cancel it and put them in the movies. And you know what? It's probably the right decision, but it kind of feels knee-jerk reaction. And that gives me that worry of, do they still know what the hell they're talking about? You know, because here's the thing. You can be just as lost in this universe of what you're trying to put together, whether it's after or during or right before this multiversal thing that happens in Doomsday and Secret Wars, and still make an excellent movie because it works while you're figuring it out. It doesn't mean you have the next one figured out yet. You know, I think they got a solid plan right up to Secret Wars. And I think they got probably some really good ideas after Secret Wars. You know, as much as the Ghost Rider was kind of out of left field, it kind of makes sense, you know? And we know X-Men's coming, so that's obvious, because he's been talking for that for years. But to cancel this, a show that did so well, I mean, why not? You know, it's like, let the good shows have their show. Oh, that's right. People loved him so much that we better put him in movies because it might make us a lot more money. That's desperate to me. And here's the thing. If you thought it was good enough, you would have put him in a freaking movie from the start. I don't want nothing from the TV shows moving forward. In fact, I'm going to make a bold statement here, guys. After Secret Wars, I'm no longer going to watch Marvel TV shows unless it's a cartoon or a special presentation. I am done with the TV shows.
Or for this podcast, I mean,
maybe.
Kind of.
We'll talk about it. I might, but
yeah.
here's what I will be. Okay, I could be talked into it because we are doing this. There might be a time where Sammy does that one on his own, maybe. Although I will say, if I do it for the podcast, what I am going to do is I'm going to draw a solid line to I don't want to hear a damn thing from the show in the movie anymore. I'm done with it.
I agree.
Because we've been promised that already.
Mm-hmm.
So moving forward after Secret Wars, anything on TV stays on TV. So if they take something out and they mess with things and we're just supposed to because TV, I'm going to be like, yeah, no, that takes a point off your movie. Because that's bullshit. Because that's the whole point of this issue is we don't know what's what. And they made us watch a lot of crap just to get some little nice things that they want to keep. And they're nitpicking what works. And that's what this feels like. They're nitpicking Wonderman worked that good. People like it that much. Shit, we better put it in the movies. No, you made a great TV show. Stick with it. Keep making the show. Oh, but now you want to put them in the movies. Because how do you know it's going to translate just as well on film if you didn't watch the TV show? Because it might not fit the way you think it's going to fit if you don't watch the TV show. Point in case, what's one big thing about the Loki show that we are just ignoring because we know it sucks and they're never going to touch on again? The idea that the Infinity Stones don't mean anything in the TVA. Mm-hmm. That is so stupid. Because they're supposed to be there at the beginning of creation, which means the TVA come from them too. But yet they're just paperweights. But guess what? They don't talk about it, though, do they? It does not get brought up at all.
That was a horrible scene.
It was a horrible idea.
Oh, my God.
It's no different than in Star Wars. And when you get to episode 1, the worst thing George Lucas did was say the Force is because you have more midichlorians in your blood. What? Like, it's so dumb. Everyone that knows the Star Wars is like, no, the Force was supposed to be a spiritual thing, not bugs in your blood, literally. And you know what? They've never brought it up again because he was like, yeah, it was a bad idea. We're not going to talk about it again. It's the one line in that movie and it's over. They're doing the same thing with the Infinity Stones. But we're taking a lot of other stuff out of Loki, aren't we? Hell, if you didn't watch the shows, you wouldn't even know where Loki was when you get in Doomsday. Mm-hmm. So guess what? You had to watch it, guys. They lied then. You had to watch it because they picked out what worked and they're nitpicking what they think is cool and they're just expecting everybody else to follow along. That's the problem with Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, and so on. Mm-hmm. Look, this is a rant I can do an hour on and you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is great, though. The guy's going to have the job. It is a great show. So let it be a great show, man. Just let it be a show. If you wanted him in the movies, you should have put him in the damn movies. Plain and simple. Because moving forward now, we're supposed to not do this anymore. And now they're already going to do it. They're already doing it before we get there. Sure, you're right. They could film it where you don't need to see it. But doesn't that fundamentally change the experience of it being good then at that point? Because what if someone hasn't seen it? Who's this Wonderman guy? Oh, they brought him out of a TV shows, but you don't need to watch him because he was so cool there. And then you watch it, like, I don't see why people think he's that cool. Oh, go watch the show. You see why he's cool. Well, I watched the show. He is cool. But guess what we had to do? Go watch the show. And that's the point that we're trying to get away from. Because what in the show are you going to leave out that you think you need to just to make things work later in the movies? Separate this, guys. Get it through your heads. We want it separate. I know there's other people on there that make, oh, we don't mind. But those are the people that will sit and watch hours of this. I'm going to watch the Dutton Ranch before I watch Wonderman. If you want me to do different, make better shows that make more sense. That's how it works. I have other shows I'm going to watch before I watch your Disney Plus. Just how it works. And it can change because your content can get better. Mm-hmm. If you don't want to hear anyone bitching about your movies not making sense, stop pulling stuff out of the shows. But hey, that's how I feel about it. I hate the feeling of it because I think there is a good story in this if we lived in a thing where they were just confident that you needed to see it all. If we just knew we needed to see it all, then I would just have to accept it. We have a lot of homework and we got to get it done. And you wouldn't hear me bitch about it. I'd be like, well, it's a lot to do, but hey, at least it counts. But the fact that it's not supposed to count and but he will be back, but it won't be in the shows. Wink, wink. Mm-hmm. Didn't you just promise us that this wasn't going to happen anymore?
Yeah. I feel like that this gray area right now where they're trying to get out of that and
they're knee-jerk reacting to it. That's what it is. That's what makes me nervous.
I feel like the knee-jerk reaction was even announcing season 2. Because if they did really think that it wasn't going to be as big as it was, And so their knee-jerk reaction was, it was great, let's give them more, which is to your point that you said, all right, then do that.
Oh, they got season 4 of X-Men 97 already almost coming up. So like they're literally doing that too. Season 3 is pretty much in the can.
Yeah.
We're not even done with season 2 yet.
The only difference between that though is that's an animated cartoon and this is MCU. Yeah. But I get it. I get what you're saying though. I do get what you're saying. So that's just my personal feeling. And maybe I'm the only one who thinks this way. Comment below, guys, if you think the same as me or if you are a little bit more in agreement with how Ike is. Because I feel like the knee-jerk reaction was saying, oh, we're doing season 2. And I'm like, oh, wow. This is like the 3rd show they've ever done the 2nd season of. Yeah. And then they canceled it. And part of me is like, you should have never announced it to begin with then. Because if your plan was to put him into the movies, then I agree with you. If your plan was to put them into movies, why even do a show at all to begin with, number one? And then number 2, why give us a false promise that we're going to get a season of it again and you're canceling it? So I think
their intentions are well, but they're going back on a promise that they made. If he's going to be in future movies and there's a whole show of his.
Well, that's what I think they're doing. I think that they're trying to pivot back to the original intention. And this is that gray area of anything they already greenlit on, in my opinion, a knee-jerk reaction, they have to cancel it. Anything that they were starting to do or announcing they were going to do, they were like, no, we have to start pulling this train back while we can before we're spending more money and we're not fulfilling our dream or promise of doing it. So I feel like personally this was inevitable. I was kind of shocking they were doing that because I had thought by February or March when they announced season 2, they would have already known better at that point. But I guess they needed a little more time. I don't know.
Well, what's silly about it is if they were more strategic about how they do these TV shows, you'd have good ones and they wouldn't intermix. And you can actually have them part of the same universe and you still don't got to see it.
I'm telling you, I don't know if Daredevil Born Again has been... I think it's been renewed for season 4. I don't know, but I would end that soon. And it's not because I don't like the show. I love the show. I think that what they're doing, well, I'll get there in a moment. We'll put a pin on the Daredevil thing. We're going to get to it soon. But comment, guys, what you think about Wonderman season 2 being canceled. Do you agree with Ike's opinion? Do you agree with my opinion? Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you mad? Are you tired? Are you sleepy? Whatever. Comment down below. Let us know. All right. So let's see. Ike, take it away for our next topic.
All right, guys, this is a good one. Sammy's excited for this one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a little surprised in this one. So, looks like confirmed by Deadline, the first official MCU X-Men casting other than the one we're going to talk about next. Has been revealed as Samara Weaving steps into the sparkling diamond role of the White Queen herself, Emma Frost.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you my quick thoughts on this because I don't think there's a lot to talk about here until we start to see other castings and some story ideas. I think the casting's perfect. I think she looks a little too on the nose, but that's okay. We want to have looks. We want people to be happy. That's fine. I just hope her acting meets the same as on the nose as her looks. Because sometimes they tend to cast because it looks so good as the part, but maybe they aren't that good of an actor. You know, they might not be that good of an actor. So I don't know. I don't really know anything of hers, to be honest with you. So I'm going to give her another but the benefit of the doubt. She clearly does better at that stuff than I ever would. She's gorgeous and she looks like the character. Hopefully that there's some meat to that acting role. And I think the only thing that really surprises me about this, not so much that this character's in the X-Men stuff talk, I'm surprised it's one of the first ones that they're talking about. Like, it has really opened my eyes up to the idea of Emma Frost being more prevalent in the X-Men universe as of recently, you know, because I'll be honest, a lot of my X-Men knowledge comes from back in the day stuff, like not so much a lot of the newer stories. And she was there, but it wasn't not like it is now. But it does show that there must be some sort of fan base that's big enough where they realize, you got to think the last time we really saw Emma Frost on screen was in First Class with X-Men.
January
and
Jones.
It wasn't a big part. And to me, that's the part I expect out of this character. But clearly, there's more she has to do and that you've informed me on. So it makes me realize, cool. And it also might give us some ideas of the direction they're going when it comes down to X-Men stuff. It makes me kind of want to dive into some of these stories that she is involved with, because I'm not knowledgeable of them, and it'd be nice to get a little knowledgeable of them. So when I see references in the movie and stuff, I'll be like, oh, that's where they got that from. So I think that if it is bringing me to look at some comics that I wouldn't have looked at before. So, I mean, I think that's a smart thing for them to do, especially if she's popular enough to do it. So that's how I feel about it. But this Sammy's probably top favorite character in the mutant saga stuff. So I'm gonna let him let you know how he feels about it, and we'll move on from there.
Well, as my brother just said, it is very true. And he probably was shocked when he heard me say it, because he had no idea who this character was. And I'm like, guess who my favorite mutant is? It's Emma Frost. And he's like, who? Like, which movie was she in? Be like, there's the thing about mutants. There's so many of them, but Emma is such a rich and deep character, and her trajectory in the comics of going from villain to somewhat anti-hero to trying to go one-on-one with Xavier multiple times in multiple different ways, to all of a sudden becoming an X-Man herself, and then also becoming the headmistress of Xavier's school for a time. Like, this character has gone through a huge trajectory, and she's one of the only characters that, how do I say this properly? It doesn't get me in trouble. When everything got super PC in how they look and how they act, she stayed the same because that was part of her character. And I love that they didn't do that to someone like her, because that's how she is. And yeah, I agree with you that Samara Weaving, she's beautiful actress. She's in the right age range that they were thinking of hiring and casting. I was blown away that this was the first announcement of their MCU X-Men, or at least in some capacity. That's a big question for me. Is where is she in this movie? Is she that bad guy? Are we going to get that trajectory of bad guy for a couple of films? You start seeing the good in her. She still is a little bitchy because that's exactly her personality, but she sees the light, and then all of a sudden she becomes a good guy. Because guys, anyone who knows of Emma Frost in the comics, she's a man-stealer. She stole Scott Summers from Jean Grey. She had a telepathic affair with Scott Summers while Jean was still alive. And Jean found, that's one of the most iconic comic covers. I hope in our editing that Ike, you put this up there, because there's just one still image of Emma that looks like Jean, and Jean's walking through the bedroom and seeing Scott there, and it's all in Emma's mind and Scott's mind. Be like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? But that's Emma, and she got her man. In her eyes, her man, Jean's man. At the end of the day, they became the couple. And it's like, wow. So there's, like I'm saying, that I mentioned all this to say there's so much rich character development with Emma Frost in the comics, of the decades we've had of comics, that the animated shows, like the original 90s cartoons, they had her in one episode. We see her a lot more in 97, and then in Wolverine and the X-Men, which is the third animated show they ever made of the X-Men, she's very prevalent and front stage with Wolverine as a main character. And actually, that's a great show. I don't know why they canceled after one season, but Lord have mercy. Anyways, yeah, so there isn't as much of a movie fan base for her like there is for Jean and Cyclops and Wolverine and all those other crazy cool characters. But she has a huge fan base, and I am a testimony to that, because I love this character. I am shocked this is the first casting announcement. Makes me think what they're going to do with her. And that they're already announcing the cast. I won't be surprised at D23 that comes out in a couple of weeks that they do more cast announcements.
Probably some big ones, too.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Which also tells me that they already did the Ghost Rider announcement, Black Panther 3 and all that. If they're doing casting announcements already for X-Men, the MCU one, it's got to be between 2027 and 2028 movie. Like,
I think it is.
They're getting this ball rolling. Yeah. Apparently, they have been meeting with a number of different people. We've talked about Indy Neveretti, who
she actually just recently openly said she wants to be Mystique.
Yeah. Yes, and I feel like at this point, with how great Obsession has been well received, it's kind of like, granted, there you go, we're just waiting for the announcement at this point. But they already casted her. I'm sure they have their pick for Xavier at this time. The Magneto, possibly Adam Driver, will possibly get to Xavier in our Rumo rundown, so stay tuned. But, they're making these casting announcements so early on with no official release date. This is coming quick.
Yeah.
This is coming quick. So that's all I got to say. I'm happy with this casting. I'm satisfied. I'm very curious on what they're going to do for the character and for the X-Men at large with this casting announcement. So that's all I got to say. Congratulations, Samara. That one heck of a role you just picked up. And if you do this right, you're gaining a huge fan right here. So you go, girl.
Yeah, really. I mean, the only thing you need to do to audition for Mystique is learn how to climb up a wall backwards. You got it. So
if you walk like a lizard,
like a spider, climb up a wall backwards, creepy ass blue thing in the background. Then you got it. So I think Indy's gonna get it. I think because she's creepy as shit in that movie. So I think it worked. And a lot of her creepy stuff was physical. And like I told you, I think we talked about this on the pod already. Her transform in her face and stuff really is, I think they're going to use a mix of her being able to do that and a tad bit of CGI to make it feel a little more real looking of the transformation. So yeah, it's kind of a cool way to do it. So
I agree. All right, so guys, comment down below and let us know what your thoughts of this casting. What do you think of Emma Frost being the first official announcement for the MCU X-Men? Is she a good guy? Is she a bad guy? Is she somewhere in between? Are we even going to get Scott and Jean together, or are they just jumping right into Scott and Emma? We have no idea.
Nope, they're not doing that. No.
All right, comment below and let us know. All right.
Sorry, I'm speaking for them. I'm telling you, they're not doing that.
All right, so I will talk about our last topic now on the Multiverse Minute, y'all. Daredevil Born Again Season 3 officially wraps production and filming. And we possibly have a sneak peek thanks to some of their merchandise that they've given out to some of the behind-the-scenes crew. So, after all the leaks and reveals of Daredevil Born Again Season 3, filming has officially wrapped. Also, production crew was given a token revealing a specialized Marvel logo with hints of the stories adapted into Season 3 from the comics. So potential spoilers ahead. But we have been announcing this stuff as it's been coming out on our Multiverse Minute, Rumo Rundown, yada, 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 all that stuff. La la li li lulu. So this is quite the cool thing, and I know that Ike's probably going to put this in the editing for this video. So by the way, guys, we have an audio version of the podcast and a video version. Check us out on YouTube. And this is kind of cool. This Daredevil logo thing, and it reveals a couple of different specific comics that actually tie into what we know of Season 3 so far. So right in the beginning of the DA and Daredevil, there is a comic that is called Devil in Cell Block D. We know from where we left off at the end of Season 2 that Matt is in jail, and that's literally what this whole comic line is, and how is Daredevil in jail, basically. I haven't read most of these, so I'm just giving you a very amateur look on some of these, but there is that. There's also, I think I did my pages backwards. So, sorry, y'all. I did. Wow. Also, there is a Defenders issue number 2 is highlighted in this logo, which is the Defenders all coming back together. I'm not sure the specifics inside there, but it's great because it gives us a little bit of reading homework if we want to know a little bit more. But I'm just more curious in how they're going to fit all these different stories into one season. But apparently they're going to do it. Then it goes right into Daredevil issue 181, which is Elektra's return from Beyond the Grave. So we know that Elektra is going to be in it, and this is more confirmation of where they're pulling that storyline from, at least. And then I think the last thing that this references is Daredevil Unleash Hell issue number 3, which is all about Lady Muse, which we know she's in it from the behind-the-scenes stuff. So this gives us somewhat of a picture of what they are planning on doing for Born Again Season 3. And I'm just excited to see how they're going to do this. So, Ike, what are your thoughts on this whole thing?
Yeah, it's a great marketing ploy. I love it. It's I don't know the comics that well, but if you're someone that wants to, they're giving you the option to figure this out. And it's a great Easter egg and stuff for the people that know Daredevil to dive right in and have a good time.
Yeah.
I hope they do something real good with Daredevil Season 3. I hope they've learned from what they've done over the last 2 seasons. And try to make this into something that's a little more comprehensible for everybody, because I think they're losing audiences. Was there any Willy Rectangle in any of this? Because I think he's going to be in it.
Yeah.
it'd be interesting to see how his part is in it too. I know we got some photos of him on set and all that, and with a beard and everything. So he's either on the run or freshly out of prison or something.
Yeah.
So we're not sure what that's going to be. Yeah, I just hope the show. I'm not saying the show needs to change its identity, but I will say what the show could use is a little bit more lightness to it. I like that it gets dark. I like that it goes there, but they tend to get too artsy. This last season, I like what they were trying to do. I give them a lot of credit, but sometimes they got a little over the art control of the white versus the red, and when somebody's wearing this, and it turns into this huge metaphoric play on what it means, man. You know what I mean? And like, I'm cool with a movie like that, but it gets a little tiring in a show. And one thing the show did this last season, if I have any big major complaint, is they need to start trying to reframe this question and notion of justice, because it's getting a little boring at this point. They came to a good peak in this last season that I think was a great way to put it, but now we're getting to a point where it's like, I just don't want to hear the same. I'm truly want to look forward to the show, but I'm also realizing that I'm going to have to put my cape on and be depressed for an hour when I watch it, because it's very depressing. And it's okay. It's kind of a DNA thing with Daredevil. But, you can, hey, have a little fun too. Put a little color into this with the heavy. Throw the heavy in there, but put color into it, We're going to talk about that in the next segment, about something that does that with a character that I didn't think they'd ever do, and they did. And it worked out just well. And they did something new with this concept of doing it your way, and whether it's the right way to do it. It's brand new. And it's like, so it's not impossible. You want him to still have the struggle of doing justice and being pushed. It's like, man, you really pushed him this last season. How much further are we going to go? I don't want to hear more conversations about how good his dead friend is. And I don't want to hear more conversations about what it means to be the good guy and justice and what that means. It's like, yeah, we get it, man. Just now do something new to really make that be questionable, really reshape the question so it's more interesting again, is all I'm saying. Other than that, I'll stick to the news. I like the marketing material. I think it's great. It looks awesome. If they don't get the viewership back, they definitely need to think about quitting at this point. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to looking these up. I'm going to look up some of the comic references they have on there just to have it in my mind, and knowing that they probably pulled just some imagery and some fun stuff out of them, whether they went for the whole thing. We got Electric Nachos is coming back, so that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I'll never let them die from that.
Yeah.
When she said that to Ben Affleck in that first movie, Electro Nachos, I'm like, Electric Nachos? Is that what she just said to him? Like, then they had this really playful fight.
I kind of like that name.
It's like the worst scene in a movie that really wasn't that bad, but like, it just was that. It's a terrible scene. But anyway,
yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited. Let's see what it does, and it looks great. I mean, at least they're promoting it good.
The reference back what I said before, when I was talking about Wonderman, and I made this bold hot take prediction that I hope they cancel Daredevil.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I clear it up, guys. I did say that then. I want to make sure I talk about it now. I do like the show. Don't get me wrong, but if this is what they're trying to pivot to, is less of the shows and that have to be related to the MCU, I want to see more longevity with Daredevil and with some of these characters. And I think that canceling the show means you can put them in the movies and you satisfy the people that are similar to my brother and similar to what we were promised in the beginning, that you don't have to know each other type thing.
Does that mean they recast Daredevil for the movies?
No.
So then keep the show.
Yeah, because I want to bring them into the movies. But in order to do that and play by the logic that they're trying to set and what we want.
All over again with this woe is me, justice, what's it mean?
Well,
because if they don't,
I think they could do it without.
I'm going to be stickler as hell. After Secret Wars, I don't want to know nothing about any TV shows in those movies. I understand.
Yeah, I
agree with you on that, too. I think he's great as it. He should stay. But if there's anything that we need to know about him, the mistake is that they're going back on their promise.
I think what's smart about this, if they're doing it the way I would do it at least, and what I'm talking about here, is they would end it after season 3 because by that point you've built back from the Netflix Daredevil Netflix stuff with Defenders, bringing back Elektra, adding a cool storyline into it, all that stuff. You've fully now integrated them into the MCU. Now, what are you going to do with them moving forward? You could keep it as a TV show. I'm not going to be upset with that. But at the same time, if we really are going to be sticklers to separating that veil between movies and TV shows, that means we should not be having Daredevil to a degree in the movies at all. His cameo in No Way Home was great, but at the same time, if we are going to be too stickler of that, we can't have that then because we're trying not to intermingle them while also saying they're a connected universe. The TV show thing is very tricky. It's very tricky to do.
If done right, you can do this.
Yeah.
But you got to do it right. Things can't happen in either that determine the direction of the other one.
See,
but they can coexist. So you can do a story of this character in between another story that they're already doing. And this could have been in the meantime. This is what they did, but has no consequence to what happens next.
So I agree to that like halfway through. If something big happens in the movies, I think it should be mentioned or part of the show because the show was supposed to be just an adjacent part of it. That's how this was pitched to us there, but not vice versa. Something big. Yeah. That's what happened at the end of Daredevil Born Again season 1 when Kingpin took control of martial law in the city. That should have been shown in Thunderbolts when that came out because that was mentioned something like that. It wasn't. So I get it. You want to take big risks in the show, but the problem is you are in this bigger universe. You can't do the big risks you take in the show are just for those specific characters, not for New York City affecting everybody, including Spider-Man and the new Avengers and all that stuff. Yeah. So if you do it in the movies, I see you can use that as part of. That's one of the beautiful things about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. To anyone who did watch it, because I was on ABC, but was set in the MCU, they went on whatever was going on in the MCU, and that was part of their whole season. So when S.H.I.E.L.D. fell, the whole cast was told, hey, Winter Soldier just happened. S.H.I.E.L.D. fell. So this whole next season, it's what are these characters like without S.H.I.E.L.D. itself? Yeah. That was cool because that was just continuing on. The main timeline is your movies and everything, all the other stuff that's happening in between the movies. You could flesh out in TV shows of certain characters that aren't going to make it too big in the movies type thing. I love that idea. I think that was the original intention of the shows anyways. It just got convoluted and now it's become you have to watch this to watch that and watch this to watch that. We don't want that anymore. I think even Kevin Feige doesn't want that anymore. So if they go back to that same formula of what they do with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the early MCU, it'd be like, hey, if Daredevil is going to have something happening in Daredevil, it's because of what happened in Spider-Man No Way Home or Brand New Day. Or it's going to be because of what happened in the Thunderbolts movie and what happened there, the repercussions of that. How does Matt Murdock deal with all these people that were missing and how does, different things like that. I'm just using examples here, guys. So if they do that, I'm satisfied. Because the shows are supposed to be an addition to the movies. Movies are front and center. You like Marvel that much, you want to keep watching content, you watch the shows, it's like an extra cherry on top for you. That's what's supposed to be, in my understanding.
I think it needs to be that, though, then.
I agree. Yeah. And I think that's why they're doing some of these cancellation hears and all that stuff. Yeah. And that's the only reason why I say if they want Daredevil part of the MCU main timeline, other than cameo appearances or guests in like an Avengers movie, we don't have to flesh them out, but they're there for extra characters. That's one thing. But if we have to know what happens in Born Again in order to know the movie, I will have a huge problem with that. And I think that that's a mistake they're gonna try not doing.
So I want you to put a little tab in this,
okay?
Because when we get to our third segment, I have a question for you about that.
Okay.
And I think this is where. And it's going to be a good example of why it's complicated and why they can't do this. Because when you complicate it and both end up being good, what does that mean? And I think that that's something that needs to be talked about because if there's one glaring thing that we need to discuss in that segment, it's going to be that. So yeah, other than that, so remember that if I forget to say it, bring that up to me because I want to make sure we touch on that. But yeah.
Okay.
That's all I got to say about the rest of that, though. And I'm with you. I agree with you. It's got to go one way. The movies should affect the shows, but the shows can't affect the movies. I think that is the smartest way to do it. That's how you keep the most people watching your movies than the less, because people that don't have time for the shows, that's what you're going to find out. You have more people. Our buddy Daryl, who was like, when did she have kids? You know?
And
It's like, yeah, well, she did in a whole show that you missed.
Yeah.
And then you had us going, why is she crazy again? Didn't they resolve this in the show?
Yeah.
Because you made a mess out of something. You made it so she goes crazy, didn't want her kids, but yet you fixed it in the show. So the ones that watch the show are like, wait a minute, she's going backwards again?
Yeah.
And the people that didn't watch the show are like, she's got kids? Before you know, it's like, what are we watching? You know what I mean? It's like you'd backtrack. So yeah, the best thing you can do is cancel and throw them in there. Do a brief little figure out how you can kind of catch people up enough to things that you need them to know without doing too much retread for the people that have watched the show, because that's going to get freaking boring quick. So if you do a Daredevil movie and it's just like a telling of how he became Daredevil, we're going to be like, get the hell out of here.
We already saw this.
We already saw this. You know? But you're going to have new people that are going to be like, cool, this is awesome. But see what you did. What'd you do? You just wedged your whole fan base. And that's why I don't want you guys.
It can be done. It just has to have a good creative background to do it.
Well, like you said, the key is you need to assume who's watching your movie has never met this person.
Exactly. Yeah. But
unless it's in another movie.
And you also need to, like you just said, you also have to remember those that have stuck with it. You don't want to bore them with
so there's a
rehashing of everything. You know, you have to give enough to introduce, but not enough for us to say, why do we watch that when we could have watched the show again?
And they know how to do it.
Yes.
Because if you just apply the same logic with the way they introduced Black Panther and the way they introduced Spider-Man into the MCU, you didn't need to rehash things that would make people bored.
Yep.
But you did enough to where you were caught up.
Yes. Yes,
you
I
didn't
agree.
need to know anything else.
Yep.
We didn't need to see Peter get bit by the spider. We just know that, of course, we're born with that. But anyways, Black Panther, easy, quick, 3 or 4 lines of just very important dialogue of a good scene goes so far for people that don't know or people that do know and are just reminded.
Because we're smart. We can get it. But if you ignore it, it makes it harder for us to follow. So anyways. Question is for you guys. What do you think about Daredevil Born Again Season 3 finished wrapping its production? So what do you think of all these Easter eggs? Are you going to read all these comics now and try to figure out the clues for yourself? What do you think? Let us know in the comments below of your thoughts. All right. Our next segment, we're going to roll right on into the Rumor Mill Rundown. So let's get to it. Okay, guys, we're rolling into the Rumor Mill Rundown, and we got 3 excellent rumors that we want to discuss with you today. So I'm going to take it away with the first one, y'all. We've been talking about this a little bit here or there since San Diego Comic-Con, but now we want to fully theorize with all of you guys what this could be. So, Latverian Witches in Doomsday? What? So, recently, at San Diego Comic-Con, a wardrobe display showcased a Latverian witch outfit that will be used in Avengers Doomsday. The question is, who will don these outfits? Because there is more than one, by the way. Every day of San Diego Comic-Con, the outfits changed colors. And there's 3 that was revealed, but we don't know. There's more. Who knows? And could Wanda actually return as one of these witches? So, what was revealed was, I believe, a yellow outfit, a green outfit, and what was that last one? Was a blue?
Red. Oh, I thought it was red.
Oh, there could have been a red one too. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I saw a picture of a red one.
Yeah, well, either way, there's all these different colors. We're like, what? Huh? They didn't get the same person to just mass produce these, I guess. They're all like, let's dye them different colors. So, who are these witches? I've never heard of Latverian witches in the comics from my understanding, but I'm going to have to do a little more deep dive because I've never heard of this. But I do know of a couple good witches in the MCU. So, Ike, who do you think is under wardrobe number 1?
So I think that these witches are a big deal. I think this shows, though, too, that anyone out there that's trying to guess what's going to be going on in Doomsday probably is still off the mark. I think that any of the stuff that we've seen in trailers, and they talk about the new leaked footage, I did read what that is. Not leaked footage. I'm just talking like the one from San Diego, which we probably should have covered, but we haven't, but maybe sometime we will talk about it. But like, there's new leaked footage from San Diego that you can read, and it sounds interesting. I think we did talk about it a little bit on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So my bad. Anyway, but this whole thing with the witches, though, I think that there's a storyline in this, or other things that they're just not showing us at all. And it reminds me of Infinity War it reminds me of Endgame. If you watch the trailer to Endgame, you don't get the sense of any of the middle of the movie. They show you a couple scenes that are later, but most of the trailers from Endgame are like the first 15 minutes of the movie. So like when you start that movie, you're getting into it. Oh my God, we're already right here.
Yeah.
Like, and then when they cut Thanos' head off, we'll just look at each other like, where are we going? And then once the time travel heist thing comes into play, we're just on the edge of your seat. You're just in. We're sold because we had no idea what was coming.
Yep.
So like, I think that's what they're trying to replicate here, is they're showing you a lot of cool stuff in Doomsday, but you're talking snippets of moments and not actual big story plot lines. And I think these witches are a big part of it. It does remind me, when I saw these designs, the first things you and I thought of were, oh, that's not Doom at the end of Fantastic Four with Franklin. Look at that face mask. That's a witch. And because why would he take his mask off if it hurts him to take it off, for one, and two, if he's hideous, to look at this kid? It's like, because he wouldn't. Probably. We're going to find out, because this isn't him anyway. This is whoever's in the green. I don't think it's a coincidence that these colors match Infinity Stones, and I don't think it's a coincidence that these colors match characters as well.
Yes.
They also match Infinity Stones to that color.
And to their power sets.
That's what I mean. Like, the power set to the color of I think it is all there. I think Doom, with a mix of resurrection by using the Darkhold, maybe by a certain sorcerer who likes to play around with things because he knows the ultimate end game. Just saying, watch out for my shorts, guys. It just gives you even more. I think that there's some people being brought back to life, Wanda. And I also think that there's some people being manipulated, Jean Grey. I mean, it just makes some sense. I think there's some validity to it. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what it means. I don't know. And you know what? I hope I don't know. I hope when we get into it, we're just like, and our faces melt, because I mean, like what did I say to you the other day? What would you do if we watch all of Doomsday and they never have Famke in there as Jean Grey, and we look at each other like, man, they really lost the ball on this. And then at the end, you reveal that she's one of the witches. Our faces would melt off. I'm not sure if that would be something we'd be happy with, but I would not be happy with it. So it would make sense. Things would make sense. It would make sense why the X-Men probably never do trust Doom in this. I'm guessing that, to be honest with you. But once again, I think the fact that we don't know, I think is what's going to make it very interesting. But yeah, it means something. I hope it's Wanda. I like that idea.
Yeah.
I like that he's going to be surrounded by these powerful people that can help him do what he's doing, and.
Well, to touch upon what you just said there, which I read this as a rumor online, and I'm like, you know what? This makes sense, which if not only makes sense, but this is a really cool rumor, part of these Latverian witch things to talk about. If he has witches that power set, like you said, and characters we know and colors that resemble the Infinity Stones, and he's remaking the universe. He's using the Infinity Stones that we just reviewed in our Infinity War retrospective, that those were the existence of time when life came into existence. Boom.
Except for the TVA, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, forget about you. All these stones came into existence. They all represented making reality. Well, making the universe. One is the reality stone, which is red, which is Wanda. What is her power? Warping reality.
Yeah,
like
literally.
The Mind Stone, it's yellow. What's one of Jean Grey's favorite colors? It's yellow. What does she do? She's a telepath.
Mhm.
Like, this doesn't take rocket science to figure out some of this stuff, you know? And just putting these pieces together, if they're doing it this way, this will blow my mind. If they reveal all these, Doom walks up to all these witches and they say the deed is done, Battle World is here. They all take off their masks and you see Wanda, you see Charlize Theron, this Clea in the purple or blue, whatever. Or no, not blue though. I think she is purple. You see Famke Jensen as Jean Grey, as don't tell me she hasn't been brainwashed before. You've read the comics. She gets brainwashed, and then she becomes Dark Phoenix. So whatever. You know, there's all these different characters that all represent what reality is like. Where's Captain Marvel? Oh, maybe she's brainwashed by Doom or a prisoner of Doom to be the Space Stone representation. Guys, there's a whole bunch. These are so cool ideas to think about.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been introduced to enough witches with Agatha and Lady Death and Wanda herself, like Wiccan, her son. Come on, guys. I think that this Latverian witch thing, which is really interesting that no one has ever mentioned before until San Diego, really, has been the focal point of, oh, these are actually coming. I feel like these would be missed opportunities if they're not some of our favorite characters in disguise.
Yeah, and you know, there is a through line here that I think there's a genre that's being touched on here that I think people are forgetting, and it's fantasy. And the genre part of that is when you look at Dr. Doom and how he's the Latverian thing, he has a throne. It's almost like a castle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very much like that. You want it to, it's that medieval kind of feel to it. And what do they have? I mean, you got your king, which is going to be Dr. Doom. And then you're going to have your high priestess, which is going to be your witches. In his case, you're going to have the Hand, which is going to be Doctor Strange, who is the guy who is whispering in his ear, making sure he's doing things for him. He's the guy that gets stuff done for him. He's the one that makes it happen. He's the one that gives him advice. And then he's going to need people to take over his throne in his stead and or make sure that his bloodline stays on the throne, which is going to be children, as in princes and princesses and stuff. And that's probably why they're taking these people's kids, especially Franklin, because his literally can change reality himself as well. Why not be the prince to Dr. Doom's king? You know, I think that we need to start looking at things like that in that metaphoric way, because they're doing that like this. And they all dress the same. You had the high priestess, they all had these big robes on. They wore masks in front of the king. And it's like, what are the witches doing? It's like, wow, this actually looks like it's going to look really crazy. Like, I think it's going to look wild when we see it.
I can't wait to see how they're going to do this. Really,
it might be something. This might be the way this is how we're going to walk out of. We've never seen anything like this in the MCU. When it's going to look like freaking He-Man just happened. You know what I mean?
And that's what they want. They want us to walk out with our jaws on the floor, trying to pick it up. Be like, how do they top this?
That would do it. And I think that would be cool. I hope this comes true. I hope it's true. I really do. I really like this idea.
All right, guys.
It is something, though.
Yeah.
Because they don't. The thing about the Russos and the thing about Feige is they love their cryptic stuff. They like putting answers to things right in your face. That's why they do these photos online where you get to debunk them and, look at the things or the letters. And they happen to be true. They happen to be things that they really want you to find. Sometimes I look at it and think people are just overthinking, but no. They are pretty much on point with what they're doing. And then because later on they talk about it. And I think that's no coincidence, guys. At one of the biggest Comic-Cons or the biggest in the world, probably, other than maybe over. I know, it's got to be the biggest.
It's
the biggest in the world that they show these costumes and not once mention it on stage.
Yep.
Because it's something they want us to think about.
And they purposely, every day when these things are on display, they're changing the colors. Like, if that doesn't get you talking about it, that's what they wanted.
I'm surprised the internet isn't buzzing more about it. I've heard a few here and there, but I can't believe some of these people aren't going, wait a second, don't you realize that they just did a marketing play in front of us that nobody's talking about? Yeah. It's mentioned. It's the question. You can find some people bringing this up, But I'm surprised some of the big pundits aren't going, whoa, we need to pay attention to this because that's something.
Yeah, what is it with
how many details? I wish I was there now.
Mm-hmm.
Because how many details do you think were in those little sets they were putting up that people just overlooked thinking it's, oh, look, this one's purple today. That's cool. Yeah, but let's look at the markings on the clothing.
But why is it purple today?
What's the words on the side of that? Oh, the glove on that one has a different symbol. I'd have been taking pictures of them just because we'd have caught on quick. But that's weird. That's weird.
Yep.
It'd have been like, let's take a lot of pictures.
I don't remember this one yesterday. Oh, because it wasn't there.
You imagine the secret to this whole thing could have been like on the armor of one of these witches and nobody was paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
That's just something these guys would do because it's there. It'd be cool. I'd give them props. Smart.
Yeah. All right. What
Can't
do you
wait to
guys
see what it means.
What do you guys think? Get the internet buzzing right now, guys. What do you think of these Latverian witches? Who do you think they are? Do you think they're kind of like our theories here that they may be representing Infinity Stones and helping Doom reshape the universe? Is Wanda one of them? Is Jean one of them? Let us know in the comments below. All right, Ike, what's our next topic?
So our next topic, guys, some more X-Men casting stuff, okay? MCU X-Men casting rumors continue. This time, potentially eyeing Pennywise himself, Bill Skarsgård, to play Professor Charles Xavier. Thoughts? Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Thank you. That's all. that's. I mean, I think he's a great actor. I don't like it. I think my gut just tells me it's almost obvious, but it's just enough left field to be like, I don't know if this will fit. That I just don't. I don't know. I don't like it. I just don't like it.
I tell you what, he can never smile. Because if he smiles and gives that creepy clown-ass smile, oh my God.
I will tell you this. The smile he puts into Pennywise, though, is very different than his natural smile.
Okay, good.
I do. Where I will give, I want to give props to this actor. He's really good, and he's a chameleon. He's really good at being different things. The problem is I don't think we've ever had a, I know this is going to go against everything I say because you got to give everybody a chance, right? But here's the thing. I don't feel like I can see this working for him. I don't want this. I don't know why. I don't think he's as good as the hype is made to be. I think he's got the Johnny Depp syndrome thing. You know, he's great as Pennywise. He's great as the vampire in Nosferatu. But guess what? There's nothing to compare those things to. They're just what they are. And why I say it like this is because I've seen him when he's not in those. He's still a good actor. But is he good enough to be... I know. Oh, you're making Precious Charles Xavier. You're damn right. Is he good enough to project that? And like, the thing about Bill, I find, is unlike his brother from Succession towards the end of the show, you can't even tell that they're related, but they are. And his brother, sorry, Bill, but your brother's a little better actor than you. But like, I just don't know. I just feel like he's going to be just like he is in all of his other stuff when he's not in those big makeup roles. Because Johnny Depp's a great example of an actor that I think is a great actor. I think he's got a couple really good movies that shows how good of an actor he is. I would say Public Enemies, where he plays John Dillinger as a mob guy. And I would also say he's great in Black Mass with Benedict Cumberbatch, where he plays another mob guy, but it happens to be, Whitey Bulger during the 80s, which is a wild story. Watch that, guys. They're both real good. And I think he smashes those roles. But when you get into Jack Sparrow, you get into Edward Scissorhands, you get into the Woods, you get into... plays the rabbit guy, you know what I mean, like in Alice in Wonderland, or all of these things that he's done. It's pretty much just like, we're gonna dress you up and you just go do your thing. Now, does that make a good actor? It makes an entertaining person, and he's good at it. But a better actor to me is, well, how are you in those things where we actually need you to be a guy? Like, those things don't have limits for him. Like, the directors put him in it because they know he'll do something unique and it'll be fun to that story, and that's what they got. They just let him go. When I see Johnny Depp and or Bill put into a role where this guy acts this way because of this and because of this and the nuance of this. And, oh, I'm going to tell you about his childhood. And no, you can't be like that. Oh, no, he's not going to do this choice because this is why he wouldn't do that. That's where I see these actors not really pull it out all the way. Because when Johnny Depp plays just a regular guy, it usually isn't that good. And I feel the same way about Bill Skarsgård. I think he's awesome as Pennywise, but how do you mess it up? If you're scary and you bring that scariness into it, you got it. You can do any little quirky thing you want, and it's all into your head, and you got it. In fact, when you watch behind the scenes of that kind of stuff, it is, well, you just started dancing one day, so put that in the movie. Awesome. It's like, yeah, but who directed him to do that? Who sat and said, you need to do it this way? And of course, here's the argument, right? Didn't Heath do that with the Joker? Actually, that's not true. If you look at the behind the scenes thing, Heath come to him with the voice and come to him with ideas of the Joker. But when Christopher Nolan wanted him to say certain lines and where that character was going, that's what was going to happen. That's what he did. A lot of Heath's lines were scripted in the script as that character that way. Heath just brought that to life in a unique way. I'm not saying these guys don't have the other thing. I'm sure there's some scripted stuff. But like, I don't know. I just don't feel it. I just, you know what? And maybe it's just a bias of mine. I don't care for the casting. I just don't care for that idea. I don't think it fits. I look at trying to think of it. But you know what? Maybe he'll do it and it'll surprise me, but I don't know.
I personally don't have a comment on this because I only know of him from Pennywise, and I know he's a method actor type thing. That's why he does these obscure looking roles and things like that. I honestly don't know. The only thing I know about the Skarsgård family is they are all fantastic actors. So
they are all good. He is good.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't know. I too, like you, would be a little picky for my Xavier and Magneto, the two front runners of the X-Men and mutants in general. Those two you have to nail. The trickles down to everyone else, type thing. But I don't have I don't have a comment on this casting. If they announce this is it, I'd be like, I just hope you do it justice. Look at James McAvoy and Patrick Stewart. Those are pretty big shoes you have to fill.
And here's the thing. I think this is, if I were to just pin it right down real fast to my bias and why I have a trouble with this, is because I watch a lot of movies. And I think the one thing that was successful about Charles Xavier with Patrick Stewart and James McAvoy is Patrick Stewart is really good at being someone that if you can film him thinking and you know exactly what he's thinking about because of his face and the emoting that he does. And his is more subtle than most, but there is moments where you're like, oh, I see exactly what he's doing in his head right now. And McAvoy is the same way. McAvoy has a very good emotional face where you can see what he's thinking while he's either talking or in a moment of silence. I don't get that when I watch Bill. I think Bill's a good actor, but his emotional scenes are usually outward and not so much just his face. And I think that my Xavier, for me, the reason why I get emotional with the other two is because there's something a little more real behind the eyes. And I feel like Bill's going to make this feel like an actor doing a job and not someone embodying Xavier like the other two did. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
That's why I think Driver is a great idea for Magneto, because he emotes his face real well too. Adam, I think, can do some great stuff with just this part of his face right here, like his eyes and right here, basically, that will make it feel, oh, there's a person behind there in struggle. Which is some of the reason why I think Tom Hardy should be Apocalypse for his eyes. I mean, look how awesome he was as Bane. And 99% of what you got to feel from him, you had to see it through his eyes. And it's fantastic. This guy, I don't think, has that. Not without makeup on. And unrecognizable. And you can't do that with Charles. You know what's him. That, and I think he looks weird bald. Maybe he won't be bald in the movie though. But
well, that's and this is a compliment, so don't take this wrong, guys.
I love the actor.
That's a hard time with white actors, is getting a good looking bald one. Black actors, if you're bald, you look good. Every black actor that's bald looks good.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. You're too handsome without hair.
I dare you in the comments, name one black actor that's bald. You're like, man, you don't look good bald. Name one.
There's none.
There's none. They're all great.
Yeah, that's a compliment.
You make a white guy bald, and we're on a registry somewhere.
All right, guys.
Or you're Vic Mackey.
Question is for you, not on the baldness.
Yeah.
But what do you think of Xavier being potentially cast by Bill Skarsgård? Are you in favor of this? Are you not in favor of this? And who would you pick if it's not him? Let us know in the comments below. All right, our last topic, guys, is Kevin Feige says there's no need to build up Doom.
This is going to be interesting talk.
This is, I'll read to you in full context so y'all understand where this is coming from. And I'm going to give you my 2 cents real quick before we dive in. And I think Mr. Feige is missing the point. So, Kevin Feige told the Brandon Davis show after Marvel's San Diego Comic-Con panel that the Thanos buildup has been, quote, built up in people's heads over the years, end quote, referring to his brief appearances in the Avengers, where he's sitting on the chair, Avengers Age of Ultron, where he's pulling a gauntlet, Guardians of the Galaxy, where he's also sitting on a chair and yelling at Ronan through a video screen. He recalled that fans even made memes mocking Thanos for, quote, just sitting in the chair, end quote. And that Infinity War was designed as the true introduction. He says, quote, that's what we're doing with Doom. Doomsday is an introduction and the story of Doom. You peel the onion, you learn things about him as you go. It's very much meant for audiences who knew and love him from the comics and audiences who have no clue who he is, end quote. So, this is my thoughts on this. I'll try to make it brief, but why I said in the beginning, I think Mr. Feige is missing the point here. It's not just Doom himself. This is a great way for you, sir, to cover up you made a mistake and you're pivoting to Doom, and putting it on the fans for why are you thinking this way? Oh, wait a minute. In Infinity Saga, you made us think this way the whole time. But I get it. I see you're putting it on like a superficial front of when we actually see Thanos was these times. But the point is his presence was there. Infinity War is not just the story of Thanos. The movie is the story of Thanos. But also the movie is also a culmination of all of what we've seen up until that point of introducing the stones, introducing these characters, bringing them all together. So for Doomsday, you have 4 phases you're working from. You're bringing those characters in. You got that. But there has been no build up to Doom in the way there has been for Thanos. In that we didn't, like you said, I'm talking to you, Kevin. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Yes, we did not need to know Thanos was the mad Titan and all that stuff, and he's a crazy guy who wants to snap the world out half out of existence. That was Infinity War. That's where we found out. That's what we knew. And comic geeks knew way ahead of time that's what you were going to. Doom is a little more unpredictable, so I'll give you that. This does fit the MO for Doom. But when we say there was no build-up to Doom like there was for Thanos, we mean continuity-wise. We mean story-wise. We mean, how the heck are you bringing this guy in? I know you're introducing him in this movie, but also there's a whole bunch of other stuff you got to do in this movie, too, to satisfy that you didn't have to do in Infinity War, and you could just do Thanos in Infinity War. So I feel, at least from my understanding or from where I come from when I say there's no build up to Doom in the way there was for Thanos, it's not just Doom the character, it's the storytelling of getting to Doomsday itself. Where Infinity War, you had all of that. And then you were able to let it go wild with being Thanos' own movie. This one, we're going to have Doom have it be his own movie. You've never heard about this guy before. He's been in one post-credit scene that you have no idea. It's not even mentioned by name or anything. There's no context to why he's there. So there's a lot more fill in the blanks and gaps that you have to do in this movie. So that's my end of rant to this whole question of it. And that's just my feelings. What do you think, Ike?
I'm going to double down on that. He is sorely mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is PR. I think this is just, okay, we got to look good. So this is what we're going to say. I would say that the smoking gun in their bullcrap that he's saying is the fact that they literally had it called Avengers King Dynasty and then changed it to Doomsday. Don't forget, Kevin, you announced Avengers King Dynasty.
Yeah, don't gaslight us, Kevin. We know what's going on.
Don't pretend that you had to fix it. midway because you did. And we're fine with that.
Yeah.
We're fine with that. But don't tell us what to think of the other. And here's the thing. I think he's oversimplifying the build up to Thanos.
Yes.
He is correct. We only see him do a few things. It was funny to pick on it because we have a fan base that's, even though they're picking on it, Kevin, doesn't mean they don't like it. They're just having fun with it.
Yeah,
because they knew it was coming and they wanted it to come, but we are going to have fun with it because, that's the internet, man. People are wild. And your fans are going to say stupid stuff. We're going to bust each other's balls, so to say. But the thing you're forgetting is the buildup to Thanos was more than just seeing and knowing Thanos, right?
Yeah.
The buildup to Thanos was also Tony going into space and seeing what's coming. And his entire character arc from then into the end was facing this thing that was going to be the end, which is freaking Thanos, okay? That's why when he sees the Vision in Avengers 2, we see no Thanos there, but is it a coincidence that we see the shield broken in half and people are almost dead? Because guess what? That's what Thanos does when he shows up. Everything that happens to these characters and who they are and what they're meant to be, we don't trade lives. All this story of where they ended up before we got to Infinity War has a lot to do with Thanos. And it's like, so when you go into Infinity War, when they start talking about Thanos, it's the weight of it is there already. And you don't need to sell the weight. It's not Dr. Doom that's the problem here. You're correct in saying that we're going to show all Dr. Doom stuff in that movie anyway, just like we did Thanos.
Yeah.
100%. But the weight of Dr. Doom coming is something that you can't show in one movie.
Yep. Yes.
And the weight of what Thanos has over these characters, whether they see them or not, the fact that Gamora is who she is at all in all of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies up until we do this Thanos stuff is a big deal about what it means to be the daughter of Thanos, who just so happens to be the guy that's coming, because you promised us that in the Avengers movie. It's like you don't understand. You built character arcs around this character coming. Then you did give us all of the stuff we need to know about him in his own movie. And we're going to get that with Doom, but we don't get any of this buildup of why it means something.
Why is he this bad? Why is Thor saying what he's saying?
There's no meaning to it. The scariness of Tony's fear, the thing that as soon as Bruce says he's coming, Tony's like, this is it. This is what was coming.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah. As soon as Bruce says New York, you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's a whole decade of stuff we've all watched and experienced, and it's coming to a head now.
Yep.
We don't get that with Doom.
That's why he makes his decision in the spaceship to keep going to Titan instead of turning around. Because he thinks maybe we should do the opposite of what he thinks we're going to do and beat him on his own turf.
Yeah.
And he's only doing that because he doesn't want to bring him to Earth because he saw what's going to come.
So, Kevin,
he's trying to avoid the thing that he was fearing the most. And it's like, that is so deep and works so well that you don't have with Doom. You don't have that.
Yeah.
You have to do all of that in one movie.
Yeah.
And that's a lot, man. That's a lot.
Yeah. Kevin, give fans the win on this.
Yeah. I mean, at least admit that, this is going to be a rocky start, but I trust these guys to do a good job. It's fine. It's like, hey, trust us. We will give the justice to Doom. Because I do trust you there. Yeah. I trust it's going to be great. I trust we're going to see the weight. But don't pretend that there was no build-up to Thanos.
Yeah.
That's bullcrap. Because there's build-up in story throughout several movies. 100%.
Yes.
The fact that the Infinity Stones are in all the movies alone is build-up to what Thanos does with them.
Yeah.
Of what Thanos does with them. So it's like, what are we talking about, man? Like, I just wish he could say, hey, every franchise has its hiccups. We had ours. We're pivoting. I mean, I personally don't think there was a ton of build-up to Thanos, but I see why the fans feel that way. I promise you we're gonna be able to do this in one movie because I've seen it and it's good and it's coming, and trust us.
Because
we'd say, sure, no problem.
Yeah, and if he truly feels that way, it makes me really question what is he doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, he doesn't feel that. He knows.
I think he's just saying it just to save face, honestly.
Yeah, he just wants,
in the
end of it, he wants people to think this was the plan all along. And I kind of give him, hey, you know what? It's smart. Because no one can say otherwise, And kids today, growing up, not seeing all that drama of all that before, are going to think, look at the plan. They had a plan that was so amazing 2 or 3 sagas from now. Which in truth, reality, there's a lot more bumps to that road, which I'm okay with.
Mm-hmm.
But don't pretend, man. You are understating, sir, you're understating your own universe. It actually bothered me. I was kind of like, dude, stand up for what you did before.
Mm-hmm.
Because you made it sound like none of that was really a plan and none of that made sense. And it just what it was, when truthfully, it was perfect. It was like, wow, that's great.
You can't have both sides of the same coin here. You
Right.
can't say, oh, that was all made up in your head how it built up to him, while also saying, yeah, we spent decades culturing this idea of Thanos until you saw him.
Yeah.
He says both of that. It's just this time he's saying it the opposite. And we're like, no, dude, we know. We see what's going on here.
Yeah.
We saw your creative hand behind all these movies leading up to Thanos from the first Avengers movie.
And we saw the weight of what you were
doubt.
trying to do with Kang. We saw that.
Oh, yeah, we did.
You were starting it.
Yes, you were doing it. You were doing it with Kang. And then you had to pivot. And when you pivoted, you were like a deer caught in the headlights. You did not know how to do it.
Which is why we got the Russos back.
Yes, you got the Russos back because you're trying to build back your reputation. And you're playing your biggest wild card, who's the biggest villain in Marvel Comics, Dr. Doom. And there is no build-up to him because he was last minute. This wasn't planned out. You're telling me that from the moment of Far From Home, that was right after Endgame, until the end of Fantastic Four and that we've seen thus far, and even Brand New Day to a degree, that you had Doom planned all along. Maybe he was somewhere in the mix, but he was not your big baddie. You made that clear. It is Kang. You announced it. The Kang Dynasty. That Kang is going to be the villain of Ant-Man Quantumania. Kang is going to be the villain of Loki Season 2. Kang is sprinkled throughout this whole thing. You were doing the build-up for him. And then it had to stop because of personal things and because of how bad Quantumania was.
You literally can't even go into the realm of the quantum realm right now because you want to stay as far away from where Kane came from.
Yeah.
In the beginning.
You built him up to be so scary. Michelle Pfeiffer is freaking out.
She can't even talk about him.
yeah, she can't talk about it.
You were doing this, and
yeah,
I'll tell you exactly when they changed it. It's about 24 hours when their lawyers got a hold of him and said, Majors just got arrested.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they said, what do
pivot.
Well, let's go with Doom. Well, we haven't really set up for him. It's all right. We can do it. Well, I know who can. Called him up. And the Russos said, yeah, we can do it, but we got to make sure certain things happen before we get there.
Yep,
we're
up the money.
seeing those corrections in what we're seeing now. And then they're going to go back and fix the things by making it relate to this and making it feel like it's connected, because they're brilliant at doing that. And I'm glad they are, because that's the only way it's going to work. And I think it kind of work. I'm not saying this because I feel like I have doubts. I'm saying this because I think it's insulting that you think we're dumb enough to think we can't handle the truth.
And it's fun. We're not going to hold it over your head.
No.
We get it. Crap happens.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so just make the best out of it. And you got the best people behind you to make the best out of it, but don't treat us like we're stupid.
I mean, you're kind of proving it already that you're on the ball. Your marketing campaign's been great.
Yes.
Like, we are doing nothing but talking about Dr. Doom for like months before this movie comes. Years before it comes. When you announce Robert Downey Jr. as Doom and you call it Doomsday, it has been the buzz ever since, and that was the smartest play you did.
Maybe this is part of their marketing play. 100%. We are building up Doom, but the problem is and Kevin, you know this, when we get to talking about Doom and get to theorizing about stuff, we are setting bars that you guys may not be reaching because it's not part of our plan. You haven't shown us what your plan is because you didn't have one until now.
At least we trusted where you were taking us when it comes down to Thanos. Now we feel like we got to do our own homework, which makes us, like you just said, the ownership is taking place. And it's like... Yeah,
and that's not good. You don't want that. You see what happens, and fans go crazy about every little thing that happens in every TV show or every episode. Is Mephisto here? Is this here? All this stuff. Be like...
he's seen the consequences to that too.
Yes,
because there's one franchise in particular. I'm going to say, you take a good hard look at that Star Wars franchise.
Yes, exactly.
You tell me that's not exactly what happened to them.
Yep.
Just we're not prepared, in the fans showing you that you need to be.
Yeah. All right.
Whether I agree with them or not, that's exactly what happened to them.
So what do you guys think? Do you think there should have been build up to Doom? Do you agree with Kevin that this is all just in our heads? What do you think? Let us know in the comments below. All right, guys. Ike, what are we on to next?
So next is going to be very exciting, guys. We're jumping into our nice little special review, branch point breakdown of Spider-Man Brand New Day. So, guys, it's not going to be quite a retrospective. We're going to try not to make it as long as one because, we do have a lot to say. It is going to sound a little like one. We're not going to go through all our little nitpicks and all that yet. But we're just going to give you a quick little idea of how we felt when we first walked out and talk about it.
Yep. All right. So let's dive right into it.
Spider-Man.
Okay, everybody, thank you for sticking with us on the Goodell Multiverse podcast. We are in our branch point breakdown. Today, we're doing something a little special. This is the first time in the Goodell Multiverse podcast history where we have been able to do our podcast and watch a brand new MCU movie and give you our first impressions of the movie.
Yeah.
Fresh from seeing it about almost 24 hours ago now. We've had a lot of time to think about it, digest what we could at this time. We definitely, just to throw it out there right now, this is going to be a spoiler-free first half or first part of the branch point breakdown. We will tell you when we're getting into spoilers, so that way you're prepared and you have the chance to fast forward or come back at another time. We definitely want to give you our thoughts, and also fair warning, this we've only seen it one time, so we're going based off of our notes if we took any during the movie and our initial impressions and the things that really stuck out to us and what we want to review and talk to you guys about today. We will eventually do a retrospective review, but that's months down the line when we've had more time to rewatch this, get through the rest of our March to Doomsday, and land on this guy before Doomsday takes place. So, with all that said and out of the way, I will touch upon my first impressions, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, spoiler free, like I said.
Yeah, forgive me, guys, too. All my notes are on my phone, so if you see me looking, messing with my phone, I'm here. I'm just reading them, making sure we're good and going on.
Oh, yeah, because there's a lot for us to remember. There's a lot for us to discuss internally and now externally with you guys. So thank you for staying with us, by the way. And I hope you're enjoying our show because we are having a fun time doing it. And we've been nervous about talking about this because we didn't know how we were going to tackle it. The good, the bad, the ugly, every bit of it. Every movie's got it. Well, sometimes they don't, but those are rare exceptions. This movie, though, I will say my first impressions is a very good movie. Like I said, spoiler free. So I'm going to refrain from saying certain characters' names that we do not know of from the trailers, just for your, so you're aware. So, the hand that is in the trailers, my first impressions is and we'll talk about that when we get to the spoiler talk of it. Spider-Man, fantastic. Some of the best Spider-Man I think we have ever seen, both visually and action-wise. And then Peter Parker. Oh my gosh, what they did for him in this movie was beyond what I anticipated. I was literally, every moment of his story in this movie, I was blown away. It just, the actions that he took, the way he presented himself, how he spoke, everything. And I'm not saying this like I'm fangirling on him or anything. It just really is that good, guys. Like, if you haven't seen it yet, you're one of the few people that haven't seen it, because this movie already broke records on its opening night, making $72 million opening night, beating Avengers Endgame by $12 million. So I'm pretty sure if you're listening or watching this right now, you've probably seen it. But if you haven't, if you're one of those people that just hasn't, this is well worth it just for what you know of Peter Parker thus far. And to see his story continue, they really poured that into this movie. And I'm really satisfied with that. That is immensely so good. the Hulk that we saw in one of the latest trailers. Fantastic what they did with him in this movie. Fantastic. If you've been watching or listening to the Goodell Multiverse podcast up until now, we've been a little trepidatious with the inclusion of Bruce Banner or the inclusion of the Hulk in this movie. But at least for me, and I'll let Ike speak for himself, I was very satisfied with how they did him in this movie. I was shocked. Just shocked at what they did. But anyways, Punisher. Oh my gosh. This is some of the best Punisher I have seen. Personality-wise, as a second fiddle type character. Like, wow. I'm shocked what they put him into this movie, how they did him, and how he complimented Peter in their scenes together. Fantastic. Then the last thing I'll touch upon, which is everyone's burning question, which I believe is like an open secret now, but I'm not saying it because it's still spoiler free at this moment. Sadie Sink. She's a fantastic actress. She can act the crap out of things. I knew that from Stranger Things, so I was anticipating this going into there. She is the only part of this movie that would give me pause. That's the best way I can say it that doesn't get too specific. She's the only character in this movie that just gives me pause about the MCU at large and about the Spider-Man film at large. Other than that, her acting, fantastic. I don't have anything bad to say about that. The visual effects of this movie, so good. Like, really, really good. The cinematography, the New York setting, oh my gosh. It's some of the best Spider-Man stuff in New York we have ever seen of a Spider-Man film. Like, this is a love letter to New York City in the best way possible for Spider-Man. And I will say, just to finish my part off with the spoiler-free review of this, guys, is that poster of Brand New Day that kind of mimics Spider-Man 2 from Sam Raimi's. If you like Spider-Man 2 from Sam Raimi and how personal it was for Peter Parker there and Tobey Maguire and how that story progressed, then you're expecting the same for this one, just like that. It's almost like they did that poster intentionally to say this is our version of the Sam Raimi, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 2, and I think it stuck to landing for that. I was shocked in a good way. I will tell you. I'll say it right now, and then we're going to get in after Ike gives his spoiler-free review. We'll get into why I'm saying it like this. I can't really give this a grade and a proper score because it's not a retrospective. So this score is subject to change, but this is my initial out of the theater gut reaction. If I had to quick question, what is your score 1 to 10 for this movie? My out of the theater score, and I will elaborate in the spoiler talk, is 7 out of 10. And we'll get to why it's not 10 out of 10 in the spoiler discussion. But that's just all I have to say for spoiler free of Spider-Man Brand New Day. I think you definitely should go see it and form your own opinions on it. But in case you want to know ours, after Ike gives his spoiler free review, you're going to hear it. So, Ike, what's your spoiler free review of this movie?
So I've been staying real quiet because I want him to get out there. I know it's hard for him without going into the spoilers because we've kind of chit-chatted a little. I'm going to be real brief because I want to touch on all the stuff you just touched on, but I think you pretty much summed it up real well. There's a couple things I might disagree with you on, but it's only after originally thinking about it. But my first knee-jerk reaction to this movie is pretty much dead on exactly what you said. So, yeah, I'm 7 out of 10 for my coming out of the movie. Now, mind you, this is what makes this movie interesting for me because now I've had several hours to think about it, and I have drastically changed in those several hours.
Okay.
And I might be bold enough to say, now, mind you guys, I just want you to know that, first of all, it's a great movie. Go see it. Go see it multiple times. This is high-end MCU. regardless of whatever nitpicks we might have or talk about, this is a good movie, guys. Like, it's worth the time, it's worth the effort, and I'm telling you, if you like Spider-Man, you will like this movie.
Yes.
Regardless of little nitpicky things, which I think is what's neat. Some of this stuff could have really sucked, and it still was really good as a Spider-Man movie, you know? So with that said, though, not a lot of it sucked. So I will say this, though. In the 12, 15 hours of thinking about it, slept on it, woke up in the middle of the night, it was on my mind, went back to bed, thought all morning about it today. This might be a 10. And I would actually go as far to say this might just be the smartest and possibly the best Spider-Man movie ever made. And that's including with Jean Grey. Can't believe I'm saying it. So we're just going to have to get into our spoiler talk here in a minute so I can really elaborate on that. I have one issue with the movie, and it's really small and minute, and it's a nitpick that is a preference. And I think that when we get to the spoiler talk, we'll talk about it. And I want to point it out to Sammy. It's more just something that we've been talking all along, guys, through our rumor mills and through our news stuff when we hear news about new projects and all that. It is one thing that is glaring to me, but unfortunately, I can't count it against it because I'm on the end, and so is Sam. So we wouldn't even think of this, but someone on the outside of this would think of it. So stick for the spoiler review to get the details on that, because I don't want to say with this one, if you guys are just looking to hear this, I don't want to say that, something that you don't want to know. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. You guys seen a lot of videos. I don't want to jump into anything in particular until we get into spoilers, but I will tell you right now, my walking out reaction is a 7 out of 10. My next day reaction might be a 10, but what it does mean is I need to watch it again, and definitely a third time. But definitely a second time. It has to be watched again. I need to reassure myself that I'm not overthinking it and giving it too much clout that it might not deserve. Maybe my knee-jerk reaction was good and the 7 out of 10 works. And I just am warming up to the other stuff and reacting to it. So maybe the second watch, I'll be like, oh man, that doesn't set as well as the first. Because to be honest with you, the first score of the first time you see a movie, guys, there's recency bias. And the problem is this movie is fun. Like I said, there could be things in it that's glaringly wrong and we just didn't catch on yet because we've only seen it once and it was a riot. Plain and simple. Regardless of anything we might have a problem with it, it wasn't a bad movie.
No.
It just might not be a direction we were expecting or something we liked that they did. Okay, I can't think of something in it that's actually wrong in the sense of, wow, that was a piece of crap or that was a glaring problem. I can't think of that. Only story beats is things that we're going to discuss, I think. Well, no, you agree? Acted well all the way across, regardless of, even with how Jean Grey, this situation gives us a little trepidation. If you had never heard of this character, it's awesome, right? That's kind of what
I agree with that.
So regardless, it's a great movie, and I don't want to take that away from it. But there are story things and what things mean and how it relates that I think need to be discussed. And I think we're going to help each other out with it. And then I can't wait to actually watch it again and watch it the third and the fourth time. And so when we do the retrospective, that'll be a good, true, real, scoring, because we'll have time to really sit and sink our teeth into it. But there's a few things. I'm going to get a little deep on a couple things. It's going to sound like a retrospective, guys, but it's only because, it's the kind of stuff I pay attention to. I've had a lot of thinking about this movie. So I really paid attention a lot. So,
all right. Well, with that said, you've heard our out of theater scores. You've heard Ike's evolution for the past 12 to 14 hours of it too. Now let's get into the nitty gritty part of it. This is your spoiler warning right now. If you do not want to hear any more about Sadie Sink's character, about the story, about the things that happen in this movie, this is your time to stop this episode. Either fast forward if you're on the audio version, or just come back to us on the video version later. We are getting into spoilers in 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh. The emotions that I had watching this movie were like a roller coaster for me. I will say.
Yeah, it was very much.
I was scared going into this movie of what they were going to do. They did take a big swing at introducing Jean Grey. I am having a hard time in my brain and in my heart with seeing if this was a worth it or not. I honestly can tell you, I cannot say too much on the Jean Grey part if it was good until we see more of what they're planning to do. But my initial reaction, I'm gonna put Jean Grey aside for a moment. I'm gonna talk about all these other characters first because I feel like Jean's gonna be the most I'll be talking about, and that's because it's the most blatantly obvious thing of be like, oh my gosh, you've introduced an X-Men character into this movie.
Yeah. So with that, how about we do this then? So it's organized because we can. I think we can go on a tangent easy, both of us, if we don't reel ourselves in. Okay. I kind of broke my notes up into category of like character and stuff.
Okay.
We can run down that, and if there's anything I miss, you know what I mean, you can bring up, right?
Let's do that.
But let's just start right off the top with Peter.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Just Peter Parker, not Spider-Man.
Just Peter, his story, and what all that means and what's going on. And if you want to start there, and then I'll go after that, I think that's the best way to go. So let's talk about Peter first. All spoilers, guys.
All spoilers. So you know, we're just talking. We're free-ranging it.
Back, right?
Free-range chickens right here.
Yeah, so last warning, spoilers.
Yes. If you didn't get it already. So, Peter, I am blown away by Tom Holland's performance of showing a young adult. Finally, us seeing a grown-up Peter Parker, his voice deepened, the problems of adulthood that he goes through. Oh my gosh, the emotional turmoil of not telling MJ and Ned and then seeing them either coincidentally, like it's fate, like he just so happened to be in the same coffee shop as one of them, or this, and sees him and wonders, oh, what is the life that they've built? And goes to see them. Oh my gosh. Maynard. That's an awesome nickname. Good job coming up with that.
Yeah, a great off the top of your head. Crazy name for that.
And to see that those characters are still the same characters, they just don't know each other. Oh my gosh. Tom Holland. Wow. I'm not overstating this. This is like Oscar level performance for Peter Parker for being able to do this and pull this off. The emotional weight of this movie from Peter's standpoint of being alone and feeling how he has to be alone. And I said this a long time ago, guys. We kind of like our Peter Parker by himself alone and a little depressed because we get some of the best Spider-Man. And I think this movie kind of proves it. He is like, I do want him happy, but at the same time, like, oh my, this movie was so good at Peter's emotional development. I'm blown away. I can't say enough adjectives to describe how amazing Peter Parker is in this movie. Well written, so good. So good.
Yeah.
You go and talk.
So I'm going to throw right off the bat here. I love that he has his voices deepen. The cadence of his conversations are more mature.
Mm-hmm.
I like that he sounds, in normal conversation, he even sounds more like he's from Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
Because before he kind of put on the extra Brooklyn sound while he was in the suit to kind of mask it. But now it's like he can't hide it when he's just in talking to regular people.
Mm-hmm.
But he is assimilating as an adult in the place that he's growing up in. And this is probably the perfect mix of the action Spider-Man, the Spider-Man identity crisis, and Peter using his brains as one of his superpowers. Because I forgot while watching the movie, I'm like, man, you got to think about the stuff he created in this movie. Like the tech stuff that he's doing shows how smart Peter Parker is. Mm-hmm. And I love that he basically creates this thing that literally like puts whatever mutant power or power that you have, you know, it kind of like stops it, and it's universal. It's not just for specifically one person. So remember this, guys, there's consequences to this coming. He literally created something that's going to be used as a weapon against mutants in the future.
And it's not just mutants, because
it's any superpower.
That's one thing that we were so worried about going into this movie, is that they were going to make Peter Parker a mutant. And we heard a little rumor they were going to do that. And we're like,
yep.
Is that actually going to happen? They do not use the word, excuse me, my voice is cracking. I need to go through puberty. They did not use the word mutant in this movie. And the comics is very specific on differentiating between a mutate and a mutant. If you don't know the difference, what Peter is going through in this movie is sort of like a mutation, but it's not a mutation like X-Men.
No.
Like a mutant that's born with the X gene.
Right.
This, they make it very clear. This is from the arachnid hormone from the spider that bit him.
Yep.
And when those levels of that hormone are elevated, he gets more spider-like.
Mm-hmm.
That does not mean he turns into a spider, as a lot of people thought he was going to turn into this weird spider human thing. Never did.
Thankfully.
Thankfully.
Cool in the comics, not here.
Yeah, it's cool as like, oh my gosh. But in the movie, I agree. It wouldn't translate well. But they also didn't say that this is something that he had a mutant gene that helped him with the spider thing. They make that very clear.
Yeah,
so
thank God.
If you were thinking, oh, they're going to turn him into a mutant, like what we briefly were, like, oh my God, that would have been horrible. They didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not to say this movie is without his mutants, because what my brother just said is exactly true. He created a device meant to, and it's funny, Bruce Banner says it right to him. If you do this, this is very dangerous. If you even could do this.
Some foreshadowing going on here.
And he does. And it's like my brother said, they said it's universal. So whether you're a mutate or a mutant, this is specifically designed to dampen powers.
Which brings all these powerful beings that we have in this universe, can bring them down to a level that anyone can be an enemy now.
And no one is immune, mutant or not mutant.
Yep.
Captain America would be susceptible to this. The Hulk was supposed to be susceptible to this.
Wolverine.
Yes. Everybody, which means we know what they're going to do with this, the Mutant Registration Act, and doing some crazy cool crap with the X-Men in the future. Good job, Peter.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, but it's funny how there's going to be consequence to it, because that seems to be Spider-Man's thing, right? And I like that they're not shying away from the identity thing in this. I think they really focus on that. It's pretty much the entire story serves Peter's story this whole time.
That's true. Yes.
Yeah, and I like that he's now this transformation at the end where he lets himself become this thing and learns to live with it.
Mm-hmm.
We have a formidable hero here. Like, he's not just Spider-Man. He's a tough dude, man. Like, he's a scary kind of, he could kick some butt.
Oh, my.
And now it's going to make sense. So in the future now, when we do put him up against more formidable villains, we got a Spider-Man that's literally breaking swords with his skin. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, whoa, that's some wild stuff. You know what I mean? And I think that I like that they did that, because, the only way to go is to escalate from here. And if you're going to escalate, it's going to be harder people to fight, right?
Yeah.
And the progression in this movie, it's like of life from a fun teen to graduation to life after school to now young adults going into their fields of practice and all that. It is 100% like this whole franchise with Tom Holland has been that. I can't state enough how the people that made Multiverse of Madness needed to know that they can put these characters in that movie and still make that movie about Doctor Strange, because you did a lot in this movie, but every single character, every single beat, every single thing that happens in this movie is essential to Peter Parker's story and who he is. That idea that you and I were worried this isn't going to feel like a Spider-Man movie because it's got a lot going on, it feels like a Spider-Man movie because it's all about him. I was
pleasantly surprised.
It's more so about him than I actually expected it to be. Like they delivered ×2, in my opinion. And bringing the Aunt May stuff in, it was just like, oh, this guy knows what he's doing. Like, it's just what we needed. It's what we needed in it. It was so emotional. Can't wait to do the retrospective of this movie. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's all I got specifically on Peter right now. Obviously, there's going to be some things in the future or in the rest of this that's going to relate to Peter, but those are the things that stick out the most to me. And yeah, the acting.
Oh my.
If you ever doubted Tom Holland that is he going to get there, he's there. He's got this.
Yeah.
He is Spider-Man. He loves doing it too. You can tell, he's playing this to a T. In fact, he takes on a role in this one that I think I couldn't picture before I saw it on screen. Which I'm going to bring that up later with the Jean Grey stuff. But he took on a role that if you were to tell me this in a pitch meeting, I said, are we going to believe this out of this actor? He's young, looks young. Is this the right time? And then when it happened in the movie, I'm like, oh my God, I am so sold on what they're doing here. It just was undeniable to me that it worked out. But it's more about the Jean stuff too. So we'll get there. If you're all set with that, we want to move on to the next one because like I said, we'll still bring stuff up about him as we go. Yep. But let's talk about MJ for a second. I'm going to start with her here. They finally gave Zendaya something to do. No offense. In the other movies, she just played the part. It was good. And then she was fine. She was funny, and she wasn't a bad actress. She's fantastic. But this time, she really had to bring it. And it was for the best reasons. Her chemistry with Frank Castle, for one, is fantastic. Mm-hmm. The little bit of time that they have together in this, I'm like, there's a movie where the three of these people do something more together that I need to see. Because Frank and her, I like that she likes him and I like that he likes her, but it's a very toxic thing going on there. But I know I say like, guys, spoiler wise, if you haven't seen the movie, it's not like they get together or anything, but it's just, she gives him shit, he gives her shit, and they're both, I like her. She's cool. Yeah. You know what I mean? But it's almost like because she won't take shit from him, and he don't take shit from nobody, and he's like, oh, I'm impressed. You know what I mean? And just how the cadence with them was perfect. Yep. The fact that once she knows the truth about Peter, she ends up telling Peter the hardest thing that most young people learn about when it comes down to love when they're growing up. And that is, it's possible to be so in love with someone, but that someone has none of the same feelings for you. And that is a very hard thing for young people to deal with when you're a youngster. My daughter alone, no offense, I'm not want to call her out, but she understands. She went through her first big love and he broke her heart, And it's hard to talk with your children about that or young kids because we know as we get up, now I'm 40 now, guys. And I mean, I look back on any of my heartbreaks back then and I'm like, how silly was I acting? How goofy did I feel? But then this movie also reminded me that, and I think it helped her when she watched it and raising kids, I've realized that it's important at the time, even though it's silly to us, these high school loves. But this is not only has Peter got to go through something as a hero and becoming a man and dealing with the fact that his own, superpower is mutating in its own. He's also dealing with this is what it's like to really have your heart broken. Like the first hardcore heartbreak. For her to turn to him and say that, and I just don't feel the same. Wow, what a heartbreaking thing. You see it in his face of just, whoa. That's a part of this whole structure of this, everybody forgetting who he is, that he didn't take into account until it happened. Because I think part of him thought, I'm going to tell her. Or she actually finds out because she finds the note. But I think a part of him thought that once she hears it, she's just going to remember. Yeah. That's not the case. No. And it's like, oh, that is heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. And it's part of him growing up. It's part of him figuring this out. And it's just very meta and very good on how they did that and very mature in the way of thinking of how they do this.
I'm impressed on that note. I'm impressed that they chose her reaction how it was. Because any sane person could have read a note like this and thought, this guy's weirdly obsessed with me and has all these weird, but she understands that this actually did happen, and she believes it.
Well, it's because they remembered being saved by him all the time.
Yep, and she believes that this actually happened, but those feelings are wiped away with the memories.
And that's wild. Wow. And if they told me, what should we do with Mary Jane I would have kept it where she never finds out. This is better. This is better. So she finds out, and then part of me was like, oh no, this is going to be this. She's going to know. Oh, okay, we're right back to where we kind of started, but then she's the one that tells him, sorry, dude. I don't know what to tell you. That is freaking brilliant. That's brilliant. It's so brilliant. But what's really neat, though, is they still maintain this like thing where there's a friendship there.
Well, she
gets it. Like, she's just like,
she's still open to allowing him to be friends with her.
She's empathetic to what the truth is. And she sees that in his position, this has got to be awful. But at the same time, it's like, they can't be together. You know what I mean? If she don't love him. But that's saying this won't get fixed, guys. I mean, I'm actually okay if they go into the future and she actually does fall for him and all does come full circle again. But I like that they're going this way now.
I like that they're doing it as a story.
Yeah, because it's got to make. I don't think so. I think we're going to see Peter have a whole new love interest. I think this is the end of MJ. I think we'll see her again. But I think MJ's out of this. I think he's going to have a new love interest. I think that's how it's going to go, truthfully, in my opinion. But
yeah, well, I can foresee them at the end of his arc as Spider-Man getting back together with her and that being the happily ever after.
Yeah, I agree.
But
I agree.
I do agree with your sentiment there that I think that at this point, he now is able to start rebuilding that relationship with her and Ned. And as a friendship, though, and reconnecting some of those dots that have been lost now. And in doing that, he needs to start having his own life. And he now, at the end of this movie, can feel like he can do that, which means we are eventually going to get the Gwen Stacy. We're eventually going to get the Felicia Hardy that's going to become Black Cat that breaks his heart type thing. We're going to get some of that stuff now, which is great because that's one of my worries about going into this movie is that she's going to remember everything. Something's going to happen. They're going to get back together, and no offense to them together, but we've seen movie after movie of them together.
Yeah.
We need a fresher take. There's more to this character than just MJ. And now I feel like we actually have a chance to get there. That's going to be really cool. And I agree with you wholeheartedly on the acting part. No offense to Zendaya, because you are a fantastic actress. You are a fantastic actress. But your role of how you've been pigeonholed into Mary Jane is just this dopey, dark, sarcastic girl.
That's right.
This whole time. But you're now, in story-wise, you're this young woman graduating from college that has no idea who Peter Parker Spider-Man is. And how she was able, when it was Sadie Sink's character, Jean Grey, in her mind act and being able to pull off what looked like a dual personality in doing so. Oh my gosh, that is some of the best acting because it was so blindsided for me. And that part of me is like, oh, wait a minute. I think there's something off here. Then once it finally clicks, you're like, wow. And then you see her reaction to Peter after the kiss. And you're like, oh my gosh. It's such, that is probably one of the best scenes of the entire movie. That revelation of her being able to play like a dual part and doing it so well and pulling at Peter's heartstrings like that.
Oh man, yeah. I was impressed.
My
Very
gosh.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And that helps that they are married because the chemistry's there, and it almost makes it more heartbreaking. Let's just hope that the art doesn't imitate life, right?
Oh my God.
Or life imitate art, I should say. Oh. Yeah, let's keep that in the movie. We want them two to stay together. They look happy.
Yes. Yes. All right.
So let's move on to Frank.
Okay, Frank.
So, you hit on a lot of stuff already, but you know what? What this movie shows that you can take rated R Frank and put him in the PG-13 Frank, and it's fine.
He is awesome in this movie.
He's great. He gets all the edgy stuff, which you would do with a rated R.
And he's not mopey dopey Frank.
Thank freaking
He wasn't, because that's been Ike's biggest complaint about this Punisher.
At the end when he says crying, I'm like, that's all you do is cry. But now I'm like, I love that he's not in this.
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
This is the Punisher I remember from the first Daredevil show that I fell in love with, of a character that I never thought I'd like him. And this is, oh my gosh, John Bernthal and Peter Parker's.
What a buddy cop movie I want so freaking bad. They're so good. I just hope they do a project together outside of this that is more like that, because even as these characters too, but even separately, there's a real life friendship there.
There is.
He was in a movie with Tom when Tom was like 14 years old, so he's watched Tom become a man, and then he was in the Odyssey with him, and then in this again.
Yep.
And so they have quite a relationship, and
they're awesome.
fun to see. Do interviews together. You can see it on screen. It just seeps over. It's so just like it's perfect for them too.
Yep.
I like that, man. When he's shooting at the Hulk in the Hulk scene, he's going right for the face. Like they let him be the Punisher the way the Punisher would be in a rated R movie. They just say don't swear that much, but he does get all the harsher words.
Yeah.
And you keep the same kind of attitude, and you're fine. And John's a great actor that knows how to balance that. He knows what we're talking about, and he just brought it to the plate, man. And he's so good in it. I will tell you this: there is better character development in his 10 minutes and 15 minutes. Let's say, what do you think his time in this movie is? He's probably in it for a good.
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
25
most.
Most, right?
Yeah.
Is better than most of his character arcs and all his other stuff.
It's so good.
This whole him shooting to kill Jean.
I'm going to do it my way.
Doing my way. And not
the arrogance of it.
Yeah, not accidentally shooting Peter, but Peter stepping in the way. It's like he had like a epiphany of, shit, my way can do some wrong. Like even Daredevil can't get that shit through to him the way Peter just did by making one move.
They kept true to Punisher's character.
Amazing. 100%. They did. This is my one problem with the movie that I want to point out right away.
Okay.
I want you to pretend that you've never seen anything of John Bernthal's Punisher until this movie. Do you know who he is?
No.
That's a problem. I'm fine with it because we've seen a lot of the Punisher stuff, almost all of it at this point, and it's pretty self-explanatory. But if you haven't seen the stuff outside of the films, he's just there, and you're just supposed to know who he is. This is my issue this is what makes this complicated about the whole taking things from the TV shows and putting them in the movies. I know I beat on this drum all the time, guys, but here it works for me because I already know who he is. And I can't say it's bad. It's not bad at all. It's actually fantastic. Although, if I didn't know who the Punisher was, I didn't know who this character is. You know, and when she looks at who all these people and all that reference, I would have not understood. You know, we wouldn't have gotten the joke about him talking about the crying thing because they know it. That's why they did it. Yeah, that's like a oof. It is jarring. Not so much for us because we're on the end, right? But if you're not on the end, and here's the thing, you know who's not on the end on that? Probably a lot of the young kids. Probably. Because I think Daredevil and the Punisher's standalone stuff, and even the Daredevil from the Netflix one, I don't know. I wouldn't let my 5-year-old watch Punisher One Last Kill or whatever the hell we watched. Yeah. That's intense. That's gory. You know, I would be very careful about the Daredevil show with my young kid. This movie, though, the kid can handle that.
Yes.
But who is that guy? I don't know. If I was an adult that was a casual movie watcher that doesn't really, I don't even have Disney Plus. I don't watch cartoons. I don't watch the shows. I'm not a nerd. But I like the Marvel Universe. They don't know who this guy is. So it's up and down with that. I don't think it hurts the movie because it doesn't hurt the movie that he's in it. But it's just, I just realized that there is no moment in it where they don't even say Punisher. He's just Frank the whole time.
Yep.
And it's almost like, oof, we're just supposed to know. But maybe I'm being proven wrong. I could look at this two different ways. Am I right to think that we really need to get away from that because one day it's not going to work and that's going to be a glaring problem? It works this time, but will it next time you do this? You know, with a different character that's not a big deal, right? That maybe people haven't seen. Is it going to work when they do this with Wonderman? Because that's what's going to happen. He's just going to be there. And we're going to be like, wait a minute, what's this mean for him? Because that's kind of what's going to happen. Because Wonderman's definitely lesser known than Punisher, that's for sure. The fact that what they got going good for them is that he's a big name character. He has been in a lot of stuff. It's hard not to know who the Punisher is. But if you by chance don't, you're not getting the references they had. It doesn't hurt the story of this movie, but how different of a character would you look at it when you don't see that nuance of he's going to do it his way, staying true to the character? He could come off easily as just someone who's really annoying that should just listen and do what he's told because Peter's right. And every time Peter says, do this, do that, he goes and does the opposite. And it turns out exactly, it's like, don't get within 30 feet of her. He's like, yeah, whatever. And what's he do? I mean, he doesn't do it on purpose, but she comes around the corner and takes control of him. Right. And it's like, you and I get it because he's going to be a butthead like that and go do that. People that don't know the character are going to be like, what a dumb character in this. So that's my only nitpick there. I don't know if you feel the same about that. I don't know if you see where I'm coming from. It's hard to feel that way about it because of how good it is in the movie. But is it only good in the movie because we've been watching the shows? I think that's more true than the other. If you really thought hard and pretended you didn't know him, that would be a character that we'd kind of be like, man, I like that Frank guy. Who is he again? That's how we'd feel about it. Instead, you and I feel better about it because we already know him. But anyway, I digress. That's my one problem with this.
Okay. All right.
Maybe we'll feel differently now when we watch the second time, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But let's talk about Ned for a minute.
Okay.
This is definitely a more mature look at Ned. I love it. I like that he's got like this obsession fueled by this like empty thoughts of something that he doesn't remember. Like he knows there's something, and that's why he's like hardcore about Spider-Man, and they've been saved by him so much, but he doesn't know, but he knows enough to be like, I need to be into this, right? And so he digs right down deep into it. I think this is him and Tom Holland's chemistry in this is at its peak. Like the few scenes they had together, I think are fantastic. I think the end with Ned, I'm going to talk about that real quick, then I'll let you go off on Ned for a second. I think there's two ways to take this ending with Ned, because basically at the ending, what happens is Peter walks in, he buys flowers, which we're assuming he's going to do what with, probably take to Aunt May, right? And he looks over, sees Ned sitting there having coffee or doing his thing. And he walks up, he doesn't really say much. He says hi, and then he goes to do the handshake. And Ned just kind of instinctively goes along with the handshake because it makes sense. He'd remember a handshake like that. He just doesn't remember who it's with, right? And I think this could be taken two ways at the end of this. Like you can either see it as he starts to remember Peter, or he has like a, like basically it starts to happen, and then the movie goes to the end, which makes it all kind of go like, oh my God, is he going to start remembering? Like, is there a thing that's happening here? I don't think that's what they meant with this. I think what they mean is like I think there's a revelation that answers his own obsession with Spider-Man here, that he doesn't understand, and how they've been saved so many times by him. And when they do the handshake, he puts it together that MJ let out the fact that Spider-Man's name is Peter, and Ned is just that smart to realize he's been friends with Spider-Man before, and now he knows his name is Peter. So then when Peter does the handshake with him at the end, he kind of goes, wait a minute, are you this thing that's missing in my life? And I think Ned just guesses his name is Peter, and he smiles, and Ned's just like, holy shit, I was friends with Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Like, I think Ned is just like, I was friends with Spider-Man, and that's what I'm forgetting, or that's what I'm missing. That's why I feel this way. I think it's just a revelation. I don't think it's him remembering it. But with that said, though, guys, I do think that the memories are still repressed, and it started a chain of events by making Ned know at the end as he slowly remember. Like, I think he's going to slowly start to remember. I think that is something that is going to happen. Because I think what happens next is going to spur, like, it's going to like spur into this whole changing his opinion of Peter with whatever events that happen next. And I feel like they did like a reverse to us. I think they ended this whole thing with Ned as he calls it out that he's Peter. He knows Spider-Man's Peter. Now he's figured out this guy's Peter. We had a secret handshake. You're the thing that's missing. We used to be friends. Now I'm happy. And we're like, cool, the friends are back. But I think it's a misdirect by Marvel. I think they want us to feel that way because I think their plan going forward is as he gets his memories back, they're either convoluted or it's changing him and makes him feel a different way. And I think we are going to get a heel turn with Ned. I think it is going to be something that eventually comes. And I think it's actually going to go real sour. I actually think he's going to do something real bad. I think Ned's going to go the distance. I think MJ is going to be out of the MCU because of Ned.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think it's going to become a thing. You know what I mean? But I think they want us to feel all good and happy and giddy and warm about it right now. Because why do it other than just to bring him back? Like, why go full circle? Keep this idea that he's got to be his own. I think they're only doing this because they know this could be a good villain later. And Ned's super smart. Like, he's not just mature now and he's more tolerable and not as silly. You heard all the science stuff he was doing. This kid knows his thing, man.
He knows how the webs were made and everything. Like,
we already know that he knows how to use a sling ring, so he's got a sense with the magic. Like, you telling me you're not setting up for a sweet hobgoblin thing?
Right?
And it's like, this is great. It'd be even more heartbreaking seeing that they become friends again, but only for Ned to maybe he just remembers something differently. Or maybe he realizes, wait a minute, you know what I mean? And it's not the same. And it's just a delusion, which is what was so unique about the Green Goblins. It was always about some sort of thing that was going on like that.
Yep.
So I think I think they're going to stay true to the character and do it like that. But that's how you feel about that. Do you feel like you got any of that glimpse? Did you get any of that kind of feel from it? Am I overthinking that, you think? But I really think that was like, oh, you guys did this on purpose, because that would just be replaying things.
See, this is how my brain worked when I saw that. I kept thinking, all right, what are the logical pieces of this?
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't remember Peter Parker and Spider-Man, but they make that clear in this movie that they remember events where Spider-Man was a part of their life. They just don't realize Peter is Spider-Man. That's the whole thing about this. They don't forget about Spider-Man. They forget Peter Parker is Spider-Man. I don't know how far, like in No Way Home, when he finds out he does have those powers of the ring, sling and all that stuff, the sling ring. If he remembers doing that, and it's just either a blurred face when you see Tom Holland's face, or if it's just he only remembers him in the mask. Because this is the thing, too. It's not only... It's hard to figure this out because they remember they had stuff with Spider-Man, but they don't remember details. Details in the sense that they don't remember... They don't say that they know of where he grew up, which obviously they don't know because Peter Parker and Spider-Man, they don't know they're the same people anymore. Like, he doesn't know a way of getting a hold of him. It's interesting how they've put these pieces together to be like, this is how we're going to tell the story of how they don't remember who Peter is, but they remember who Spider-Man is, but they don't remember Spider-Man is Peter. So it's very hard to figure out what they were meaning by this, and I think they did that intentionally because it's so open-ended that whether Destin Daniel Cretton picks up the sequel to this or someone else does, they can have a different interpretation on it. My interpretation of this is, I think... See, in this movie, he doesn't mention that he knows how to use magic. He never does. It wasn't actually until No Way Home where we find out that his ancestors had abilities that they think that they were able to use magic, and then he actually proved he could do that in No Way Home. All of that happened in one movie. This movie, he doesn't boast about the sling ring thing, so I don't know if he remembers he can do it. And I think that when Doctor Strange did that reverse of the spell, even Stephen Strange didn't remember it. So I don't think a magic user would automatically remember Peter Parker as Spider-Man. But I do think dots were connected, because if it's one thing if he's like, oh, I recognize his handshake, but I don't know what vision of Peter he actually has of him. When they do that, it's slow motion. It's so cool, and it's like muscle memory. Because for Ned and Peter, it was like we saw glimpses of them in all the other movies of them doing it, and they're not even looking at each other. That's how much they just are in sync of those hand motions.
Yeah.
So it made sense that he had just had a muscle memory of that, and at this point, he knew that, hi, I'm Peter Parker. I think he remembers now Peter. He still doesn't know Peter is Spider-Man. I think that part of the spell is still intact. He doesn't know Peter is Spider-Man. But I think he's now remembering, I had a friend named Peter because of that. When to me, it looked like a light bulb went off in his head of, oh, Peter, kind of like how, you grew up, you have a friend that's like in second grade, and then you're adults, and you really don't remember who this person is, and then you see something or they do something, and you're like, oh, yeah, Lily from second grade. Oh, my gosh, I remember you now. I think it's that. I think it's more akin to that. He now remembers that he had a friend named Peter Parker, but it still is not he's Spider-Man. So I don't think
I see that opposite for sure. I don't think that Doctor Strange's thing is reversed. I don't think it can be.
I don't think it's reversed either.
But that would make it think that there's a crack there that can be then that he's remembering Peter Parker.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole thing is he can't remember Peter, because remember, it's not just the fact that he's Spider-Man, but he's forgetting Peter Parker. And I think that is something that's true. I think he heard. I think there's no coincidence that she said Peter to him when he was going out the window. And Ed turned, and we all took it as a joke of him going, Spider's name is Peter. We all laughed, but I think later that's him showing you how smart this kid is, going, he did the handshake. Okay. He's like, Spider-Man's been in my life all the time. Yep. And Spider-Man saved us so many times. Why am I obsessed with Spider-Man? And this kid, we can do this handshake? Wait a minute. Peter? And Peter's just like, and he's just like, oh, and it's boom. And I'm like, he's putting it together, but the actual memories aren't there.
Okay, I see your point, and I did forget that she let it slip. I did, because we only watched it. At least that's how I feel.
I mean, you might be right too, though.
I see that point too, because he is, as we see in this movie, he made an app to track Spider-Man's movements.
He's
like this,
completely obsessed.
Ned is, he is obsessed with him. Even when he says, "I'm not obsessed. I just want to find him." There's
a fine line with obsession, right?
Exactly. Which is why the Hobgoblin thing would be so freaking cool. Anyways, but yeah.
You see where I'm coming from?
I see exactly where you're coming from.
I think the memories of the best friend stuff isn't there still.
You just think he's finally able to connect that Peter is Spider-Man just as naturally.
And that they happen to have known each other. I think he realizes there's a connection there. He's like, there's something. Because that handshake, I think, shows that, wait a minute, there's something here, and your name's, are you Peter? And he smiles, and
it's that part
tells
there.
Him he's Spider-Man.
It's that part there that he feels like he knows him.
That's what I mean. That's why it's hard to say.
It's a fine line, because if you go that route, it's breaking the spell. But it's not. You can easily say he's just connecting the dots and figuring out, oh, yeah, Peter Parker.
But did it even help your side, knowing that he's a kid that can be susceptible to using magic? Maybe he can break the spell, and he doesn't even know he can, and it's starting to happen. So look, there's a lot of reasons this could be that. Either way, it could be correct. He could be guessing it because he is getting the memory back, because maybe the spell won't affect someone that's into the arts, that he doesn't realize, which he's going to remember that he used a sling ring. I mean, the only thing they all forgot is Peter Parker.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I said before, they wondered
what they were doing at the Statue of Liberty in the first place.
Yes.
If you think about it.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because they do remember Peter saving him multiple times. That's why he's looking for him to say thank you, supposedly.
They mention it in this movie all the time.
Yes. So, but one thing I will say to close on the Ned thing while we're debating it.
Yeah, because we can go on for a while.
This has made me interested in Ned for a change, because up until, no offense to him, he's a great character and everything, but there's always this one character in some movies that you're like, do we need him? Do we not? I don't know. Peter needs a best friend. Okay, you got him. This one makes me interested in learning more.
Well, that's why I feel like no matter which direction you go at the end with those two options, works either way.
Yeah.
Because no matter what, I think they're setting up for the heel turn later.
I hope they do.
I think they're
hope
just
they
repeating. Because
Yep.
Peter's got a friend now. Who's his friend now? It's Frank.
do. Mm-hmm.
You know, if we
But now
want
he's trying
really...
he's trying to build that friendship again with Ned. And so now we get to see a whole
different Ned, though, right?
Yes, it is a different Ned because he doesn't remember the growing up
Change-
years.
change
This is
that.
the adult years.
That's right. Oh,
This
it's
would be,
right there.
and Peter
It's
is going to
right
be
there.
remembering all of this. I did
right.
predict some of this
You
for
did.
if they did this. If they are smart and they do that right, Peter's remembering everything. Ned's only remembering from that moment onward. Peter Parker is here.
Mm-hmm. His opinion of Spider-Man is going to change somehow.
Yes.
And it's the friendship thing's not going to factor in because he doesn't remember it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's going to make him bad.
Exactly.
And that's what's going to be heartbreaking.
Yep, because he doesn't have that emotional connection.
And MJ's
going to
fall in love with Peter again, and Ned's going to take her from him.
Yep.
That's what's going to happen.
Because in every universe, there is a green goblin or some sort of goblin.
He's going to be,
and it's always the friend of Peter.
Yep.
It just always is, in some way, shape, or form, you know?
Who do they go after every time?
They go after MJ.
Yep, his love interest, whether it's MJ or Gwen or whoever.
Yep. Yes. Okay,
it's
well.
whatever's going to hurt him the most, because that's what he does.
Yep.
Oh, how awesome. Like, I think if they're not doing it, it's a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
But clearly, that's why they ended the movie on that. They want us to walk away going, oh, the friends are back, because when we start getting further on, it's not going to be the same. So anyway.
All right, who's next on your list?
So let's go ahead and talk about the Hulk real quick.
Okay.
So I love that he's in this as minimal as possible, because I thought he was going to be saturated in this thing, and he really isn't. It's just a great epic scene.
And are you differentiating Bruce Banner from the Hulk, or just like when you're talking about the Hulk? We're talking about
all of it. The Hulk and Bruce Banner. Talk about both of them.
And while we say that, I am so satisfied with how they did the Hulk in this movie, differentiating him from Bruce Banner.
Yep.
They're not one and the same, and that's always been a big thing. They're not one and the same. We haven't seen this type of Hulk at action and this Hulk itself since Ragnarok.
Yeah.
And we get the best of both versions of the Hulk in this one. We get Smart Hulk and Rage Hulk.
I would even argue that he's like closest to the Hulk in the first Hulk movie.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes down to the rage part of it.
Oh my gosh.
Right. Ragnarok was back in base Hulk.
Yes. Yeah. But this is perfect. It's something. And it showed proof that he remembers that Peter is Spider-Man. Yep. Hulk does.
I love how he looks in this, by the way. The CGI of Hulk is so freaking good.
Yes.
I like the subtle changes they've made. I like these taller and bigger. Like, this is a new, like, I'm back, mofo. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's like, oh, boy.
I love when Peter says, I didn't know you could get this big.
Yeah, and that is a big thing.
Yes.
That is a big thing when he holds Peter down. It's like, everyone would be all kind of like, why does he get all sentimental with Peter? It's like, because Hulk remembers Peter.
Yep.
Because Hulk wasn't there. Hulk wasn't in charge when the spell went. And that's a whole different person inside
it's of him. It's a whole different person.
How freaking personality. Brilliant is that?
I love it. And it's so comic accurate, which is even better.
So he says, because he specifically says, it's me, Peter, I'm your friend.
Yep.
Hulk's like, and he looks in the mirror like, I'm about to hurt my friend.
Yep. And then he just decides, I'm just going to fall. Yep. There you go.
That's what makes him go ahead and change back.
My God.
Brilliant.
Yes. Good job. That was one of our worries going into this movie. Is this just a Hulk versus Peter movie type thing? Like, no, it's not.
And I do like that we start out with Smart Hulk.
Yes.
And then, so when it's Rage Hulk, he's not controlled by Jean. And he's just Rage Hulk. And I'm like, yes. And when he's Smart Hulk, he is controlled, which is great. So it shows the break of that. It's just not all of a sudden gone.
And
there's a breaking of the mind that happens here.
That's the thing.
Because of Jean going into his head.
It also shows that the Hulk is not only physically powerful, but mentally powerful as well.
That's right.
That Jean can't control a raging Hulk.
That's right.
That's how indestructible this guy really is.
Yep.
I love that.
Yep. And I think it leaves Bruce in a great spot for better stories coming.
Yep.
Because he's exactly what I told you when we first went into this. I'm worried of like what Hulk's going to do a bunch of stuff in this. Bruce is going to be devastated, and he is. You know? And like, it's all over the news. Everyone's all, now we have to wonder, why did he lose his mind? And it's like, here we go. We're starting this whole, someone's going to say maybe he shouldn't live here anymore. We're going to turn in, he's going to go back to Sakaar, and we're going to have this awesome Hulk movie. I think it's going to have, Universal's going to have to deal with the fact that you just can't do it, and they're going to have to fork it over. And I think we're going to be able to see this movie go down. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But that's all I got for Hulk, and I kind of want to go on to like the mix of the villains. I don't want to talk about each one because we'll save that for our retro. But I do like that it's awesome seeing them placed in this world. And to be honest with you, these moments make the movie feel like the best blend of the old cartoon, the Tobey Maguire and Andrews versions, and all of like the storytelling and cinematography and action from the video games. Like it all feels like it's encompassed in this story by having them there. I disagree with you about the hand. I think that's brilliant how they did them.
Okay.
Why I say that is because I think if you made too much of them being independent, that would have been too much in this movie. The fact that they utilized the hand after they've already been known as villains as like the force that they had them as makes more sense because it just kind of works that way, I think, in this. I just think it makes more sense. That fight scene between the hand and him when she's controlling all of them is freaking awesome.
That's a great fight scene. I'll give you
that. And I don't think it would be that if there was a different plot line with them.
I feel the hand is unnecessary in this movie, and I feel that they actually, because they haven't given context to what is going on with the hand is a huge organization. It's not just a group of ninjas. So they treat the hand in this movie like they're just some lost, wayward hand agents that are now working for them. Why are they working for them? They don't see, when you think of the hand for any comic book person, forget about the Netflix Daredevil show and all that where they were introduced, which really sets them up as this huge organization. We haven't been introduced to that part into the MCU yet. That's why they're doing Daredevil Born Again. They're bringing them all in to this universe. These guys just starting right out right there, it feels very misplaced.
Do you think it's possible though that there's no confirmation about certain things? So like what I mean is like, can it? I don't know. I kind of feel like it's possible. Maybe you're kind of like understating them, because I see I know exactly where you're coming from. And I think the hand has a bigger role in comics and stuff that makes this one feel a little simpler. But maybe it's not that simple. Like what if now that because you gotta remember damage control is gone now. So these guys are just out there. So now now this is the opportunity to get that version of the hand because they're out there doing what they're going to do.
But that even makes it more confusing, in my opinion, because it probably goes back to something you referenced when it came to knowing the Punisher from the shows to the movies.
I know. That's what.
So the hand is exactly like this. If this is the hand from the Netflix show that we last see of them, where in the Netflix shows they are dismantled from the top down with Sigourney Weaver, who is playing the main villain of the hand and helped bring Elektra back, and then she's gone and all that stuff. If you include that stuff in, then I have no problem with this part of the hand in Brand New Day. But the problem is, if you're brand new, you're walking into this movie, all you're introduced to are like 4 red ninjas, and he says, oh, these are members of the hand. But because their leader is gone, we've become their new leader. I'm like, there's something really weird with that there.
I don't think they're the ones from the show. And that's my complaint with these
and
guys.
If that's true, that's even worse, in my opinion.
What works and what doesn't. But if I were to just take the shows out of it, like I'm pretending they don't exist, what they're doing is these are the hand, their leader's gone. Now that they're free of this organization.
They're going for another organization?
Well, the storyline is going to be them looking for their new leader, because that's kind of a storyline in the Spider-Man comics. And it's going to be coming back with Spider-Man. I think the symbiote's going to have a lot to do with that when we get there. I don't think this is the last time you see the hand.
I don't think so either. But this is because the hand are too big for this to be the last time you see them.
I think this is the beginning of the hand in the MCU movies, not in the shows. That's the problem with the darn TV shows, is they're nitpicking what works and what doesn't work.
But yeah, that's the thing about this. Whether if you make what the TV shows did canon for this, parts of it does work, but to your average audience, they wouldn't realize that. If you make it where they're not canon, I think you do a very big disservice to the hand itself.
I think we're going to get them the way you want them later.
Because
they are just members. They're going to go for a new leader, and they're going to want Spider-Man, but they're going to want Spider-Man when he's in the black suit. And it's going to turn into a whole thing. Don't forget.
What's weird is that these characters, they're
just a portion of the hand, and they kicked his ass. They're the villain in it that pushed him to the limit of having to become. I mean, yeah, it was through Jean Grey, but it's only because she's amplifying who they are. She's not a martial artist. They are. She's using their brain to do what they can do. And they killed him almost.
I get when you put them into the movie, all the parts that they do, their action, I can't even say their purpose, but I get the purpose they made them for the movie. Is they're kind of like the martial law officers of this guy, because he has police officers in damage control, but he also has
right now.
Yeah, but that's the part that's really weird.
I think this is one of those things that's going to fall into that thing you said earlier in your non-spoiler review. Is later you're going to appreciate it more because you're going to get the hand that you want.
I hope so.
You see what I'm trying to say?
This is one of those things.
I predict that they did shorthand these guys. I just think you saw a portion of this group, and this showed how powerful they are. Now, can you imagine the full group when they're trying to get the leader?
And I'm gonna give the writers of this movie some credit here, because they could have just put the hand in there and not give any explanation.
Right.
They did. They gave 2 sentences. That I always usually just say to all the writers and directors, say something to acknowledge why they're there, and that's it. So I'm giving you your credit and your flowers right now. You did that. The problem is, the hand is not like your average people. It's weird that they would go from this supernatural part of what they are now to a government agency. There's such a, to me, it's more of a disconnect of someone's like, we want the hand to be in this movie, but we want them to make sense. Oh, let's just have their new leader be the government. Be like, that's the exact opposite of what the hand is. They've toppled governments. They've not joined the government. It's, even if that's one thing they always say about the hand, is even though one person falls, like the Sigourney Weaver character in Defenders, even though she was the top of them, even if she falls, the actress that just passed away that played Madame Gao, she was a member of the hand. Even if one falls, you still have other people that are part of the hand. Like that's the whole shtick about these characters. And they didn't even come from America. They came from like Tibet. They came from Asia, somewhere in Asia, where they have their temples and all this different stuff, where Iron Fist learns about them and all this. There's like a whole school dedicated to them. So it's just, well, that's my only pet peeve. I don't want to get on too much of a ramble on this, but it's
in some defense of that, though, you got to also understand that the person running this department for the government is also running it in a bad way. We don't know his connections to why he's who he is and where it is. I don't think that the Department of Damage Control has been dirty this entire time.
But we do know
at some point it changed hands.
He's not powerful.
That's right. At some point, that's right. You're right. There might be a bigger thing at play here. I think there's no mistake that fight happened and they're still alive and they're still prevalent, and now that agency's gone and they're the ones that made him accept this spider thing in order to win. I think that's going to come back. I really do. I mean, I might eat my words, and they never do it, and they just threw these guys in there hoping that nobody would care. I think they care, though. I think they understand that the hand is a big deal. But I think this was just their way of, see, the hand's coming. We're going to give you a taste, but we're going to save that for an even bigger story.
Yeah.
I think so. But maybe. I hope.
We'll see.
I hope.
We'll see come down the future if they do that. Marvel does have a good reputation if there is something bad in the movie before one of their future movies, they can easily correct it. Shang-Chi is the best example. I'm going to give it all the time for the gold standard of doing stuff like that.
Well, I think this director, when we talk about Gene here, I think this director was very clear in this movie about setup for this trilogy. I think we're getting 2 more of these. I know they haven't announced it officially and all that bullcrap, but I think it's a pretty obvious we're getting 3 more, right?
Yep.
And I think that the idea is he's setting a world up right now, a new, brand new day, a brand new world up of Spider-Man. And part of it's going to be the Hand. Scorpion will be back again. I guarantee it. You know what I mean? We're going to have Ned's going to be the Hobgoblin. There's going to be things that's going to happen that's going to come later. And I think that this movie sets this up to be an arc of all of that. I actually, we'll get into more of that in a different talk. Because let's get on to Jean real quick.
Okay.
And I'm going to let you get your feelings out, because I'm going to pitch you a little bit and see what we can do. Because I'm going to tell you, I don't know if we fall on the same side of the table on this one.
And I am very shocked to hear that statement. So
I know.
I'm this. Okay.
I know.
All right.
So am I. And I'm saying it.
So, yes, Jean Grey is in this movie. No, she is not a multiversal Jean Grey. She is 616 Jean Grey. How do I begin? I've said this before on the podcast. I don't mind if Jean Grey herself is in the movie. What I do mind is how they portray her, what the story beat is for her, where she come from, how are they introducing mutants into this world. My biggest trepidation with this movie is throwing a character like Jean Grey in this is adding a whole new can of worms to a story that could take away from Peter. And I will say they did not take the story away from Peter, so they were true to that part of it. However, they've changed Jean's origin. They've changed mutant origins as we know it so far in the MCU. Because they don't exist in the MCU, and now they do exist, and there's...
Yeah.
Because, we're not going to say she's a mutate. She's a girl that has telepathic powers. They gave her sister powers, which I did look them up online. And when I got done thinking, does her sister ever get powers? Because I don't ever remember them. Like, she doesn't. Normally, she doesn't. There was an idea that she would, but it never happened because it's Jean Grey. She's the one that's in charge. A lot of Jean Grey's story is that either she killed her best friend when she was, or not she killed her best friend, I'm sorry. Her best friend died of an accident, she felt her life force type thing, or she was an only child for some of the different stories are out there too. So I don't like that they gave her a sister that is just as powerful, at the moment at least, she was just as powerful as her.
It could have been, right? Yeah.
I do appreciate that by the end of the movie, she showed that she does more than mind hop. Because I will be honest, I hated that for her. I hated that it felt like they watered her down to a character that's like a villain that mind hops. I don't like that they made her the villain at all. And I see that she is not the intentional villain, so I'll give them that. Yeah. But when she was bad, there were things that she was doing that no normal Jean Grey would do. This is not Phoenix-possessed Jean. Phoenix-possessed Jean would have done that stuff. And unless they decide we're not doing the outer space Phoenix Jean, and she has the Phoenix inside her, which I'm all for. I like that better than the Space Phoenix, but we know they're going to do the Space Phoenix. It's MCU. That's what people's biggest gripe is about. I'm trying to maintain some level of composure while also formulating everything correctly, guys. This is not...
I get how you feel, because I should feel the same way you do.
Jean Grey is supposed to be this character of the nice girl next door, the one you want to take home to meet your mom and dad because you're intending on marrying her, the hot it girl from school that's friends with everyone else because she's too freaking nice. That is who Jean Grey is. She's the one that has a sympathetic hand, but a strong hand too. She's the one who's confident a little bit about, she is more confident about herself until the Phoenix Force or the Phoenix comes into play, and then she becomes that misunderstood girl. They start this off with her being a misunderstood girl. I don't like that. It makes me very nervous on how they're going to be portraying her for this point onward, because this is their entrance of one of the most powerful mutants ever in Marvel Comics. So powerful that she could kill Apocalypse. Like, this is how insanely level power she is. And I don't mind if she was a multiversal one, that she's just here and she's acting in a bad way because she's just trying to get home and people are trying to take her. But it's not that. This movie has nothing to do with multiverse stuff. It leads to so many more questions on who else is out there. How are they going to be doing them? Is this MCU version of the X-Men radically different than what we know of, not just of Fox X-Men, but of the comic X-Men? Is this their time to say, we are redoing the X-Men and we're doing it through the MCU? Because I can see them doing that. They started that with Kamala Khan, thinking, oh, we're going to use the MCU as a way to make her become a mutant as opposed to being the Inhuman she always was. Whether her original intent was that or not, doesn't matter. She was best as an Inhuman. And I feel like they're deciding we're going to take these X-Men characters and we're going to morph them into our version of what we want them to be. And it's going to be something new for us to take. Your casual X-Men fans are not going to like that. I hope this is a one-off. I hope this is we're trying this. We're taking a big swing and let's see if it works. And oh shit. That's what I really feel that they're doing with Jean Grey here. And I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous about what they're going to do to Emma Frost, what they're going to do to Xavier, what they're going to do to Cyclops.
So can I ease your mind maybe?
Go right ahead.
I'm going to try. First thing I'm going to say is you're not wrong. What they are doing is they're changing her origin, for sure, which I'm fine with. They've done this in the MCU anyways with other characters. I'm okay with them messing with it in order to make it work. I actually, after thinking about it, it's more clear to me how they're going to do the X-Men than it was before we started.
Okay.
Please so let me enlighten you, okay? Or let me see if I can help you with it.
Okay.
What this is going to take, though, is the truth is you're right. The things that you wanted or that expect or think should be there, they're not going to give you. So you're either going to be okay with the swing and go for the ride, or it's just no way are you going to ever budge on them changing her thing. But if you hear me out, at least, maybe you'll see why they're doing it this way.
Okay.
First of all, I think starting out with Jean like this as being the prevalent X-Men character. I know they've kind of mentioned the mutant stuff here and there, and we saw Beast, but there is a post-credits thing. But I think Jean being the first time is an obvious X-Men character in a movie. I think that she's going to be a very big main staple going forward. Okay. Which I think
she should be, honestly.
She should be, and we would have guessed that, right?
Yep.
Because they're going to build to a Phoenix, right, eventually. If they didn't, why wouldn't they? Anyways. So, first, I want to touch on the mind-slipping thing. I think it's I think it's a good thing. I think it's to show the progression and development of her powers and how she gets her powers and hones them in. In fact, I kind of like that it's like the earlier years of her life is all I know how to do is this. And it's kind of, as she gets older and as her powers get stronger or as she learns them, it goes into bigger things. I think you even said at first you didn't like the mind thing, but now you see it was like a stepping stone to get to the next thing, right? And I think that that's what they're doing because the jumping from mind to mind went from that to then a bubble at the end of people to eventually it's going to be more people like Xavier again. I think it's all about her being young and her still going through trauma, right? Because I think this is where I think they're getting the X-Men stuff right in this, to believe it or not. Cannot believe I'm saying this, guys, because a week ago, I'd have been like, don't effing do that. And now I've seen it and I'm like, oh, I see what you're doing. And it actually is really good. Anyways. So she ends it. Basically, it's the mind jumping thing is like the stepping stone to the next thing, which is like the bubble of people that she can do it to. Pretty soon she's going to be able to do it like Xavier, right? In a way. She's giving her the new develop being able to move things. Then they give her the new thing, developing her being able to move things with her mind after she has a huge traumatic realization that her sister is dead. Because it wasn't until she realized her sister was dead that this started happening. And that sticks with mutant continuity. If there's anything that we know when it comes down to anything in X-Men or mutant-wise, when does that gene come forward the most? Is when you're in either puberty or through traumatic events, it's forced out, right? So that actually, they stayed right to that in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Just being able to do the extra stuff and move things all come when she looked up, which I got to say is a great twist of seeing the VTech thing and realize, oh, that's nothing. And it's just what her sister saw last. And she realizes that. That's traumatic, man. And she just, everything just was like, it opened that up, right? So that makes sense, really, if you think about it. She knew his sister's dead, and then she saw and had no meaning to a great, or whatever. And also brings into question, it kind of brings into question what the bad guy was really afraid of her finding. Because remember, he's kind of like, we can't let her get something. And it's like, she was looking for VTech, which is like an air conditioning unit. Like, what was he afraid that she was actually looking for? You know what I mean? I think it's the sister stuff, but that's regardless. Anyways, but this idea in this of the government being, or when I say the government, I'm talking damage control, being a group of people that go bad and start doing things to mutants, opens up that door of that discussion that X-Men always has, is how people are going to relate with them and what they're going to try to do to them. And he's doing no different than what Stryker was trying to do with people.
I agree.
So that opens this door up there. And it also opens up the door that, since it's such a secret that this guy has done this, she might not be the only one this has been done to, her sister or her. This is probably multiple things they've worked on, which is probably the stuff he doesn't want out, which is probably what he thought she was coming for, not realizing she was just there to find out about the sister. And in the disguise of the damage control becoming corrupt, it fits the standards of the MCU, where the corrupt agencies always happen. I mean, S.H.I.E.L.D. went corrupt. Everything in the MCU goes corrupt at some point in time when it comes down to the government. And it's always been the argument in the MCU, and it fits for the X-Men stuff. But to get even more deep into it, is I will admit that some of the sinister feeling stuff she did in this was pretty shocking. Like the whole pretending to be MJ, the people that she actually hurt. The dropping the bad guy across the room, or dragging him across the room was a very much Phoenix thing of like lift him off the ground and dragging him to her. Yeah, I get it. Those are the times I was like, oh man, this is stuff. Why are we doing this now? You know what I mean? Like, and it kind of, it's definitely tough because it is definitely hard stuff to see. But the big thing in the room here that we need to talk about is doing Jean this way in a world where the influence of a Magneto or a Professor X isn't here yet. I will tell you, you said something earlier where now the mutants are here. Just because she's here doesn't mean they're all here. I don't think the absence of mutants means there's none, and I don't think that there's a couple means there's all of them. I just think that they're going to choose the way to bring the mutants in and to relate them to this world that we are going to make whole again is going to be the 616 is ours. Right? Or no, not 616. What are we? What's the main Earth?
It's 616.
It is 616?
Yeah.
I thought it was a bunch of different ones, but I didn't know. Anyways, but I think she is going to be that conduit, okay? She's going to be the mutant that started here, basically. Get back. Sorry, guys, I wrote this down. I don't want to. But in a world where there's no Magneto, no Professor X, giving us a glimpse into the struggle and anger and fear she has right off the bat, and using Peter, or essentially also using Aunt May, to be the thing that points her morally in the right direction is actually a smart idea. Because so future-wise, when Rogue does come, or in any mutant that does come going through this, she can relate and be a key role in helping Professor Xavier help others and be a part of the school and potentially an X-Men, of other people becoming an X-Men, because she's definitely going to become one. So Professor X and his ideals are familiar to her, and she accepts them and goes along with them. And she accepts them because they're good and becomes a model good. She becomes a good model. She becomes someone to look up to. because Professor X proves what Peter tells her at the end. Peter tells her that there's going to be hope. There's going to be all this stuff, that you're not alone. And when she does meet Professor X, who's going to come from a different universe, he's going to say a lot of the same stuff. And she's going to be like, holy cow, this is right. And her heel turn from being this kid that's afraid with all this kind of crap going on is going to be this gene that you want. It's going to be that school gene that's real nice and real kind and doing her whole thing, because she's going to be moving on from this. I think the point is I see that when she does meet Xavier after what's happened in this movie, I think through Peter, how do I put this in words that I didn't mix up here? It's sticking to the fundamental theme in X-Men that we all stumble and deserve a second chance, and that you're not alone in this. That's repeated in X-Men lore all the time. The movies and the comics, they repeat this, that there's hope and that you're not alone. It's like Wolverine in X-Men 1 with Rogue tells her, look, this makes you feel not alone. This Xavier guy's a pretty good guy. It's like when they find Quicksilver in Days of Future Past, what do they say? You're not alone, right? And Quicksilver's like, oh, wow, he does a whole joke where it's gross and all that. So the relationship between Eric and Charles starts of how he basically shows Eric that he's not alone here, that you don't have to do this alone. And even in Apocalypse, he literally tells Apocalypse in the dream world that he's not alone. And then Jean presents herself as the Phoenix and destroys Apocalypse, and all is revealed and all that bullcrap, which is awesome. But, in turn, either way, they do, no matter how they do the Phoenix in the future, the fact that we get to see her as this troubled kid and get to see her trying to do better, or we get to see her, we get to see her as this troubled kid who goes through this trauma, sees her sister die, and almost kills this guy. She's not the villain of this movie. And you pointed out, and you understand that. But it's even more than that, because they would have failed this if she was the villain, if she was trying to do something that was going to hurt a lot of people and that was going to destroy the world or something. But this was literally her just getting to this guy and getting to this answer. And people in the meantime were in the middle of it in collateral damage, which makes sense to someone who's a kid that isn't directed by someone like Professor Xavier. And why this works future-wise for the Phoenix, because now either direction you go with the Phoenix later, if we see her go from this troubled kid and doing these things, Peter pointing her in the right direction, because they're in the same boat about being alone and about who they are, points her in the right direction. She goes off on her own, finds Professor Xavier after all the Doomsday crap happens, sees that that's a safe place, and Peter was right. I stay. She gets modeled into the gene that we know. And then we see this progression all this time of all this coming from this to there. When, say they decide the Phoenix is inside of her and it's a multiple personality thing, that multiple personality is going to use that darkness and that fear and that trauma from before, and we're going to see it come back amplified. Let's say the Phoenix, they do it from space, which is probably most likely, to be honest. Then that thing is going to come into her and it's going to use that same fear and same trauma from before to amplify her and what she does. So either way, you're going to get the same outcome.
Mm-hmm.
We're just getting it, like you said, the thing we're worried about the most in the beginning. It's like it works because there was no world-ending, life-shattering thing that was her goal. It wasn't talking her out of destroying the world like a legit villain would be. It was showing her another path, like Xavier always does. It was giving her that big X-Men theme, hope, right? And it serves Peter's story by letting Aunt May's words and speak to her while she was in Peter's mind the way they did. You know what I'm saying? And it also helped Peter because Peter went from needing Aunt May and needing those words to now understanding that Andrew Garfield's version of Spider-Man was right, that you're going to go through a dark time, which is this whole movie, and you don't do it alone, because I did, and it's awful. And here, what's Peter trying to do this entire time? Trying to do it alone, right? And it's awful. It's awful for him. What does he do? I don't think it's a coincidence that Aunt May's sitting there. She goes in the mine. She's sitting there. Aunt May's there, and they're having this conversation. I think that was a very big point that Peter comes over. He sits down next to her, right where Aunt May was sitting, and says the same things to her and becomes that for her at that moment. And I think that's a changing thing in her life. And then on top of it, him putting up his life on the line for her. Because look what she does, the most Jean Grey thing after he gets shot that Jean Grey would do. Like, Jean Grey wouldn't let someone die if she could help it, right? She does a complete opposite thing of what she was doing 10 minutes before the scene, right there in that moment. When you realize that he was shot and she was keeping him alive the whole time so he could heal enough to get better, is mind-blowing, actually. It shows how far her powers went in that traumatic involvement with this guy and finding out that her sister was actually killed the way she was. And it also shows you that's the kind of Jean Grey you're going to get. A very compassionate, loving, caring, understanding Jean Grey. But she had to come from trauma. And they showed us this trauma in this movie by serving Peter's story, where Peter became her Uncle Ben in a way. Uncle May or Aunt May or Uncle Ben, by sitting there and saying, "You're not alone, I'm here," which is all the things he needs to hear her say. But he does that for her. He legitimately becomes a man in that moment of, I am that now. I'm not. That was that thing I was talking about earlier, where how are we ever going to believe that Peter becomes one of the OGs as a good adult man? Right there, it happened. And it's like, oh, I believe this. Yeah, he is someone that did something very responsible and big, a big step that he needed to do. And he did it with the courage from Aunt May. He became Aunt May to her, which is going to lead her to someone like Professor X, which is going to lead her into becoming Jean, or he's going to lead her into becoming Jean that we know of. So then when she does the heel turn later, it's even more heartbreaking because we know where it came from. And we know where it kind of started. We saw it from the very beginning. Because the one thing that we don't see in Jean's thing is there is, yes, with all, the comics do it. I'm talking movie-wise. We don't really ever see, other than like a flashbacks or clips of what happened to her that was traumatic that made her powers come out. This time they just dove deep into it and they decided to give it the edge that you and I were worried about. And you know what? At first I was like, really? But as it went, as we got to the end and we got that moment with her and we got those moments with her and seeing how it related to Peter and where it went, I realized what they were doing. And I was like, this is actually it's almost brilliant, because it's hard to bring the X-Men into this world with it being relative. But this is going to make it relative, because some of these X-Men are definitely going to come from multiverses. We know it. They definitely are, because clearly not all the mutants are here, or everybody would know. But I think there's going to be a handful that are from here, and she happens to be one of them. And she happens to be one of them that's going to be the start, like, of the X-Men on a big portion of it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that arc is there, and I see it, and I'm on board. I'm on board. I'm on board enough to give it the chance, because I think this is the only time you're going to see her this way. I think when we're moving forward, you're going to see her progressively become that confident young woman that gets a little older and grows up quick, because Xavier's going to say all the right things to her that she just heard from Peter, and Peter put it in her mind, which came from Aunt May. You know what I mean? Which is actually almost brilliant. It's real brilliant that and they're in the perfect position for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's in that position to point her in the right direction. Because if it was Magneto, he'd have her and she'd be a bad guy. There had to be a point in time where who she decided she was going to be needed to point her in that direction. And Peter did it. And the direction it's pointed in is Professor X once he shows up. Because he's going to say all these things. And she's going to say, wow, there are people out there like that. Professor X isn't just saying things, because guess who pointed me in the right way? A guy just like you, who's telling me I'm not alone and that there's a different way. And then she kept him alive. I see it. I know it's hard to swallow, but it is a thing. I think it is something you need to either, I'm at peace with this or I'm not. And I'm going to eat my words. I think it's very smart. I think it's brilliant. I don't think they did a disservice to her character whatsoever. If anything, it kind of improved upon what it can be later. I know Rogue has a similar story, and that's like, oh, why do two of them? But how else would you get someone like Rogue that's gone through a bunch of shit and back and forth, good guy, bad guy, sit down and say, hey, I used to be you. Because what's Peter tell her? I used to be you. It's like, it almost is like a mirror image of what the X-Men stand for. Peter literally gave her what? The thing that Xavier always tells them. What Xavier say to Xavier in Days of Future Past? What do I need you to get back? Hope. Peter literally gave her hope, which is what she's going to find in Professor X. And I just think I'm like, yep, I see it. Because she didn't do anything that made you think, oh, that's unredeemable. 100%. You even, like, I think you would agree that when you get to the end, you realize, oh, this poor girl been through some shit. If she wasn't Jean Grey, if she was anybody else, we'd be like, man, that girl's been through shit. No wonder she's doing what she's doing. It's the same thing. She wasn't out to destroy the world. She wasn't out to really hurt people. In fact, she threw that thing back to Peter. She toyed with him and stuff, but she's an angry little girl that wants to get what she wants. She wants answers about her sister, whom she still thinks is alive. And now she finds out she's not. I think we're lucky he was able to talk her out of it. But he was. And it's because he was in a position to do so. And that he wouldn't have been able to do that if he wasn't the Peter that stepped up, as that was his final step up. It wasn't about his love life. It wasn't about who he should be. It was about being that for somebody else. And that's huge, I think, for Peter, for her, for the future stuff with her, with Professor X. I think that's huge. I really do think it's way bigger than we are remembering it now. I think we're going to watch that. We're going to see those scenes again and be like, oh yeah, that is huge. And I hope maybe you watch it with those glasses on through this lens and see what you think. I think that'll help you. Me throwing that out there to you, that perspective of it, maybe when we watch it the second time, you'll be like, oh, I see where you're coming from. And it might make you feel better and get on board with it. Because it's made me go, if you can do this with Jean, and if it is true, I mean, worst case is I get proved wrong and it sucks later, right? I think that's the only way we're going to know is until we see what happens later. But I think this guy's setting things up. I think that's why they got him doing it. I think he's good at it. I think this guy knows what he's doing. I think the Russos coached him into it. I think they said, this is a good way to do it because this is how we want to do it. This is what you can do because you had a good idea. Go ahead and do your idea because it's going to fit with ours and it's going to work. And I think this guy knows how to set future things up. And that's what he did here. I really do think that's what he did here. But that's all I got. I don't know. I mean, I know I wrote it all down in a hurry today. It's a little messy. I didn't explain it well, but like I said, I want to see this movie again. I want to make sure I'm right. But from all the references I'm looking at in it, I do see like this is us getting a peek at what she is capable of as an angry young girl. I can see what the Phoenix taps into later. And it's almost kind of a foreshadowing tragedy that's going to happen. And I kind of like that. I kind of like it. And truthfully, this was an arc for Peter that needed to be there because not only did he accept being Spider-Man and accept this mutation, but he become this for her, which is big. He became the MA for her, which is something he always felt like he needed more of, there's the grief for her, and this is all over the place. Feel a little better?
I agree with a lot of your points. I see a little more of where you're coming from. And if they follow this up with how you are hoping they do, which is you're the one who's going to be hanging on to hope for this thing, because I am still, I hear you. I'm not saying I disagree with you.
There, though.
I see all the themes. Yeah. Yes, I'm glad you're able to lay them out, and I hope that our audience, if you were anything like me and you listen to that, I hope you were able to take away some of that and be like, okay, I see this point of view. I see this. If this is their intention, then I will say this is genius level writing.
I think it is.
The only way this works is if it's followed through.
I agree. So far, it's genius to me.
Jake Schreier has to be able to commit to that for his X-Men movie, to be able to reference that. And this will have to be rippled down the line more than just one movie.
I agree.
For some of this to start clicking, especially when you get to the more personal movies of Jean. If they do like a Dark Phoenix to Apocalypse, what happened, then it's all to shit. That's the nicest way to say it. But
yeah, I think
it's contingent upon what you have theorized.
So I think what I'm trying to say is the building blocks are there. And because they're there, I can see this as potentially brilliant.
Marvel, you better hire my brother to write some of your Jean Grey stuff.
Doesn't it sound good?
It's the only way that was going to make this movie.
When we watch Multiverse of Madness and Xavier says that line, everybody stumbles and they all deserve a second chance. This is the first thing that came in my head when I started thinking about what happened to her in this. And to me, it's like they know these characters, and that's going to be a theme, which is the thing that we're worried about they're going to lose with the X-Men. And this made me think that they're not going to. I think he's got this. I think he knows what he's doing with the X-Men. Okay. I think he sat back and said, we're going to keep that alive. Like, if you're going to do Jean, it's got to be like this. Yeah, I think they let him take a big swing on how they did it, because it was a big swing.
Yes.
Giving her a different, with a sister and all that. There's a lot of big stuff.
Yep.
But once, I tell you what, it was the VTech thing that did it to me. I was not in it. I was feeling the exact same way you were until she saw that thing on the thing and then realized her sister was dead. And then her powers came. And then I realized, oh, they're creating Jean right now. We're at the very beginning of Jean. It's not going to be, here's Jean. She's this. We're going to hear about her past. Okay. We're seeing the very beginning.
We're seeing her past.
Yep.
I could get on board with that.
And it's just unique that Peter ends up being the one that is that conduit to the, because what does he tell? It's hope. It's we're not alone. It's all Xavier shit. It's so good. Like, it's like almost perfect. Yeah, it's a big ask, but this is one of the biggest.
If this is all true, if what you laid out is exactly why they planned it and did this movie the exact same way, one, it will be solidified in a future film because they have to solidify it. Right now, it's just the clay they've molded. They have to make it harden.
It's got a payoff.
Yes, this has to have a payoff.
Which might take a while.
If this happens, if that does it, this...
Yeah. You're thinking what I'm thinking.
If that happens, exactly, and they reference it because of this movie is an easy 10 out of 10.
Oh,
this movie is probably a 20 out of 10.
Yeah.
This is, and I'm not saying this to start cowtailing to any other belief or anything like that or every perspective. If what you laid out is to a T what we love about the X-Men, we talk about them all the time. I am seeing it through the eyes of this is Jean Grey in a Spider-Man movie. I am not seeing this, and until now, how you've explained it this way, as this is a Jean Grey origin. It still brings questions on mutants in the MCU, which they have not addressed, and she is a mutant.
But our question doesn't necessarily mean it's all effed, right? It just means we don't know yet.
That's true.
Yep.
They have time to explain that, and that might be their first X-Men movie, is explaining these are mutants, and these are the ones that we've identified, and these are your team now.
Yeah. I think Doomsday is going to have, or the two movies coming are going to have a lot to do with this.
And in doing it like this, I feel like they may be reshaping the X-Men, but it might not be in a bad way.
I think the reshaping is going to be how they become the X-Men, but I think you're going to eventually get exactly who we should have.
Well,
does that make sense?
Well, that's what comes to my brain when it comes to the casting of Emma Frost as the first thing they decide to announce. Like, the X-Men team we're going to get is not going to be what everyone has been thinking they are.
I agree.
I think, yes, we are obviously getting Jean. We now obviously are getting Emma. If we're getting the good Emma.
I think we're getting Cyclops.
Yeah, there's going to be some core members like Storm that obvious. They're synonymous with the X-Men. It's like you can't have them without them being at least referenced, if not part of it.
I actually think Storm was going to come later.
I
think they're going to do her justice that she's going to come in as someone that's a little older the way she should be.
I hope so. I hope they do that through the Black Panther movie.
So do I.
Showing that. Yes, I agree.
Think that's exactly what's going to happen. But anyways, that's speculation. Yeah.
This is one of the biggest swings I would say the Marvel has ever done.
There's even another level of genius to it too.
There is.
And that second level of genius is it's still a Peter Parker movie. with a Jean origin.
I wish someone like one of the writers or Destin himself was. We able to pitch this to him and be like, "Is this what you came up with?" Even if it was privately, without the mics and cameras. If he said
once, if we're onto something, just like,
if he says, "Oh my gosh, this Isaiah guy cracked the code of what we came up with," if he says something like that, or we had something like that, it's revealed that this is their intention the whole time, then I will say my little rant before this, which is valid. I'm going to say is still valid.
100%.
I will stand by all the words that I said because I'm looking at this as these are my X-Men that you are trying to bring into this universe that I love dearly.
It's scary. I get it. But you know what?
This would be genius
if that conversation was with the Russos and him and Feige. All of them sat down and said, "Look, you need to do a Jean Grey origin story, but it's got to be a Spider-Man movie." So not only did it be a Jean Grey origin, it served the Spider-Man story.
Spider-Man
so it
becoming
never
the man.
felt like it wasn't Spider-Man's movie. But yes, she still had an origin in it.
If that's
it's
really
freaking brilliant.
If this was their intention, I am
while keeping the same values that the X-Men
Yes,
have.
If this was their intention. I only keep saying if because my brother can come up with some really great reasons for some things of the movies, and then sometimes where we are let down. Like we've come up with some really good story ideas, and we're like, "Oh, what the heck did they do?"
This is true.
So
I'm just going on a whim.
Yes,
I'm just going on what it made me feel.
If you're
honest, so
if you overthinking this in a good way and deep diving into this came up with this the exact same mentality that they had writing this and producing this, then that is genius. That is really
it's all over this movie, right?
Yeah.
The idea that Hulk recognizes him, all these little nuanced things that's in the perfection of the writing makes me think that, boy, these guys are this good, and the Russos are good enough to come up with these kind of stories. Look at how good it is from, you think about storyline, think of Captain America Winter Soldier to the end of Endgame. It's straight up brilliant.
Yep.
This level with those guys.
Yep.
So to me, it's like, I think they're seeing big picture. And this movie just happened to be good in that sense too.
Well, I think this is something that not only myself, but our audience will have to sit back and chew on and maybe see it from this perspective. If this is their intention, then this is mind-blowing.
So what I want to do, though, is when we go see it the second time,
look it through that lens
and see if I'm full of shit or not. because I might be. I might come back on, guys, after we see it again and be like, sorry about that. I watched it again and I missed a few things.
And I might come back on and say, my eyes have been opened. Like
all is revealed.
All is revealed.
How meta
like,
is that?
like glass. I'm wearing glasses for the first time kind of thing. Like, oh my.
If you say all is revealed, it's so meta because of a pocket. Oh my God, that'd be so funny.
I love that movie so much.
Let's touch on real quick the post-credit scene because this has gone on way longer.
I was just going to say, let's do that and then we'll go right from there into our retrospective because all right, post-credit scene of the Spidey tracker losing track of Spider-Man, then all of a sudden it finds him outside of the world.
Yeah, in space somewhere.
In space.
Yeah, just not on Earth or whatever.
So I'm going to tell you the only thing that comes in my brain for this, that to me I'm like, okay, this is a clear reference. He's going to be in Secret Wars. To me, this is our Earth has died as we know it. Our universe has collapsed, but it's just a friendly nod using that fun technology there to say, oh, he's on Battleworld. We're going to see him in Secret Wars.
Yep.
I think that's the only nod that's going to be.
Yep.
It doesn't, at the end it says Spider-Man will return. It doesn't clarify in Secret Wars and Doomsday and Spider-Man 5.
Right.
It just says he will return, which we kind of know he's going to return. Which also, them being confident enough to put that in there tells me they've planned out a trilogy for this guy.
Yeah, me too.
Their contract has said, oh, it's far beyond Brand New Day. It's more stuff. Anyways, what are your theories?
Yeah, so the one it's the long shot one. At first I thought this, but then I thought more of what you just said. But at first I was kind of like, oh, this is kind of cool. The app is I thought maybe the app was confused and it detects Peter Parker in space or Spider-Man in space. which might be their fun way of telling us an incursion is coming, and it's actually detecting a different Spider-Man, because I think we all have these rumors that there's another Spider-Man coming in.
Okay.
So I think that it can be taken that way, although it does say that he kind of goes missing. So I lean more towards exactly what you said. I would say that it shows that suddenly Peter is taken from Earth by Doctor Strange and put somewhere else that could be multiversal meaning. And this would make the theory of Doctor Strange doing that would be awesome if that's the case. But it also kind of points to if you really think about it, this movie was supposed to come out between Doomsday and Infinity War at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And when it says Peter Parker will return, they took out the whole Peter Parker will return in Avengers Infinity War, because they want you to not know when he's coming, because they want to keep it secret about what happens in Doomsday and on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they know that we know Infinity or Secret Wars is coming, but they want you to think that there's a possibility that Peter Parker still shows up in Doomsday. I don't think he's going to show up in Doomsday at all. If not, maybe at the very end.
Yeah,
I think this post-credit scene shows him being taken out by Sling Ring like that, because it does happen fast, and put somewhere else because shit's about to go down, and shit starts to go down, and the Doomsday stuff happens, and then Peter, along with, if you notice, there's another character in the MCU that they say this person will return without saying the name of the movie, and that's Peter Quill. And I think he might be part of that same crew of people that are put aside that do come and help bring people back, which I think would be a great mix. And then meeting again, and then giving Peter Quill the chance to be part of the crew that saves everybody, because he wasn't part of that in Endgame. He was one of the ones that dusted. We're doing this whole, the old Gs are kind of going to help the new G's kind of thing. Yep. So I think that's a theme that's happening. I think that's what this post.
And I think that gives more validity to your theory of Doctor Strange seeing more than just Thanos being defeated.
Yep,
he sees
much.
The main future.
Yep.
Which I hope that actually does pay off for you, because that would be
right?
That would be another genius level of
it would make
writing.
All this other bullshit at least tolerable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you see why it's confusing, because, okay, we didn't know this little bit of information.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's key. And there's one meta thing about this whole thing that I will say genius wise about this movie, and then we're going to close this off to get to our main event.
Mm-hmm.
You realize that this is why I think I'm right. Not about the Doctor Strange thing.
About the gene.
I think I'm about 60% right about Doctor Strange. I'd say it's worth putting $20 on for the Doctor Strange thing.
Yeah.
But the gene and the genius writing about this, I think, is there, because there's a meta writing thing on this that they did. They're probably like, how can we tell another Spider-Man story that's unique and fun and different and do all these things and really make it awesome and show him growing up and being somebody, like becoming this, without it repeating what we've seen in the past. And a lot of people have said, we've even said in our thing, and you said it here, that this movie is closer to Spider-Man 2, with how it's the New York City is more prevalent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And storyline wise, the deeper emotions about like that Spider-Man 2 has with Tobey. And the posters alone are very Spider-Man 2.
Mm-hmm.
It was very obvious that there's a lot of influence of, they want that feel, right?
Yep.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that in Spider-Man 2, Peter Parker was giving up Spider-Man to be Peter, and he was losing his webbing. And in this movie, he was giving up Peter Parker to be Spider-Man, and he's gaining his webbing. I think there's some genius level thought between that as well. Did you notice that?
That's interesting.
Tobey was literally the Peter Parker in Spider-Man 2. I don't want to be Spider-Man no more. I want to go be with her. And then he goes through this existential problem. And he starts losing stuff, you know what I mean? And then in this movie, it's, I'm giving up Peter Parker. I'm becoming Spider-Man fully. And he starts gaining. I don't think that there's a coincidence there. I think it is. I think the powers, just like they described in this movie, I think the powers of what he can be and what that bite did to him and changed him very much fluctuates as he gets older, and his mentality and how he thinks and how his mood is, which goes to like a lot of the power sets in a lot of these characters in these movies. I think is a lot like Thor's a big one. If Thor's in a good mood and he feels confident, he's going to kick some ass. If he's sad or he's tired or he's hurt, he's not going to be powerful. I think that I think their powers complement what's going on inside a lot. which even the Hulk kind of fits that if you think about it in this one. You know what I mean? Like in that lens. So yeah, I think there is genius level writing going on because that to me is like, oh my God, it's like the opposite of that movie. You know what I mean? It's like wild.
So since we watched this movie for the first time, I haven't watched any of the other people's the other YouTubers spoiler reviews and all that stuff because I didn't want it to influence my initial thoughts of this movie. I told myself after we go through these initial thoughts with you guys, then I would start watching some different things. If anyone says the same thing that you do, I need to check my IQ and make sure I need to eat some more almonds or something to get my brain as to the capacity that you guys got because I thought I was good. I
feel like we're going to hear, you know what I think? I think you're going to hear a lot of people say they like it, but I don't know if they're going to go as deep as I just did. I don't think they're going to say it like that. I think they're just going to say it's cool.
Because I'll be honest, some of these YouTubers that kind of tick me off a little bit. They're very nonchalant about introducing Jean Grey.
Yep, they are.
And
it's a big deal.
I don't think that they're thinking of it in your level, like this is what they're going to do, so I'm going to say you guys are idiots if you don't want Jean Grey in there. I think they're doing it from an arrogant point of view, but
I agree.
Say this. Yes.
I'm gonna like this, I think, for different reasons than most of them on the internet are gonna like this.
They're gonna like it because Jean is there.
It's a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, do whatever you want to do. We're in.
But you're gonna like it because you see a deeper meaning to it.
Because I see it actually being more true to what we think it is.
So it's kind of like in the midst of this, they're kind of in the middle. I'm on the other end of I see, in my view, a deeper meaning of the X-Men and mutants, and I don't like it. You see on the other end of the spectrum there, a deeper meaning of how they're portraying the mutant issue and potentially setting up a future for this particular character, and you're loving it even more than what the people on the YouTube would say, oh, we like it because it's non-consequential to them. For us, this is consequential, which is where I am on the other side at the moment. I hear your stuff, but I'm just reiterating what I said earlier. I'm on the other side of I worry how they're going to do this. And was this swing the best swing? And then you're on the opposite side of that saying, oh, they did the swing, and I think they hit it really well.
If it's what it is, it's there. I want you, when you lay your head down tonight to go to bed, I want one of the thoughts that goes through your, not necessarily the exact dialogue, but I want you to think of two specific scenes from an X-Men movie and from this movie.
Okay.
I want you to lay on your pillow, and I want you to think about the scene of Xavier projecting himself standing in front of Mystique while she's trying to kill the president in Days of Future Past. And he gives her a speech of a different path. And I want you to think of the scene of Peter sitting next to her telling her the same thing while she's about to kill that guy with a glass. And tell me that's not the same damn thing.
See, that's why we need to do a second watching the movie so I can be able to see it through that lens too.
The first thing, when I was watching that movie, it's the first thing that came to my head. Which made me go, this is genius. Isn't that wild? Anyways, I want you to watch it through that perspective because you do need to see it a second time. You do. I do too. I might be wrong, but this the first when they did that, I'm like, oh, this is that same scene. Oh, the climax of this movie was talking her down into a different way. What's the climax of that movie? The same thing. The themes are there. If they accidentally did it, then
wow,
there's no way they accidentally did it. No way. I can't imagine they accidentally did this. They just took a different way of getting there, which is tough to swallow. But once you do, you're almost like, it's kind of perfect.
Someone from Marvel, please comment or come onto our show.
If I don't wake up tomorrow, webinar. I promise you I didn't want to hurt myself.
It's just Kevin Feige.
Yeah, this is just Disney with the mouse with his little blow dart coming after me.
Well, with that said, guys, what are your out of the theater scores for Spider-Man Brand New Day? Do you like Ike's theory of why this all works brilliantly, or are you more on the side of me where I'm a little more trepidatious with what they're going to do with the mutants moving on?
At the very least, we both agree it's a great movie anyway.
We agree. Yeah. Yes, I completely agree. I feel like, and I'm telling you this right now, if what happens with Ike is true, especially in a couple rewatches of this, and I'm starting to see the light a little bit more because I've been in a little bit of Peter Parker darkness for a little bit. This out of the theater score, I know is subject to change because his initial gut reaction of, okay, this is how I felt and this is how I was feeling during the movie. But that's why retrospectives, we watch them 2 or 3 times to see, do we really feel this way or are we seeing it in a different way? If this is true, the fact that you call all this in your first time watching it, kudos to you. Because sometimes I need to watch a Marvel movie 2 or 3 times just to absorb what the heck is going on sometimes.
Yeah, odd. It's a no. See, well, a lot of it. I just watched a lot of movies, man. Like I just retain a lot of that stuff. I can go on 3 hours about how Jaws is misunderstood, even though people still say it's an amazing movie. I think they're still missing something even more brilliant about it. But that's just my problem. No, well, we've been gearing up. I'll be honest with you. My watching these movies, my game on that has gotten stronger since we've been doing this because I'm now looking for them. I'm like, I'm in. And this, I don't know if we're both in the same level, but it really hinges for me personally, how good these movies are and the direction they decide to go. It really hinges on my thoughts on how much I'm excited for the future of this. This movie, I was really worried about this movie. So I think I went in with my antennas, like really looking, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because of that, coming out of it, I'm like, okay, I see this and I see that. Plus I took notes while I watched the movie. It was just quick stuff.
It was
just things that made me say, I got to think about that later.
I was going to start doing that. I wrote down one thing, his deeper voice, and then I stopped writing notes because I didn't want to be too distracted writing notes and watching the movie. And I'm like, all right, I'll just watch the movie.
There's a point. There's a point towards the middle where I kind of stopped because it just washed over me that, man, I'm just having a good time. But as things were happening, my brain was quickly going, and especially the Jean Grey stuff, because that's where we're worried. Yeah. I was waiting for that moment of me going, son of a bitch. You know what I mean? Like I was waiting to turn to you and roll my eyes, and we just realized we got to sit through 20 minutes of bullshit. And it just didn't happen for me. Yep. In fact, like I said, that scene come into my head when that happened, and I'm just like, oh, whoa, what's going on here? And that's why I needed to think about it the next day, because my initial coming out, I'm with you. This is weird. But after thinking about it, oh no, actually it's kind of genius.
All right, guys. Well, like I said, let us know in the comments below what your thoughts are. And I guess from this branch point breakdown, we're going to segue over into our main event, which this feels like the main event, but there is a main event.
Guys, we're not going to go nearly as long on the next thing.
Right?
Crazy as that is, this kind of was the retrospective. Wait till we go deep dive on this movie.
We're going to talk about Antman and the Wasp. That's right. So let's crawl our way into this.
All right, guys, how you doing? We're moved on now to our main event, the retrospective of Antman and the Wasp. It's this movie and then one more, and then we go into Endgame, which is a big deal.
Oh,
I am counting down. If you can't tell, I'm a little excited. I'm excited to do this one too, but boy, this close to such a big movie, especially right after our big hype and fun with Infinity War that we just had. It's almost kind of like I wish they didn't do 2 movies in between here. But we're going to talk about this movie, guys. We're going to have a good time with it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to go ahead and do the quick history behind the thing. See here, Sam.
Okay.
And then I'll let you do the synopsis, and then we'll jump right into breaking this down. And forgive us, guys, if this is a little shorter of a retro, because frankly, this was just one of those movies that doesn't have a lot to talk about. We kind of mentioned to each other last night, it's not bad enough to go on a rant, and it's not good enough to go on a rant. So we're just kind of in the middle. And you're going to see a very good middle ground here, but in a positive way and in some negatives. And it's, we're back to doing some critiquing. We've been spoiled with a couple of really good ones in the last few weeks that I think Marvel needs to remind us that they're still human and make mistakes. So we're going to talk about those. And let's hop into the quick history of this, guys. This is Antman and the Wasp. Release date was July 6, 2018. Main cast was good old Paul Rudd, Evangeline Lilly, Michael Douglas, Michelle Pfeiffer, Michael Pena, Hannah John Kamen, right? That's how you say it.
Yep.
John Kamen, yep. Lawrence Fishburne, Morpheus, Randall Park, and Walton Goggins, my man Walton. History behind the film. Following the enormous success of Avengers Infinity War, Marvel Studios intentionally positioned Ant-Man and the Wasp as a smaller, more personal adventure that would provide audiences with a change of pace while quietly setting up one of the MCU's most important concepts, the quantum realm. Development began shortly after the first Ant-Man exceeded expectations in 2015, with Marvel bringing back director Peyton Reed. Unlike the first movie, which endured years of delays and a last-minute director change, the sequel enjoyed a much smoother production because Marvel and Reed had already established the franchise's tone. By the time filming began in 2017, the MCU was firmly in Phase 3 and had evolved into the biggest film franchise in the world through Captain America Civil War and Avengers Infinity War. Rather than trying to compete with the universe-ending stakes of those films, Marvel deliberately embraced the heist comedy formula once again, focusing on family, redemption, and hope, while subtly laying narrative groundwork for the franchise's future. At the time, Paul Rudd had firmly established Scott Lang as one of the MCU's most relatable and humorous heroes, and once again contributed to the screenplay alongside the writing team to ensure Scott's voice remained authentic. Evangeline Lilly was finally promoted to co-lead as Hope Van Dyne, fulfilling the promise teased at the end of the first film, becoming the MCU's first title character to share billing with a male hero. Lilly trained extensively in martial arts and stunt choreography to distinguish the Wasp's faster, more precise fighting style from Ant-Man. Michael Douglas returned as Hank Pym, with Michelle Pfeiffer, joining the MCU as Janet Van Dyne after decades as one of the Hollywood's most recognizable actresses. The filmmakers viewed Pfeiffer's casting as particularly meaningful because Janet had been one of Marvel's earliest female superheroes in the comics. Lawrence Fishburne joined as Bill Foster, further expanding the MCU's scientific community. Not that it really matters because he never comes back. Behind the scenes, Marvel chose a usual approach to the film's antagonist by avoiding the traditional world-conquering villain. Instead, Hannah John Cameron, portrayed Ghost, who was reimagined from the comics as Ava Starr, a sympathetic character suffering from quantum instability rather than a straightforward criminal. Marvel wanted audiences to emphasize with Ghost's description, making the central conflict more about conflicting goals than good versus evil. Walton Goggins' Sonny Birch provided the more conventional criminal element, but the emotional heart of the story centered on rescuing Janet from the quantum realm and helping Ghost survive. Production took place primarily at Pinewood Atlanta Studios, San Francisco, and locations throughout Georgia. With the visual effects team expanding the shrinking and growing technology introduced in the film, the filmmakers created even more elaborate, oversized practical sets and miniature environments to enhance the illusion of changing scale, while incorporating real macro photography whenever possible. One of the movie's biggest behind-the-scenes priorities was further developing the quantum realm, which had only been briefly glimpsed at the first film. Working closely with Marvel Studios, President Kevin Feige, the creative team designed the quantum realm as a mysterious dimension where the normal laws of physics no longer applied. Although audiences didn't yet know it, these concepts would become absolutely essential to Avengers Endgame. Another fun production detail is that much of Louise's rapid-fire storytelling, played by Michael Pena, remained one of the franchise's most beloved comedic traditions, with several versions of the narration improvised and refined during production. It's so awesome. When Ant-Man and the Wasp premiered in 2018, just months after the emotional ending of Avengers Infinity War, it was praised for its lighter tone, inventive action, humor, and strong chemistry between Paul Rudd and Evangeline Lilly. Critics appreciated the film's smaller stakes and family-focused story, earned approximately 87% Rotten Tomatoes from critics and around 80% from audiences. Financially, the film grossed approximately $623 million worldwide against a production budget estimated between $162 million and $195 million, making it the highest-grossing Ant-Man film at the time. Although it appeared to be self-contained adventure, its shocking mid-credit scene tied directly into the aftermath of Infinity War, while its exploration of the quantum realm ultimately became one of the most important narrative pieces leading into Avengers Endgame. In hindsight, what seemed like light-hearted palate cleanser proved to be one of the MCU's most quietly consequential films.
Okay. All right. So, guys, the official synopsis of Ant-Man and the Wasp is: as Scott Lang balances being both a hero and a father, Hope Van Dyne and Dr. Hank Pym present an urgent new mission that finds Ant-Man fighting alongside the Wasp to uncover the secrets from their past.
Interesting.
Okay. All right. Solid concept of a synopsis. Now, let's get into this sucker and figure out, did it pay off? How was it? Because I think, as my brother alluded to in the beginning of this segment, guys, there really is not too much in this movie that is. This is the perfect, and we don't mean this in a bad way, but this is kind of the perfect mid-movie for Marvel.
Pretty much. Like, I would actually even go as far to argue that it's really, like, gaining it got a lot of attention because of Infinity War, unfortunately. I don't know if this would have done so well before Infinity War.
This is part of the pattern, I feel like, for this character already, and we've only seen him in two solo films at this point, but I get what they do after a big movie. They throw in a character like this because you're in the middle of the momentum. So, if, like you said, I think if this movie came out right before Infinity War, it would have taken a little bit of a dip.
Yeah.
And, Ragnarok was high, and then all of a sudden get to Ant-Man and the Wasp, and it's like, okay, go a little low, then Infinity War bring it right back up. So it would have gone up eventually, but I think that this is part of their strategy of, we're going to do this movie. There's only one aspect of this movie that's very consequential for what we want to tell later on. So just have fun and do whatever for the bulk of this whole movie. And this is what they got. And they're like, oh, we know where to place this now.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, it does speak a lot to, I just wonder, if the truth would be known, how not well this would have done without Infinity War before it. I don't think we would have had Quantum Realm, and I think that they thought, or Quantumania, and I think that they thought that it did well enough that it could hold up, and it definitely, but some of that's also because where this movie has all this praise and all these things they're talking about, in retro, now that we've done this, watched it like we have, I don't know if I agree with a lot of that anymore. Unfortunately, like, I'm trying to take out of my head that, okay, we're coming off a real big Infinity War, and let's just take it as a movie. So I'm taking it as a movie on its own, and it's mid to low in this aspect. So let's get into it so we can really talk about those things that we have issue with. And maybe I got a cool idea of what it should have been. I'm sure you have another one too. And I think that'll be fun to talk about that part of it, because it's really, I don't want to give too many things that are just mid a lot of time, but let's talk about what those things are, and what we do like too is things we do like, things I like a lot.
Yeah.
So it's a hard part about this is I want to love this guy, or this whole thing too.
I think our history part was a little more praiseworthy and optimistic compared to,
well, it's a success no matter how you look at it. It made the money, people went and watched it, and it's not a movie I tell people to avoid. But I'm not going to tell them, don't expect it's not going to make you feel like the last 4 Marvel movies made you feel, though.
Yeah.
But don't avoid it. It's good, but it's just not,
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. It's not the bee's knees like they make it sound.
Yes, right.
So.
Pun intended.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll read Act 1 and we'll break this
Sounds
guy
good.
down.
Let's do it.
All right. So, Act 1. Scott Lang is days away from finishing 2 years of house arrest following his involvement in Captain America Civil War. Scott receives a vivid quantum message/vision from Janet Van Dyne, prompting Hank Pym and Hope Van Dyne.
Mr. Pym.
Mr. Pym. To track him down. Hank and Hope need Scott's memories to finalize the coordinates for a quantum tunnel that will allow them to rescue Janet. All right. That's Act 1.
Yeah.
Nothing big. Just the basic setup of what they want you to see for this movie. What worked for you, Ike?
So what works in this act for sure is, first of all, the chemistry between Paul Rudd, and I pulled this girl's name up because I didn't want to get it wrong, so I was messing with my phone. The chemistry between Paul Rudd and
some young Cassie there.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember her name. For some reason, it's not popping up in my head, but the chemistry between Scott and Cassie, I'm just going to say Scott and Cassie because for some reason my phone's acting up on me. But I think that chemistry between those two actors is real good. I think Scott is one of the, he's on that list of good dads.
Yeah, the very small list.
Just so happens to always be the superheroes. Like Scott is not a bad guy at all. And that might be one of my other complaints by the end of this movie, to be honest with you. But what works is the humor is still there. He's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I am one of those. I've always been real picky about comedic actors in my life. I'm big movie buff. I've seen a lot of stuff. But I find certain things funny and certain things not.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not of the camp of the Will Ferrells or the Adam Sandlers and guys like that. I like them, and I think they're funny. I think Adam's stand-up is way better than his movies, and I don't think his movies are that good, and I don't think Will Ferrell, I think they're good one act sometimes. I've seen a Will Ferrell movie, and I've liked it, and it was a good movie, and if you've seen one Will Ferrell movie, you've pretty much seen all of them, and I think Adam does some different stuff every once in a while. I'll give Adam Sandler that, but for the most part, it's kind of rinse and repeat fart jokes that are funny a couple times, and a couple narratives, but when it's the same thing over and over again, it's kind of, but they're also more of, I call, an outgoing funny, where they will do the crack the joke with the fart and we're doing this and having a good time. When Paul Rudd is of the camp of like the awkward, it's straight face funny is what I like to call it, where it's people that they don't think what they're doing is funny, but it is funny. You know what I'm saying? Many movies, I'm sure you've seen a movie where the people in a movie, when they're doing stuff, they're funny, but they're serious about what they're doing, but we laugh because it's so silly what they're saying. So I'm not a big fan of when I watch a movie, you can tell they're telling me a joke. I like it when they're taking it seriously. And I think Paul is, over the last 20 or 30 years, between him and Vince Vaughn, are probably two of the best at it. He can say some real wild things that are really funny with the straightest face. And you're just like, that is ridiculous. And that's some of the reason why I like the humor of Drax, because that's how he is. To him, he's dead serious about some of the stuff he says, and it's ridiculous. And their reaction is how I feel, which is what you laugh at the most.
Yeah.
That's why they know that humor, because they're like, you got to do the reaction because that's what makes it even funnier. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's not going over their heads, or they're not just dismissing it as normal. They're like, what'd you just say? I like that a lot. So the humor in this is still there. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say it's throughout the whole movie, but I'll mention it, at least in Act 1, it's there. And it's very charming. Scott's very charming. I like the family feel, the aspect of the beginning of this. And I think it sets up for an interesting story. Like, I'm interested in this whole, where Scott's got memories that he has a hard time remembering. I don't understand why that's not a thread that they follow through with again with the quantum realm, but it seems to be they just did it for this, which makes me think it was an excuse, which is what one of my complaints about this film right from the start. I'm like, I feel like this is a little lazy.
It's something that it just came into my head as you mentioned that had they stuck with their original plan of the Kang Dynasty, I could have seen that playing again for the Kang Dynasty, in that while he was down there and his interactions with Kang, he now would have memories and visions of Kang all the time, and this, instead of this
haunting him.
Yes, haunting him. Yeah. This dread of
actually
what's to come.
Give something to him other than just being a nice, charming guy. He is all the time.
I could have seen him being more of a focal point of view character for the Kang Dynasty, because he's fought Kang before, and now he knows. That's what they tease at the end of Quantumania, is that he is questioning, is everything good, is everything not? They already left it at that, thinking, okay, when we get into the Kang Dynasty, he's going to be the one that we're going to be following the most.
I actually think that was the plan.
Kind of like Tony's dread with Thanos. He now would be the one that's dread for Kang.
That's right.
But
I actually kind of thought that was 100% what they were going to do too, because like I think they were going to play on the fact that people were going to be like, wait a minute, Ant-Man beats Kang? And I think that's what he was going to think too. Like, I think it was going to be meta in that sense where he's going to be like, that guy was scary and I beat him, but why do I keep having these dreams like it's not over?
Yep.
Because it's not as simple as someone like him tricking him. You know, he's going to need help from bigger things. They had such a good idea. It's just, you know, things happen and...
Because in that, I know we're in the second movie, not the third movie, y'all. Yeah. But in that retrospective of that makes
set things up in this better.
Yeah, it does, and well, it makes better sense for why they chose Kang as a villain in Quantum Mania. But we'll get there, I promise.
But it does. You can complement some of the things in this and make you wonder why they're not followed through.
Yeah,
or made better in this movie.
Yeah,
because there was not much of a not much of a structure going on there in Marvel. That's the problem, right? So
yeah,
but yeah. So I'm going to hop into really quick what didn't work, and I'll let you do both of them since it's pretty easy. What doesn't work is it just feels retreaded. This is okay. We've seen this, and it's okay sometimes, you know, but it does make this is different because it's like it's not as funny as the funniest Marvel can be, and Paul Rudd holds up that funny because the others aren't as funny. I mean, Hank's got his moments, but he's probably one of the better versions of him in this because there is darker of him that we get to see in this and more interesting and some redemption for him at the same time. But there's not a lot of funny stuff for these guys. It's more out of Paul. And unfortunately, I think he gets kind of left in the dust because of that. And there's some times where the jokes he is doing, I think, would work. And when we get into the second act, there's a couple of jokes that didn't work because everyone else wasn't as committed as he was. So yeah, I do feel like it's this. The pacing gets strange. I don't want to go too hardcore on the first act about giving it a hard time, because there's a lot of setup with not a lot of momentum. Scott's character arc starts out as old ground already. I feel like Hope is kind of still. I struggle with her in this. I think she's a great actress. I don't know if I buy their chemistry.
I see in this movie, I don't see their chemistry as much. I didn't really see. You saw the beginnings of it in the first film. This one, I honestly, I don't like this formula that some movies do for their sequels, where the girl just doesn't like the guy for whatever reason, one way or the other, and it's almost like you're having to rebuild what you started in the first one. I feel for me that gets kind of old.
She treats him like he likes her.
Yeah.
Like for sure. And at the end of the first movie, you're like, oh, they like each other, right? But she treats him in this like he was a one-night stand and she has to work with him.
Yes.
But that's clearly not what they're trying to do. But that's how it feels and looks. And it's kind of like,
so
I understand she's a huge feminist, and I wonder if that creeped into her to having a lot to say about the character. And it just makes me wonder if you lose the identification of something you're real passionate about outside of work that you bring into work. That it really, I think actors, a lot of them, good actors will tell you that sometimes their life outside does show on screen because you're being vulnerable about who you are and then adding things that aren't real that you don't go through to make that occupy that space. And I think that there in every character there is a little bit of who that person is.
Yeah, because they have to put themselves in the character.
Right.
So I do understand.
So I wonder if she just does not ever want to submit to the idea that she's going to play that woman in love with the superhero, even though she can still be the powerful woman she's going to be in it. I think she sees it as a weakness, and it shows in the acting. I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk. And I got nothing wrong with feminists. I think we're not going to have that conversation here. But if you were to ask, I have zero problem with her being who she is and what she wants to be. And being, I'm actually glad they made the Wasp. I'm like, yeah, let's do this.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't know why they didn't capitalize that in the first one either.
I get that you're talking about, though, as the character, though.
Yeah.
For consistency of the character.
Yeah.
That's
like, what did he do?
So
she's mean. She's just like so cold.
Yes. I gave her so much high praise in the first movie because I saw her her acting ability and what she was able to do. And that's that one scene, that one where that emotional moment of hearing Hank be vulnerable and she was crying. I'm like, wow, that was the most. And I was very honest in that retro, guys, for the first Ant-Man, that was one of the few times in the MCU where the female character, I saw all the emotion on their face, and it was so well acted, so she can do it. But this movie, it felt like, and I don't mean to say this in a bad way, kind of like stale bread. She was one tone throughout the whole movie. You could have brought some of those acting chops into like one scene of being, I was mad at you for what you did with Captain America. It put my father in jeopardy. We just rebuild our relationship. And this is all the stuff that you did. I get it. You could do one scene of that, but move on and continue the progress that you made from the first movie. And you didn't do that. Instead, she stayed this character, this portrayal of her for the whole movie. And to me, it didn't look tough. It looked arrogant. And that does a disservice to Hope. Now, how do I say this properly? I think she does get better later on, but the problem is her role shrinks to the size of what her character is later on, so you don't get to see any more of that.
I think the best comparison for people that just watch the movies, and so we don't get too far into the political feeling of this, or I don't want to diss on this actor.
Oh yeah, no, I love
she's a good actress.
Yes,
I don't think she's top notch, but I think she's a good actress. But I would say where Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow comes off as a vulnerable, strong woman who knows how to get shit done, she comes off as just a bitch to everybody. And it's not relatable or likable. Because like Black Widow can kick butt, and I don't need a man because she don't, and she can do her thing, and you can be like, whoa, do not get in the way of that woman. You know what I mean? And then turn around and still have those scenes with Bruce that are like very vulnerable and feminine and real. You know, that don't compromise her as a strong person. I don't think she knows how to balance that like Scarlett did. And I think Yolanda does the same thing. She does that very well too. She's Florence Pugh.
Yes.
So good at just being
like,
I can kick some butt and I can do it on my own kind of thing. But at the same time, there's something about her she's still feminine, you know, and it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's natural. And she just comes off as, no, I'm going to be tough all the time. To everybody she talks to, and she's a bitch.
To what you said, that makes those female characters, the Scarletts and the Yelenas, more of a fan base. They have more of a following because people love those type of characters. They love that you don't have to, for them, like you just said, you don't have to compromise your femininity to be a strong, independent woman. And
I agree.
I feel like that's what Yelena is perfect at, balancing that vulnerableness of hers, while also she could kick some butt because she's a Black Widow.
Because on the other hand of that, Steve is good, like Rogers. Chris Evans is good at keeping that masculinity without being toxic. You know, he's very calm and caring and understands and lets people take the lead and do the thing that they got to do, but he's also there to do what he's got to get done. And it's just like, that's something Marvel's done real good at, is not making us feel like there's a push, you know, until a couple characters. And this is one of them. And I don't know, I just get that vibe from her. I'm kind of like, I just don't like you. And you're supposed to be one of our heroes. And she's got great action scenes, though.
Oh, yes.
This is still part of Act 2, so we'll talk about that when we get there, right? So
yes, but yeah, I agree. And I think she could do it. I think she really could do it. I don't know if it was because we're just doing this as a retro, guys. We weren't there behind the scenes as exactly how this movie was made. So I don't know if this was the script calls for you to be mad the whole time and impatient the whole time. Or if this was, like you said, some of her acting played through some of whatever she was doing personally at the time. And I think that either way, it didn't translate well to the screen when we watched it.
It makes me wonder if that was the case behind the scenes, because when you get to the next movie, she might as well have not been in it.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder if that's why, like, there's a hey, you're in this, but this is what I wrote for you, so you don't like it too bad. And I think that's why she kind of quit.
There's a yeah.
I think it all kind of tracks.
I think there's a couple of, when we get to Quantumania, I have a couple hot takes of what happened to Evangeline Lilly's character, Hope.
Yeah.
That I think really, unfortunately, real world events do play into what happened with that. And I don't want to spoil it right now or talk too much right now, because this is her introduction as the Wasp. This isn't the sequel to it. So Anyways, I will jump into what worked for me. Sorry, guys. I think my throat's a little bit sore, so bear with me.
A lot of talking.
Lot of talking.
That's what happens, yeah.
Yeah, we talk. We talk a lot. Okay. So, what worked for me is I like the revisiting that they decided to do with the whole plot of this movie. That was one of the things that I thought about after we watched the first movie, not just in our retrospective, but like when we actually watched the first movie in real life type thing. I thought, oh, it's too bad they didn't have Janet. And I liked Janet from the comics. And just like our history said, she was one of the first female superheroes ever made. She was part of in the comics, the original Avengers team. She was one of their founding members, which they changed for the cinematic universe. Of course, we understand that they picked different characters. But part of me was always like, gosh, I liked Janet as a character. I liked her and Hank's relationship because it was dark. It was twisted. It was very meta for real world problems that happens. But I know that if told right, it could translate really well to the cinema. And so I was very happy they decided, well, for the sequel, we're going to make the whole mission is to retrieve Janet and find her.
I agree.
So I do like that. I have to give props to when the great setup. And all that they wanted to do from the first movie into this one paid off.
Mm-hmm.
Hope becomes the Wasp, taking on her mother's mantle. They go and realize that her mother is still alive, and they're doing everything they can to actually reach her. And Hank now knows he can do it because of what happened with Scott in the first one. So this really is a great follow-up. It's just there's a lot of stuff in it. It's like you have your sandwich, but you have the blandest sauce I think I've ever tasted.
Yeah.
That's probably the best scenario to give it. Be like, you have a great concept. It's just, there's a lot of overlapping storylines and strings in this movie that I don't feel like ever come together as a tight bow.
100%.
So it's...
Oh, I'm so glad you said that.
Because that's how I felt. I'm watching this. I'm like, I'm seeing the dynamics of these characters. Oh, this one's introduced. Oh, there's something else going on here. And then, at the end, they somehow are within the same scene, but yet not connected to it. It was the weirdest feeling of this movie. And I'm like, how'd they do this and not see that? Like, anyways, we'll get there in Act 3 when it gets to that part. So I'm just saying that what worked for me was revisiting Janet. And I like Scott being under house arrest from the Sokovia Accords.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to try to mention that. I like the through line of the Civil War.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we do see that in the beginning of Endgame with Jeremy Renner. He just decided to completely retire, but Ant-Man, he didn't. And instead, he's placed under house arrest.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because he was already... This probably, to be honest, was a violation. I think they explained in this movie, it's a violation of your parole for doing something illegal. So now you're under house arrest. But almost like, we can't really arrest you because you are technically deemed a hero, but you need to be punished. So you're under house arrest.
This actually introduces one of my top 5 favorite non-superhero characters of Marvel.
Oh,
I love Agent Woo.
I do too. Randall Park, you nailed it.
Why the hell they don't bring him and do whatever they can with him? It boggles my mind because he is just one of the funniest people I've ever seen. Like the stuff he says is so serious, so straight faced, and you're just like, how ridiculous is this guy? Like, I'm also a youth pastor. Like, some of the stuff is just that is some good stuff. I love his part in this. I love it. But
it's continue. I agree. No, I completely agree. He's so good. I'm glad they brought him back in WandaVision.
Me
when
too.
they said he was going to be in it, I'm like, oh, this just got better.
I just wish there was room to have him back again. Like, there's a lot of that would be an interesting list that we could make sometime for if we are looking for a segment to fill. The list of non-superhero side characters that we wish come back, because there's quite a few that are just gone. And it'd be like, cool. Why? Like, why is this person gone? It works so well. Find a way. Right?
Yes,
like
exactly.
The ones you do kind of bring in, you're kind of like, why'd you keep that guy?
Yeah,
because like we want the other one back. You know?
Oh, I feel like in the top of my head, I could easily name off at least 3 or 4 people that I'm like, oh, I want to see more of them.
2 out of the Ant-Man stuff.
Yeah, right. Yes.
This guy and Louise, where are they?
And that's sad that this is Louise's last movie he's done. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was because of the story they wanted to tell in the third one. They were like, there's no way to put this guy in because we're not doing this type of movie, or if there was a behind the scenes drama or something. I have no idea. I'd like to look that up though.
It would be brilliant by Kevin Feige. The brilliance would be this. I wish I could call them and say that is a rooster. I wish I could call them and say, I don't know if that caught it. If it didn't, I want to make sure it's in there somehow. I would call them and say, you should release that second trailer of Endgame that you put in San Diego, but your third and final trailer should just be Louise explaining something that is kind of a spoiler, but a big deal, but in his words, to make us laugh, but also make us melt our face before we go see the movie. That would be a genius move, because everyone's going to go watch. You could not show another segment of Doomsday and the same people are still going to go watch that movie. You're not going to get anyone new. Everybody in the world's going to go see this movie already. Yeah. Really, the marketing for it's been so good. It's going to happen. Yeah. But throw Louise in there with that, just that, oh, by the way, this guy does this and then, and maybe they're from that. And you're like, oh my God, he just told us something that they would normally show us as a spoiler, but he said it and we laughed, and I just think it would be genius.
And especially if he says it in his way.
Yeah, in his way, because it'll be hilarious.
It'll not only be hilarious, but it'll make us question who he's talking about. If he's like, oh, he said this, blah, 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 and be like,
right, wait, it's not very clear. It's cryptic still. Yeah.
It's cryptic, but like he's revealing a spoiler, but he's like that friend that's bad at telling stories. Like,
right, yeah.
He's going to tell you, oh, she did this, but we're like, who's she? Who is she? Who's she?
And when you have all these people together, you could have had them do that where they're talking in the mouth. It's just so perfect.
Oh, yeah. At the end of Endgame, when they're all just standing there, that could have been part of the trailer, be like looking at each one of them like they did in the movie. And you're like, oh, they're saying something. And he's just
repeating it.
That'd be hilarious. They could do that.
That'd be some of the funniest stuff.
Oh, my. Anyways, yeah. I love him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, those are the two things in this act that worked for me, is that the follow through on the Civil War stuff and deciding to go find Janet. I think those are pretty good, solid things. It's just like you said before, this doesn't get, and maybe we'll expand upon this in Act 2 and as a movie overall, but this feels like an Ant-Man movie without Ant-Man being the focus anymore.
Yeah, good point.
Like this, it is still his movie, and he is in almost every shot. But the problem is the story narratively. He's not on the visions that he has in Act 1 are the only reason they're getting him, and there's no really need for him until later when she's able to somehow take control of his brain, which I don't know how that. I thought it was a cool scene, but in retrospect, you're like, wait, what? You could do this?
These are the aspects of the quantum realm that they never follow through with that bug the heck out of me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I broke my pen.
and some of that is because they canceled whatever they were planning on doing, so they could have explored this, but I don't know they would have remembered to explore it, to be honest. So who knows? But anyways, Act 1, that's what worked for me, and I started saying what didn't work for me. Let's see, what else I have in my notes, y'all?
So what's your standout moment for Act 1 then?
I literally wrote down here, I can't think of any. I guess the standout moment for me is similar to what you said that worked for you, is the chemistry between him and his daughter and having fun, and he's kind of, how do I say this? Because I think I put it as an underrated moment too, so I don't want to, I'll dive into it a little bit more there. This still does, parts of it sets up what happens to Cassie later. And I did put that as my underrated moment, and when we get there, I'll double check y'all, because I want to make sure I say it correctly. Yeah, it is. And it happens right here in Act 1. Is him playing with Cassie, and then you realize what he's doing with her is playing heist.
That's my standout moment is the heist for it. It is hilarious.
It's hilarious, but also it is setting up for you're going to become your father's daughter.
Yeah.
Which that was one of the things when I first watched Quantum Mania that kind of was a pet peeve of mine, is why you turn into a life of crime, Cassie. And even though it's low stuff, it's like petty larceny stuff, but still, it's not good stuff. And I'm like, haven't you learned anything from your dad? And then you watch this movie and you think, oh, wait a minute. You kind of learned how to be a heistman from your dad while you're just playing.
It's great setup.
It's really good setup. I appreciate that now a little bit more for a movie that's I don't think is that good.
And this is where Paul Rudd shines.
Yes.
Because he's funny, but he's very charming and he emotes real well.
Mm-hmm.
And the chemistry, you can tell. It's like you'd think this was his daughter.
Yes.
He's just, I mean, this shows how good of an actor he is outside of as a comedian.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish they took his character as serious as he's taking it.
Yeah.
I hope Paul's listening because we love you in this. And we want you to be one of the OGs that teaches the new Avengers as they come up. But I just feel like they need to get their heads out of their butts. And I do love his part in Endgame. I'm glad that he's the one in Endgame that comes back. And I think it's genius. But I wish he treated his own movies with the same respect, And
when I think about that for Endgame, I think that was also another potential setup to make him a mainstay in King Dynasty, things like that. Like they were setting those building blocks up from this movie onward of. This guy, not only does everyone like him, like there's like no one that doesn't like Paul Rudd, but I appreciate what it said in our history here that he decided to stay part of the screenwriting because he wanted to make sure the consistency of his character. And so this movie, and I will say this movie does not change his character. It's just it doesn't revolve around his character as it probably should have been.
As picky as the MCU can be about picking things out that work and making you not worry about continuity and let's take this from the shows because it works good. It's like they're by discluding him as a front character still even after the failure of making Kane the main bad guy. It's like just throwing out the kid with the bathwater. It's like you still try to still utilize him in that way, but now just revert it from Kane to Doom because I see he's in Doomsday.
Yep.
He might have a good part and they might have a great, I'm sure he will. I just hope it's, I hope it is substantial and decent and emotional and fun. And
I feel like the Russo brothers knew that because that's why they picked him because they easily could have just like, let's avoid this whole movie type thing. He did his 3 movies, he's done type thing, but no, I appreciate that they're remembering him and they're bringing him in. And one thing the Russo brothers has done up until this point is they've been able to balance every character really well and give them their moment. So it makes me excited to see him come back, to be honest.
Yeah, because he's one I can see after all the OGs are like, okay, I'm done for a while. I can see him doing a few more years. Him and Thor.
Yeah, he becomes one of the new OGs type thing.
They'd be great to see those two with Yulana, like training new people. What a fun! That'd be so fun to watch.
Right, I agree. So that's I guess my standout moment is him playing with Cassie. What's your standout moment? Is that the same thing?
Yeah, it's the whole heist fort is just awesome.
Heist fort.
Yeah, I love all of it. Yeah.
So what's your score for Act 1?
6 out of 10.
All right, I give it a 5 out of 10.
Yep. That's about. I almost did, but I'm like, this is one of the better acts, so I want to go a little higher for it. So
I usually how I would rate things like this, or I'm trying to get a little bit better with my ratings too, because sometimes I could get a little too overboard. Be like, oh, it's a 9. Be like, oh, wait a minute, it really wasn't, but whatever. So I find this as it's a good setup. There's nothing wrong in it. For the first act, but there's nothing too like jaw-dropping. It's the perfect mid, so I put it as a 5, right in the middle. Where it could, if they did something really bad, it could teeter down to a 4.5, but it never did. Yeah. But it never moved the needle up. So I'm like, I feel like, for me at least, 5 is like, all right, sounds good.
Something I've noticed in the MCU, especially when we break things up in acts, I think this is a perfect time to talk about it in this first act, is in the MCU in general. I tend to notice now that the better MCU movies that we tend to give a real high score to or really like and end up being a good movie are the ones that break the formula that this movie seems to be following. And I'd noticed in the MCU, they try harder to go away from that and do that because good example, the one we just talked about, that first act is more exciting than this entire movie. And it's not because this is terrible. It's just that they know we can't do what we always do. We need to we gotta jump in some stuff. Let's hit the deep end and go for it. And it does. And the same with like all the other ones that we end up liking. It's right from the start. We're just going to get you there quick and you'll catch up. Yeah. As we'll make sure you catch up. Sometimes when it's slow build like this, and this is still Well, no, it's not early on the MCU anymore. See, I feel like that because I forget how fast we go.
Yeah.
They should have known better. They should have been like, look, this isn't going to work this way. We need this to be something different. And I actually have a pitch of a different movie. If it has to be a movie at the end, we'll talk when we do our, I actually, for the first time, actually have a pitch. For a whole different, not first time, but one for definitely a time. I think I like my pitch, but
I'm excited to hear.
I might actually need help with it.
Okay.
Because one part of the pitch I don't have finished, but I think you have knowledge enough to fill that spot in. So we'll have fun with that. So
okay. All right.
Act 2, Act 2, right?
Yep.
So Act 2, we're pretty much in the middle of the movie, guys, is to build the quantum gateway, the team getaway. The team needs a key component from black market technology dealer Sonny Birch, who tries to double cross them. Ava Starr, who was Ghost, a woman suffering from unstable quantum phasing, steals Hank Pym's shrunken laboratory so she can siphon Janet's quantum energy to save her own life. Scott, Hope, and Hank must constantly reclaim and protect the shrunken lab building while evading both FBI surveillance and Ghost's attacks.
Okay.
Let's get into some meat and potatoes, guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to just go ahead and tell you what worked for me. I think this is the best act of the movie. I think this is where the most creative stuff happens. I like Ghost. I like her powers. I think it complements they go small, she phases. They actually, when they do their powers, it actually kind of feels similar. It looks similar. I think the action when they turn it on in some spots is really good. Like I like this whole car chase thing in this act. I was just going to say I like, but there's a couple things about those I don't like. I love the shrunken building. I think that's a great idea.
Yep.
Because it's real strange and it's like, oh, that's cool. I like that. I like they just shrinks the building, walks away. Very funny scene. Really good stuff.
There's something about the shrunken building that I'm not a fan of, but I'll let you continue.
I think we have similar thoughts. I like it, but the concept is tough. I think that maybe it wasn't a good idea, but I do like the idea. It's strange, and I go with it because sometimes I do just say, yeah, fine, it works. And it's kind of one of those things. If I think too hard, I'm not gonna like it, and unfortunately, that's a problem, right? And it's something that this movie does a lot. But this is the problem with the first act and the second act. I'm going to let you tell me what worked, and then I'll tell you what didn't work, and I'll save that for that. But for me, I think the pacing gets a little better. The action gets a little better. I do enjoy learning about the villain a lot, even though I might not like exactly what the whole situation is. I think she's doing a great job as this part. So, that's where I'm at with it for the stuff I like.
Yeah.
And it maintains the charminess and the comedy to a degree, minus a couple scenes that fell flat. But like I said, because Paul is the only one doing it. He's the only one doing the work. But I'll save that for what didn't work. So what worked for you for this?
All right. So what worked for me? I echo a lot of what you said. I feel like of this film, this is the best act of the three. So I completely agree with you there. Let's see.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry for the awkward silence. I'm looking at my notes. And I'm like,
I know, I get it because I'm some of this. I wrote some of this down. Some of it I didn't write down because I'm trying to be as honest but open about it. And
yeah. No, I can't say what I wrote down there because
once again, Ghost has terrible parents. More terrible parents.
Yeah, but So I don't think Ghost does Ghost have terrible parents? I think it was just an accident.
Yeah, I think they died.
Yeah, so
but still,
the good ones die young, as they say. Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of what happened.
They're either bad or dead. Right? They're either bad or dead.
Bad or dead. There's no.
You can't just have a mom hanging out.
Yeah, Scott, you're our only hope.
Yeah.
Anyways, so what worked for me? I love this opening scene of Act 2 with Wasp becoming the Wasp. You get to see her. It is probably one of the best fight scenes this whole movie has, honestly. I think I would say it is the best fight scene this whole movie has. I love the creativity of fighting in the kitchen and making the salt shaker big, and she's shrinking down and running along the blades. I know it was kind of spoiled when you watched the first trailer of this movie, but it still was epic on the screen when you saw it. I enjoyed a lot of that stuff, and I liked throwing in that wrench in her plan of who is this ghost, and she's here, and now she's taking things, and how she almost killed Hank and trying to get it. Like, her dedication is there. And I like Ghost. This is a sympathetic villain. This is a really good redesign of this character. I didn't take too much time, guys, like I normally do, to look up the real version of this character to see how they reimagined him. Usually I do that, and my apologies for this one. Maybe I'll touch upon that later, because thankfully this isn't the last time we see Ghost, and I think they recognized how good of a sympathetic villain she is and why they selected her for the Thunderbolts. I'm like, that's great, that's genius. And in that movie, she does fantastic. And you could believe, because of this movie, she could be something like that. Because really, she is this girl that accidentally gets infected, so to speak, with quantum energy, where she is constantly in a phasing in and out mode, where, as she describes it, her cells are constantly tearing apart and regenerating. And it's painful for her. It's not just she's got cool powers she can't control. It's actually ripping her apart literally on a molecular level and stitching her back together in the same breath. And that hurts for her. So it's very valid what she's doing. And governments do what governments do. They see an opportunity, they use her, and they train her into becoming this sort of spy for them. Where she's phasing in and out all the time. So it's not like it's like classified stuff here, I think that's kind of cool that they did that. And then now she's broken free. I don't know how she broke free of the government's control. I don't think that's ever explained.
Nope, they never dive into it. I wondered the same thing.
Part of me wished it was part of the shield dump, because that would have at least explained why she doesn't have people above her, controlling her, doing all that stuff, whatever. And it would actually make more sense why Dr. Foster is there, because this is all this, they know each other because of their work at S.H.I.E.L.D. So maybe that is their way of saying that's how she broke out. But where's she been this whole time? Who knows, really? Anyways, I like her. She's a good villain. She's a sympathetic character. And she really makes this film good for how they portrayed her and how they reimagined her and everything. So I have a lot of good things to say about Ghost in particular. What else happened in this act? Because it really is just them running, and then they meet Dr. Foster. Now, I like Lawrence Fishburne. I think he's a great actor.
Yep.
I like the little twist in this where he's not a bad guy, but it just goes, if anything, this reinforces something very positive about this movie for Dr. Pym, that he's a dick.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't like him.
And in the comics, he is that way. So for me, where some people would be like, why is he so bad? Be like, well, in this, it makes sense. Because from me, as a comic perspective, he was like this. He was arrogant. He was self-absorbed. He always thought he was the smartest man in the room, and he didn't think anyone else would have been above him. He is hard to compromise and work with other people, and they really displayed that well in this movie. That even your fellow brilliant minds in the room, you won't even acknowledge their existence or their contributions to your own work.
Right.
So I love all that stuff, because not only is a comic accurate, but these guys, they acted really well for that.
Yeah, and where Stark was the same way, but where Stark was funny, Hank was mean.
Exactly. Yes.
Stark was tolerable because at least he's a funny guy, and he wasn't, being aggressive. But Hank comes off as a very angry, upset person.
Exactly. Hank. Yeah. You said it perfectly. He's just a mean dude.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyways, I liked all that stuff for this act. And that's really all that happens in this act. The things that I don't like, I'll just jump into that, then I'll let you jump into it.
Sure.
This is another, it continues the same thing that's happening in Act 1. It's kind of blah. It's kind of like mediocre. Louise and his characters, his friends there, all that, his coworkers, they really don't have any reason to be in this movie at all. And I feel at least
still the best part of it.
Like, in the first movie, they were pivotal to some of their heist missions, to the origin of Hank meeting Scott. Like there was actually a reason for them to be there. This one, the only time, and I think you get closer to Act 3, is them spoiling where Scott is. That's it. Other than that, there's no reason for them to be there. And it underserves them. It's like you're paying these guys to be here and be on screen just for comic relief and not contributing to the overarching story. And like, you dropped the ball there. That it's like, yikes, in my opinion. That's wow. I like Sonny Birch, but this is another plot line that is like underneath all this stuff that doesn't contribute in a good or bad way to the movie. It's just there. Almost like, why is it there? He's just a black arms tech dealer, black market tech dealer. That's it. And I get it that Hank and Hope are undercover from surveillance and trying to get parts. Okay, but and I like the actor. He's great. And he is acting the part really well. It's just story-wise. There's beats of this. I'm like, it's not really necessary.
Yeah.
And it's sad to say that these two teams there, Louise and his friends and Sonny and his comrades, they are not consequential to this movie. I was waiting for when it gets to the third act that, he actually had a key that would have helped save Janet. And he was there for this whole reason, this black tech dealer. No, nothing.
Yeah.
Louise is just sitting in the car with Hope doing the driving. There's other than the comic relief in that, which is pretty good and very, great. Very funny. It's just, these guys don't have anything. There's bones of no meat there. It's like, what the heck? So anyways, that doesn't work for me. And also, I think it's cute that part of their heist is stealing the trophy from Cassie's school. But also part of me is like, really? They make that whole scene a big deal?
That's part of the jokes that could have landed, but it's real flat.
Yes.
I think it was supposed to reflect the breaking out of jail scene in the first one. And it just wasn't that creative and fun.
Yeah.
And Paul was the only one going the distance.
Yes.
And it was like, it was frustrating.
Because there's many times where Hope really isn't just there. She's just laughing as she's floating and just flying. And then she just grabs there's a lot more of that for just entertainment comedy and not really pushing the story.
Yeah.
I get why they're doing it, because they need the old suit that has a way of connecting to their lost building, which I will get to in a moment, because I do have a problem with it. I feel like we both have the same idea about this portable building there.
I think in general it's about everything, but this is part of it. Yeah.
It's Anyway, so I'll just touch upon that because that's in the top of mind right now.
Yeah, I want to save some of that for Act 3 because it's where I realized it the most. You know what I mean? But a lot of the examples are in these two, but you're right.
But the first thing that I had mixed feelings, especially in the retrospective, of when he shrinks the building down. Part of me is like, oh, that's cool. I'll go with it. Then another part of me is like, you're trying to be undercover and hide out.
Oh,
you don't think that some city official who's checking the water around the corner in this big city in San Francisco is not seeing that an empty lot is now suddenly filled with the skyscraper, and then all of a sudden it's gone? Yeah. No one's trying to walk into that building.
What if you're in the building working on something and they don't know you're there? And he shrinks it. You're just, you know what I mean? Like you're just inside. Like, oh my God. Like that'd be terrifying. Like there's
that's the only thing that I'm like.
Someone saw this.
Like it's cool, but at the same time, it's like it's not logical. And I'm not meaning logical as in the building shrinks and not. That's cool. That's part of it. That's part of the charm of what they do for the shrinking technology. It's not logical in that they think there's no one else around in the city. This is an abandoned city. It makes more sense they would set up the skyscraper in the woods, which they do later, than they would in the city because no one's around. So, like, I don't get it. Anyways, so that's all I gotta say about the building thing. It's interesting. It's a nice plot, but it also has a plot hole in it. So, anyways.
Yeah, and to reflect on that, with what doesn't work in this is, I think you're 100% correct. Sonny Birch is just a very unforgettable character.
Yes.
And it sucks because you got a world-class actor playing this part. And it's like, you're not going to utilize this guy? Did you not see the 2 enormously successful TV shows he did? What's the problem here?
Yeah, and he's acting it really well.
He is a killer. And he doesn't do anything wrong in it. It's just, they just didn't know.
It's just like,
he's literally there because they don't. I'm going to say this, even though I should save this for Act 3, but I'm going to save it. They don't know what to do with Ghost. Because that whole plot line falls completely apart when you get to the 3rd act.
Yeah.
And now you realize that we can't have a great big action scene with Ghost. We have moments of great action scenes with her, but we need to have an awesome chase scene in this. But it can't be with her because we don't know how to do that. She's just going to be there, and she'll by chance steal the thing when no one's looking.
Yep.
So all these guys were just a reason for them to have a scene in it. And which sucks because it is a good scene.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch. But you realize there's nothing here that means anything.
Yeah.
They're making up their own rules about things to make it fit a story that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, ooh, so Scott's got these memories that he doesn't think, and now he's got to try to think about those, and they're going to use this, and it makes the mystery of it kind of cool and fun. But guess what? In the future, that's never going to be a thing ever again with anybody.
Yeah.
No one's going to go into the quantum realm and come back and feel that weird. He doesn't come out of it for 5 years feeling like he has no memories. All the Avengers don't come back with that problem. No one's got extra powers. Nothing ever repeats itself in this. It's only for this movie does it serve this purpose. And it's like, that's the difference between the lazy writing and the smart writing. Because if you were smart, you could do these things and have these things in it without making something up that doesn't fit, that when you realize it doesn't fit, never gets used again. And as this movie does this over and over again, it's like, well, for reasons, because of this, because of that. And it's like, okay, why'd you say this? Like, I mean, why the powers that she gets from being in there, that never comes up again. And then all the quantum realm stuff that they talk about, it's just gone.
Kept for Janet. Yeah.
It's just gone. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to pretend it doesn't exist because it was a mistake in the first place. Do they actually even explain why she needs to kill Janet to get the power?
See, that's the thing.
Do we want to wait a second?
No. I was actually thinking that exact same thing. One, how does she know Janet is there, other than them saying that we're going to rescue Janet? But Hank jumps to this conclusion that when she says that she needs access to the quantum realm to siphon off those powers, he jumps to, oh, you're going to kill Janet.
Yeah.
Be like, huh?
The whole hinge of this movie is we don't want her to kill Janet to save herself. And then we get to the end of the movie and it doesn't freaking matter at all.
Yeah, well, and not just that. I don't know why Hank jumped to this and no one else said, hey, like, that doesn't mean she wants to kill Janet.
Yeah, I mean, the quantum realms, there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on there.
Janet's one person, right?
Yes.
We don't even know if she's there still.
And
it's just based off
of
sketchy memory of him.
But
it could be an echo. He doesn't realize. They don't know. They don't just think they know.
All she wants to do is access the quantum realm to get her cells. Yeah, to help heal her. That's it. Her goal isn't I need to find Janet because I'm gonna suck the life force out of her. No, but yet Hank and Hope and even Scott believes it. They all jump to this conclusion that that's what Ghost wants to do. She wants to be a bad guy. She doesn't.
Remind me of this when we get to the part where I'm going to tell you my alternate version, because I think this movie actually will help me convince you that there was smart writing in Spider-Man.
Oh, boy.
Believe it or not.
Okay.
I think when I point something out to you, you're going to be like, what a missed opportunity that they could have done. But I'm going to tell you, that's how you can tell when you watch that Spider-Man movie we just watched and you watch something like this between someone that knows how to subtly do things to make you see the bigger picture and someone that just does not give a shit or doesn't have the direction for it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm
Because
open to it.
this could be awesome. This could have been great.
Yes.
And it just isn't for those reasons. But anyways,
Yeah.
what else? Anything else that really didn't work other than going too hardcore on that? I'd say the exposition overload in this is insane. There's just a lot of it.
Did the pacing hold up for you?
Yes and no. Towards the end of the act 2, I'm like, oof, this is getting rough. But the action was fun.
Mm-hmm.
The emotional momentum really slows down. You really start not caring.
Yes.
About a lot of stuff. You're kind of just like, I'm just here for this ride now.
Yeah.
And then the ride kind of still gets boring as it goes.
Exactly how I explained it a moment ago is why I emotionally just disconnected from the movie. They want you to feel like this is urgent to save Janet's life. And I'm like,
we don't even know if it's true. Yeah,
we don't even know. She doesn't. Her goal wasn't to kill Janet, but they're saying it was. So we're, as the audience, supposed to just believe it, go on this ride with them if they got to save her before Ghost gets to her. And I'm like, I don't buy it because that never was something. Ghost never explicitly says, "I want to kill Janet" or "I need to kill Janet." She just says, "Whatever it takes, I'm going to get into that quantum realm." And Hank's like, "No, my wife's there." Be like,
it actually really paints Hank and Hope in a really dark way that if they would have actually leaned into, maybe would have helped the movie. Maybe if they would have addressed the idea of, hey, wait a minute, how do you know it would even hurt her? And Hank would be like, I don't care if it would or not. It'd almost be like, cool. You know what I mean? Like, because we know there's a version of him that's like this. He can be this way. But the fact that it's just a plot hole that they didn't know how to fix shows that it's lazy.
You're right.
They could have leaned into this.
Yes, they could have leaned into it and made it better.
How awesome movie. You get to the end and Hank's the bad guy, really. Ultimately, you're the one causing this problem.
Yep.
And it'd be like, interesting. Because Hank is that, right? But, I digress. We could probably think of 10 different ways this movie could have been better for those reasons, One thing I do like, I think there's a best character moment in this, I'll say. Okay. I think it happens in this one. Is this when him and her, Hank and his daughter are sitting in interrogation, they have to get out and they're trying to escape together? That's not Act 3, right? That's in Act 2. Why do I feel like I can't remember?
I'm trying to remember that.
If it is, that to me is the best character moment. Okay. I think it's the only time you see these two actually connect again, where there's some humor, and in the middle of the humor, there's real things about I'm proud of you and all that. And I like that. If it's not in this, it's probably my favorite in Act 3.
Yeah.
But my definite Act 2 favorite, then, to be honest with you, other than the whole chase scene in general, I think it was real creative and worked. I do like the Giant Man stuff when he
in Act 3.
Yeah, when he uses the truck as the skateboard is a standout moment to me. And I like that when he reaches down and takes the thing and then he just pushes him over. I mean, those things are very creative and fun. And I like that he passes out into the water. And there's a little bit of an emotional thing where she becomes vulnerable and jumps in and saves him. And it's the only time we ever see her give a shit about him. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like...
Yeah. My best character moment for Act 2 is the Wasp's introduction to fight scene. I like that.
Oh yeah, the kitchen scene is that's freaking
that's my character moment, at least. That's a standout.
I agree.
That one scene helps save a lot of this movie, how well they did it.
Yeah, I mean, because they kept to par the action like from the first. I wouldn't say it's as creative as the first got. But I will say they kept the look of it, though, and I like that because when she's running down the blades of those knives, man, this is cool stuff. And it just makes you wish you could have done this a lot. You could have had a lot of fun in this movie, which I think you're going to like my alternate version of this movie for that reason.
So what's your score for Act 2?
I'm going to give this a good solid 7 because I think the pacing was better. I had a lot more fun. I was more engaged until it started getting closer to Act 3. So I want to give it a 7 to be honest with it because it is some of my favorite stuff.
I gave it a 6.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, we're right there with each other on this.
All right,
close.
I will read Act 3 and then we'll dive right into that because we it sounds like we have a lot to talk about for Act 3.
Well, we got a lot to bitch about.
All right, so Act 3, guys. Hank Pym travels directly into the quantum realm in the subatomic pod to retrieve Janet, while Scott and Hope engage in a high-speed vehicle chase through San Francisco to keep the lab away from Ghost and Sonny Burch's men. Hank successfully returns with Janet, who uses her newfound quantum energy to stabilize Ghost's condition. Scott finishes his house arrest just in time without the FBI catching him out of the house. feel like it's a little bit of an oversimplification for the third act, but it really is just this.
It's pretty close.
But there is a lot more. It lives up to your traditional superhero formula of a lot more action.
Yeah, I mixed in. I kind of made a mistake about the acts of like the high speed chases and all that. So I did talk about some of this already.
That's
It's going to be even easier to get to the stuff we don't like.
So, did the ending land for you?
No. Nope. I felt like this was I don't feel like it was earned by anybody in this whole thing. Yeah. The ending doesn't land, and neither does the climax. So, without getting into what I think they should have done, it's just so underwhelmingly confusing.
Yeah.
And like, I get it, but I'm just like, oh, I didn't follow this. It's this, some of the problem I have with this whole thing is the villain's conflict thing just kind of really becomes very unclear and falls apart with this. Like you said, do we even know what's hurting Janet? Do we even know it's going to be a problem? Well, no wonder. I mean, there's some emotional beats that I think pay off, but that's about it. And they don't pay off well enough because there really nothing happens at the end of this.
Mm-hmm.
It's all a big, we just had fun chasing each other around to just let Janet out and save me anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the conflict here, really? I'd still have trouble figuring out what the real conflict of this movie was.
Mm-hmm.
Other than Hank being an asshole 90% of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you that the ending, it's so sad how they did this, that it could have been an epic rescuing your loved one type feel.
I know.
Like, have they not watched some of these older movies, even the ones that like a Princess Bride type movie, or different ones that are like, we can tell this epic heist into the quantum realm in a really cool way, that rescuing her. And I wish also, it's hard for me to really get into explaining without touching upon Ant-Man 3, just because there's a lot of questions about the quantum realm, how she was able to survive that long. And even when you get to Ant-Man 3, you still have questions of how are you able to survive that long? You're a human eating whatever they got in there. Like, there's some weird beats that's like, do you not go hungry in this place? She obviously grew old there, so it's not like time. It was not, see, it's another thing that is, this doesn't hurt Endgame, because Endgame is just a gold star in and of itself. It hurts the other things around it, though. If you're in between times, like you are in the quantum realm, going from one time to another and using the quantum realm to travel and that's live in, you don't really age. Because they showed that in Endgame, when he goes in and you don't know how to travel it, you either come back super old or super young. But if you're just in there, like Scott was just in there for so many years until he accidentally came back out, he never aged. For him, it felt like 30 minutes when it was really like 3 years or something crazy like that. Yeah, right? So why is she old if she's just stuck in there? Isn't the 50 years or however 30 years that she's been in there more like 3? Like, that is, and I know it's the quantum realm, it's not real. So make up your own crazy rules. They defy logic, or, well, they defy physics. I get it. But there has to be a logic to the madness. There's always some sort of order to any madness you put into these films. Same thing with magic. Like, you can't be this free-for-all, my get-out-of-jail-free card type thing. Quantum Realm can't be that way for these people, too. Like, there has to be some rules established, because what they do in this movie, I can follow it because you're just being introduced in the Quantum Realm. But in retrospect, it doesn't make any sense when you see what happens in Endgame, what happens in Quantumania, all this different stuff.
Well, it makes me think that maybe the thing they're not explaining to us, and maybe they kind of did a little bit in dialogue, you might get the idea of this without it being clear. So I don't want to put this down in stone.
Yeah.
But if I had to be someone to try to defend this, the other side of it, because I'm in agreement with you, it's another example of they're just going to make up a rule to fit their movie.
Yep.
And then not really care about it later.
Yep.
At the very least, this could be chalked up as maybe when you're in a certain spot in the quantum realm, time is like that, like when you're in between. But maybe when you're there, like where she was, you do grow older. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Maybe
I can
there's
see
a
that.
flow that's different. Like if you're in this area, like if you're going, it's like traveling through, it's like a highway of time. Maybe that's where nothing changes. But if you go somewhere, you continue on. So maybe where she spent that time knowing Kane and having an affair with Bill Murray and all that stuff, which is whatever their reasons for doing any of that, it still makes no sense.
Yep.
Other than she thought, I get that she had the effect. I mean, that's not that, but it just had nothing to do with the movie is the point. Like I get if you're stuck there and you think you're never going back, you're just like, I'm here, this is my new life. I can see you after 30 years. At some point, you're going to move on or try to make it normal. Which makes me wonder why she came back anyways then. And if she was always trying to leave, then why go be with someone else? But anyway, that's crap for the third movie, guys. But I think the time thing, I guess the cop-out way is, it's different when you're traveling. There's no, that's where you stay the same. But once you get to a destination, that's where you start aging.
Things start acting
and
normal.
It's like, okay. Because as like you say, it's kind of like how Steve used it to travel back to go be with Peggy.
Yep.
So technically he uses a quantum realm to go somewhere. This city that she's in this third one just so happens to be in the quantum realm. But it might have its own rules once you're there, kind of thing. It's so unclear, but that would be my half-ass way of making it sense. So I can kind of forgive it because it's like, okay, you could explain that later, and I'd be like, yeah, you could have explained that better before, but at least you did now, because that would make sense to me. But they're not clear about it though, so it leaves you wondering why. When they could have just easily said, well, when I'm here, when I'm in the slipstream, the time stream, I don't. Nothing changes. So that would explain why Scott was in a spot that he wasn't somewhere. He was just in, for 5 years or 5 minutes to him.
The quantum realm also poses a lot of problems with the TVA.
A ton.
Because I know this is not the TVA yet, y'all.
God, you're hurting my brain.
But, but they
got to know about the quantum realm.
If they're in charge of keeping the sacred timeline as clean as possible, you don't want the Avengers traveling back and forth along the timeline.
You know what's sad about this, Sam? I think this was all supposed to be Kang Dynasty stuff, was all going to be quantum stuff. I really do. And I think that's why Quantum Mania was there. I think that's why they set that city up. I think the whole idea was they wanted to see our world collide with the quantum realm, and Ant-Man was going to be the forefront of this Kane Dynasty thing. Whether the Avengers are going to get involved, and there's going to be this whole quantum expanse and understanding, and we just went from that to we are in the multiverse thing, so I wonder if they were going to use multiversal stuff in the quantum realm and help that explain multiverse. And now they can't because they got to stay away from the Kane. It really feels like this is part of that the correction is this gets thrown to the wayside. Yeah. It feels that way, doesn't it?
It's just, there's a lot of bigger question marks.
As soon as you said that, it makes me go, why aren't they talking about the quantum realm? You're right.
Yep. There's only one time that I remember, and we're going to do a retrospective on the Loki series so we can tell you how often they actually do mention it. But I feel like this is like their little back door of, we need to close this door. If we're really the TVA and keeping everything as sacred as possible, if it's supposed to play out this way, we don't want people to just nilly-willy going inside this thing.
Yeah.
Like they could have been the villain of this movie. To be like, you're trying to build the same thing we don't want you to have access to. This could have been your introduction to the TVA. Then you don't hear about them for a while. And that's because they could have explained in this movie, oh my gosh, I have my version of this movie already. That what's about to happen. Their post-credit scene of this movie could have been, what's about to happen, we need to let it go. And build the suspense up for us to be like, what does that mean? And then you see what happens, you're like, oh, that's cool. And they had to step away. But that could have been your villain of this movie. Okay, I have my version. But anyways, because I kept thinking, how do I make this better? Because I love taking movies that I feel like are mid or bad and kind of repurposing them to this is fantastic.
That's why I got 3 separate ideas.
Yeah,
just from talking.
I've been having a hard time with this movie of.
I think you just gave me this. I think you just gave me the villain of my one that I like. It's the TVA.
Perfect.
My brain just went, that's the one. That's the villain. And you'll see why when we get there.
Okay, anyway.
Maybe you'll like my version of the story then. We'll see if we can make one together here real quick.
I love it. You guys are watching us in our own writer's room.
That's right. Call us, Marvel.
Yeah.
Watch our Spider-Man thing that we just did. You know I'm onto some stuff. I'm looking, there's cars driving by.
And I'm not picking up, he's got, and vice versa. So we come as a team.
We complimented. So when we rewrote X-Men or wrote our version of Dark Phoenix, we went back and forth so well on, I'll come up with something and you'll be like, that is amazing.
Yep.
Then you'll text me, hey, I'm like, oh, that is amazing.
Yeah.
And then we found ourselves doing things and then later realizing we did that, forgetting we did this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we didn't mean to connect and we did. What was the thing that you realized not too long ago that made us blew our mind in the X-Men thing? It's during our X-Men podcast.
Yep. When
we realized the Jean Grey stuff. Like this is, remember, this is her before.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we did this already.
Yeah. That moment in X2 when he said at the very end, she made her choice. I immediately said, oh my God, we did that.
Mm-hmm.
We did that.
Full circle in Phoenix, yeah.
Exactly. We literally ended our Dark Phoenix with him saying to Jean, this is your choice to make. You take ownership of yourself. And she does it.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So good.
So,
anyway,
that's
what I feel about that Spider-Man movie. I feel like this guy paid attention. And that's why I feel like that's why we got to watch it again. We
will watch it again because I feel like if he saw all those things there, and as much of an X-Men fan I am, I should say, I will see it too. It's just usually how I go into a Marvel movie, and it's kind of interesting that I'm getting a retrospective of just myself as we're doing this podcast. There's a reason why I see some of these Marvel movies 2 or 3 times, because the first time is the initial shock and gut feeling, and then you let it sit on you. And you'd be like, okay, this is making more sense, or okay, this really has a lot more plot holes. It goes either way.
Yeah. I liked this movie way more the first time I saw it than now.
Yes. Well, it's the same thing when we get to our next week's episode of Captain Marvel. When I first watched it in the theaters, I was a little I'm not sure. Does this work? But I have a feeling, I know since then I've watched it multiple times, and we're going to, for next week, prepare for that retrospective. I have a higher favorability of that.
We're actually going to have almost an opposite discussion about that movie than today, just to give you a hint.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So anyways,
let's finish this Act 3 off here. What were we saying?
Yeah, best moment for Act 3 for me was Hank and Janet meeting again. I thought that was a nice, touching moment of reuniting husband and wife. For what it was, I thought that was all. That's the part of this movie I was waiting to, not just this movie, but this franchise, of waiting to see what they would do the first time they see each other and how they hug and everything. I'm like, this is, it's just sentimental. It's nice. And it's nice to see Hank have a soft spot for being this mean grouch that he is, So anyways, that's my best moment for Act 3, honestly. It's just that part. I do like the chase scene, the car chase, but I agree with you too, in retrospect, that the only way they were able to even pull this off was because they had to throw in a side character that really wasn't that consequential, and that was their reason to do it, is we need to give an epic scene at the end, and we can't use Ghost because she can't do this stuff. So we're going to use Sunny. And
gotcha.
It was like, okay, not necessary now.
Yeah.
Anyways. So that's my best moment for Act 3. What's yours?
So I'm going to clarify. My best moment for Act 2 was definitely them getting out of, trying to break out of being in the interrogation room handcuffed there.
Yeah.
That was in Act 2. So my best moment is going to be in Act 3, the chase and all that stuff. Because there's almost nothing else in that I like, including Janet coming back in that meeting. The other moment, and I do like, I'm saving for our end quick fire stuff. So.
Okay, awesome. The biggest issue for me, I put literally, is this just seemed too messy. It just they had all these different strings coming down of this movie that they're supposed to tie together at the end, and instead they just overlap each other, and there's not really too much of a follow through on some of these things. And
it's the theme of the problem in this movie is they do things that don't get followed through on that makes sense.
They're not thinking ahead.
The story.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's so many of them, between her not being, not knowing if Janet has to be killed, to Sonny, to all these rules, so what this means and what that means, and it's just they didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
It's like, we're just going to make this happen.
So for me, ending doesn't land for me. If the ending is supposed to be Janet is freed and Scott is free from probation, then they accomplished that. It's just the story in between. I don't think it did land for me because I'm like, there's nothing. Yeah.
Was it earned?
Yeah. Wasn't earned. Yes. Right. Yeah, I agree. So what's your score for Act 3?
3.
Wow. I see it. Because I thought I was getting low. I put 4.
It's funny. We're right there.
We're right. Yeah.
Either one or above, but yeah.
Yeah. Because I thought, okay, this is the part where it really does teeter close to the not good. But it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't devastatingly not good. But I get it. The 3, 4, they're just basically the same thing, just one
pretty close. Yeah.
So, anyways,
I almost went 4, but I'm just like, that thing with the villain and just not knowing stuff, and it just makes you go, it's so dumb.
Yeah, that immediately was like, oh.
It was such a letdown.
Yes.
If you can at least give me a good climax, I'll give you a decent score, even if there's some things I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
But this didn't feel, I didn't feel any kind of urgency or problem, or part of me kind of wished Janet didn't make it. And I don't know. I think it would have made a more interesting story, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes. So
Yeah. All right. So post-credit scene, guys.
Yeah.
What happens? So the mid-credit scene is Hank Pym, Janet Van Dyne, and Hope Van Dyne set up a miniaturized quantum tunnel in the back of Louise's van on the rooftop. Why the rooftop? I don't know.
How they get the damn thing up? Anyways,
right? And aren't they still
carried up?
Aren't they still supposed to be a little incognito? Yeah. Let's go on top of a skyscraper with a van. How that's maybe it's a parking lot. I don't know. Yeah. Either way. Why in broad daylight like that? Whatever. Yeah. Anyways, Scott shrinks down to travel into the quantum realm to gather, quote, quantum healing particles to help stabilize Ava. Scott successfully gathers the energy and asks to be pulled back up. Hope begins the countdown, but it goes radio silent. Inside the quantum realm, Scott thinks they're playing a prank, but in reality, on the rooftop, they've all dusted up thanks to Thanos. Scott is left stranded in the quantum realm with no one to retrieve him. Post-credit scene is the camera pans through Scott's empty house while an emergency broadcast... Wait a minute. While an emergency broadcast system alarm plays quietly on the television, and it's Scott's giant pet ant jamming away. So... Yeah. So the purpose of this really is just to set up Scott's participation in Endgame.
Correct.
And how important is this? I did put very.
This is half and half for me. You can't say it's not important because it puts him in the quantum realm, and that's going to be something that that he is a big part of, and that's how he comes back, right, in 5 years. So it does set that up real well. It's just, yeah, I guess for the purpose, I have to give it a high. I'm sorry, that's not the 50-50 part. It is important to the MCU. It really is. So you're right. It's high to me, about a 9, I say, because we really need to know it going into Endgame. I agree with you.
I gave it a 10 because it added to suspense for me, and it was the only part of this movie that I'm like, okay, I'm back into regular MCU stuff.
Oh yeah, I definitely felt you like, okay, we're getting into some big stuff now. Yeah.
All right, so now we're getting into our deep dives, guys. This is some of our fun parts of the movies. So, what is your I could jump off and say what mine is too.
Yeah, sure.
Right off the bat. Best performance. I'm giving it to Paul Rudd. I like him in this movie. He still proves that he has the charm and that charisma that you want to see on screen. He gives an excellent performance.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I just had to pull up my notes on this. I had it in a different spot. Yeah, because it gets mixed in with my others, and I don't read it right. So no, I agree. Best of the movie or for best performance is Paul Rudd.
Yeah, the close second for me is who plays Ghost, because I thought she did a compelling job at portraying a complex character.
Yeah, she's
like
the
that.
3 names.
Hannah John Kamen. Yeah, she's a close second for me, but it's I have to give it to Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
Who is your most surprising performance?
Mine most surprising is Ghost.
Okay.
I didn't expect to like this villain, but then once I got into this movie, I'm like, oh, this person's real fun. I don't care for the storyline of hers, but I think she committed and it worked. She worked. Yeah. I wish she just had a better role, which shows if you got good story, you'll have a better role because look how good she was in Thunderbolts, right? Like and it wasn't huge in that, but she wasn't misused. It was all made sense.
Yep.
I mean, I got to ask you something about the one thing about the mid-credit scene to kind of tap on this whole thing.
Yeah.
That was the thing I was thinking about, but I blanked out on. Did they explain why they needed to go into the quantum realm and get the stuff to help her stay alive? Like, is that a thing? Did they explain why that no longer has to happen?
So what's interesting, I'm glad you said that because as I'm reading this, I thought, I didn't think that this mid-credit scene was to help her stay alive. I thought it was just to explore the quantum realm, but obviously it was actually because they were gathering particles. They were doing stuff, which again, that's another thing
Scott
they don't
was the
follow
one
through.
that mentioned, and I'll explore a little, and that's when like just be careful. So they were going in there to get the particles for her.
Yeah.
So why is it when we see her later, it's just not brought up? See what I mean? It's rules that don't get followed through with.
I think they were just like, you know what? Let's not do this to her anymore. She's just good. Yep. Or she's just stable now.
Yep. They needed a reason for her to go back in, for him to go back in.
Yep.
So he has to get more particles. Yeah. When in the long run, she healed her.
Yeah. And in the long run, they could have just done it where I just want to explore. Now that you can go in there, you can. That's a logical thing for me is be like, okay, you could do it, so do it.
My other take makes more sense on why he goes back in.
But also,
like
it's another character assassination for Janet. If she's so freaking scared of the quantum realm, she doesn't even want to them to send a beacon in there. Why go back in
at all? She
could have said, "This is one thing we do not ever need to touch again.
And never open it again."
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
The hell is wrong with these people?
You're gonna like my take on the movie.
Okay.
Because
anyways,
that's some of the reasons. That's some of the reasons I don't like that she even came back.
So your most surprising is Ghost. Yeah. My most surprising is Randall Park.
Oh, good point.
I love Jimmy Woo.
He's so fun.
He is so good. I'm so happy that they brought him into the MCU. I'm like, great job, Marvel, at casting that. Good job at that. So anyways, that's my most surprising. Weakest performance for you? We might agree on this.
It's a toss-up between two.
Okay.
But the one I lean towards the most because it really hinged on it working in the movie is I got to give it to Evangeline Lilly. She just comes off as a bitch.
Well, I give it to her just because this is supposed to be her co-lead movie. And it just, you don't give her, you give her a couple scenes of her due, but I don't feel like this movie is a dynamic duo buddy cop movie, you know? Like,
I agree.
And not that this has to be a buddy cop movie specifically. It just has to be a buddy movie. If you're making her the co-lead of this movie, getting the same top billing type thing, then make this more about her and Scott's relationship. More of them having to be together and wanting to be together and working as a team to show the Wasp and Ant-Man actually can work together.
Yep.
Instead, she sidelines him all the time in this movie. Yep. And she, like you said, she comes off as a bitch throughout this whole movie.
Bitchy. And I just
I for the benefit of the doubt, I'm just giving it to the writing for that because I don't want to think that that's how the actress was just doing it in real life, you know? Because I've seen her do better.
I wish it was that, but I really do feel that it was her. I think there's moments in this she could have, if she was better at this, the emoting certain things would have been better. But she just falls so short on a few of these moments. You know, and I am not a fan, by the way, just to make it clear, in the Act 3 that we didn't cover, that I forgot that we didn't. I don't like this possessing somebody thing and talking with them. That whole stuff doesn't work. Anyways. Yeah. Anyway, so, okay.
Well, I just don't like, it's not just the possessing things. I don't like I can live with the quantum realm messes with your brain where you're seeing visions. Okay, I can live with that. I don't like that Janet has quantum powers.
Yeah, stupid. Yeah.
I'm glad they got rid of it, but then at the same time, they made it. It's so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't like it.
I'm with you.
Anyways, where are we at? Casting wins and misses. So, I think this was casted well.
Yeah.
The problem of this movie is not the cast. It's the story they gave the cast.
Yeah, I'm going to give the win to Louise. He does his job in this, being the comedic relief. All of his moments are pretty funny.
Yeah. Very seldom moments, unfortunately.
It's seldom, that's true, but I will say at the very least the win is you kept him and you brought him in and you should have.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Missed opportunities.
So for cast and character, I mean, geez, this is a hard one.
See, the problem with this whole section can fill up everything of this movie.
So I'm going to keep the story part for the thing that we do at the very end.
Okay. Yep.
Because that is something it's way too elaborate to do right here.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to cast and characters, I can name a couple of them. You have two big missed opportunities in this with Lawrence Fishburne and Walton Goggins.
Mm-hmm.
Lawrence Fishburne's character could have been a little more nuanced and written in better. I do think it was well, though. But the biggest missed opportunity is the sheer talent in Walton Goggins, and you give him such a bland, forgettable, who gives a shit character. And I don't even know why he's on the billing of this, and I feel bad to say that because he's probably one of the better actors in this movie. And it's a missed opportunity to not do something with that guy. Make him be a part of the reason of why things are this or that. It'd be neat if he was manipulating something to make her think she had to kill Janet. If he knew Janet was there, he had some sort of insight on something that was a secret. And you guys, they're smart to do. You can do these things with this kind of stuff. He's just a shitty, forgettable arms dealer or black market dealer, and it just doesn't work. It's like, we forgot about you, man, and it sucks because the guy is fantastic in everything else he does when you let him off the leash.
Mm-hmm.
And you put him in a box and you put him on top billing, and you could have had any Joe Schmo be in that part. So that's a missed opportunity to get a guy like that and be like, by the way, you're going to have the most blandish character.
Mm-hmm.
And I also put, for the casting wins, I forgot to mention is what's his face that plays Wu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that is like, I mean, holy cow, what a great choice. But yeah, so yeah, that's how I feel about that part of it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I completely agree with you. Full on for that. All right, direction and production. So, usually I don't have too much to comment on this, but I'm going to say director style / vision. Nope. I don't see it here. This reminds me of what we talked about in the first Ant-Man movie, where they did for that movie, it worked only because they needed to keep the momentum going and they had a great script already done. And they're like, let's not mess with it. We're just swapping director chairs.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, that's fine. But moving forward, the creative decision-making of Peyton Reed, you now see it fully fleshed out in this movie. And it is not good.
Yep.
And it's funny, as I'm rewatching this movie and I'm thinking back to old news stories and articles and things like that of things coming down the pike, he was campaigning so hard, Peyton Reed, to be the first director of Fantastic Four. He had a vision for it.
I remember this.
He had a script already. There was not a time after, I think, Quantumania, or right before it, actually, when they found out the Fox was being absorbed into Disney, that he was not talking about it. And I am so happy Marvel dodged that bullet.
Yeah.
Because if we got the same crap that we got in this for Fantastic Four.
Could you imagine?
Oh my gosh.
It was heartbreaking.
And you're probably a nice guy to talk with, Peyton, so I'm not saying anything about your character, but we now see in a couple films exactly what your vision would be for this, and it's not of the MCU par.
Yeah.
Sorry. So I thank the Lord you did not direct Fantastic Four.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, no, cinematography and visuals, I think they were cool. Action was good. CGI was actually really good for it, but that's all behind the scenes Marvel magic stuff right there. The music was okay. I only put okay because they put the music in the cues, or they want you to feel certain things, and that's part of the movie experience. The high pacing music makes you feel the adrenaline, but when the story falls flat, it's hard to feel that other than feeling the sensations of the music. And I'm like,
Yeah.
So that's all I gotta say about direction production.
I'm gonna say that when it comes on music, CGI, action, and cinematography, I have nothing to add to it. You're 100% correct. I think it was at par. Okay. Director style. The only thing I'm going to add to that is I wish I knew more. If Peyton Reed, did he have a lot to do with the writing and story of this movie, or was this because sometimes directors have more to do with the writing and story than others. You know what I mean? Like Taika Waititi is a great example of a director who writes most of what he does. Same with James Gunn, which puts their unique style on it.
Yes.
But I don't know how much of this is Peyton Reed's writing is bad, or if it's just the writers for this wrote a bad movie. Because what I will say is Peyton did direct the last movie. I think Peyton Reed's a good director. I think he's great. But I don't think he has his own source material. I think if you give him a good script, he's going to make a good movie. If you give him a shit script, he's going to make a shit movie. And I think this was a shit script, and he made exactly what they gave him. Okay. And he did a good job at doing it, and it's just not a good movie.
You're right. I shouldn't be too
That's
hard
what I feel about it.
I agree with you. I don't remember when because I did look up who were the writers of this movie, mainly to see what else they have done to compare, movie versus movie type thing. Because some writers can have a bad movie and then they have an excellent movie, So the writers for this movie I did not see were in any other MCU movie.
Probably for this reason.
Yes. And I don't believe Peyton Reed. See, that's the problem. Okay, so I will be a little nicer to Peyton for that, because I agree with everything you just said. I fully agree with you there. It's up to the writers and the screenplay writers to do your story and do that, and it's up to the director to just direct it and execute that vision. But at the same time, as we know with many other movies, not just Marvel, but many movies, the buck stops with the director for a lot of stuff. If he's directing a scene and he doesn't like it, or there's dialogue that's wrong, there's something wrong, he stops the production and tells them right there in front of him, you need to fix this.
So here's what I'll tell you. I agree with you. That is 100% true.
So that's what makes me think, okay, maybe he's a great director in just behind the camera shooting, but as making sure it's a cohesive narrative speaking, he doesn't have the vision.
Yeah. So, and I think that there's, in Hollywood, in this industry, and I think I'll get a lot of flack for this. If we were very popular, I think there'd be a lot of comments saying I'm wrong, but I think there's a lot of proof in this pudding. There are more, or not more, but there are just as many directors as there are actors trying to get a job in this industry. The ones that we see all the time and talk about the most on our lips when it comes down to directors are the visionaries. They're those guys that when they direct a movie, they putting their spice on it of how they would do a story in their spin.
That's true.
So in movies that we like when it comes down to even Avengers, that's their movie. That's when the Russo brothers took Avengers, they not only directed the thing for Marvel, but they were like, we're developing this story to direct. So it's their vision on that paper into the film, which makes it collaborative, which is why things like Iron Man worked back in the day, because Favreau's a visionary. He's not just a director. He had a plan and he wanted a story to be told a certain way. But when you guys, this is a great example. When you turn on TV shows, most shows have a showrunner, and usually the showrunner directs a few of the episodes, usually like the very first or the last or a special episode. And then most of the time, they're just overall writers that write the overall story. You can go through some TV shows and you have a different director every episode. Yep. And guess what? Those guys aren't visionaries. They might sit down and argue with me in a chair saying I am. But truth be told, when this guy's writing Game of Thrones, I'm giving you a script. I'm the showrunner. I hired you to direct. This is what I want you to make. So go make this. Yeah, but nope, that's not what you're here for. You're here to go make this. And they're like, and then they're, okay. So they go do whatever's on that page. And I think that's Peyton Reed. I think he's one of those. I think he's had a couple lucky breaks of good movies, of good source material. But ultimately, it shows. I think the proof is that he did the first movie and it was so good, but it was someone else's story who happens to be a visionary.
Someone else's vision.
Yeah, and it's someone that does movies like that. On the other side of it, when you got a guy who doesn't like a script and fights with the studio, like Sam Raimi, who's a visionary, you get stuff like Multiverse of Madness, where in Sam's eyes, it's not a terrible movie. And honestly, if you take it out of the MCU, it's really not that bad of a movie.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's a ton of things in it that are amazing, and his vision works, but it doesn't work for the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be careful. If you need a visionary, when you need a visionary to make it work, which is like the Russos.
Mm-hmm.
We need you. The Avengers movie's got to feel like it comes, there's got to be a flavor from someone. James Gunn, his movies feel that way because there's a flavor, because it's his flavor he's bringing. It's not someone else's writing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that what we're seeing here is we have a director that probably is more of just I'm a director, and this is what the story they want to tell. Yeah, I may have not told it, but this producer here is telling me you're doing it or you're just not going to do it. And we'll find someone that will. And he's like, okay, I'll do it. So I'm not saying that he's at fault, because as a director, the buck does stop with him, because it's going to be him in the long run that they say failed this movie.
Mm-hmm.
When the truth is he's a yes man and he's a company man. And I think he's lucky sometimes and he's not lucky sometimes. Mm-hmm. He lucked out with the first one because someone else wrote it that knew what they're talking about. The people who wrote this one don't know what the hell they're talking about. But to him, he just took it as this must fit in their big universe, so I'm just going to do what they say. He probably doesn't even know. He probably didn't even know what he's doing was contradicting stuff and not working. So I'm giving him that benefit because I think that he's one of those. When you go watch Law and Order, it's a different director in each one, but does the show really ever feel different? No. Mm-hmm. You know why? Because they're telling those directors, this is what you're making. So make this. And if you're not going to make it, I'll hire the next guy who's been wanting your job anyways, because he'll do what I tell him to do. And the same thing happens in movies, especially franchise movies. So I think that's what you're running into here. This is just an awfully written movie.
Yeah.
With a guy who made exactly what they put on paper.
Yep.
And that's what you got.
It makes me wonder what beef did Edgar Wright have with Marvel so bad that not only he left the project right before they were starting to film, but that they couldn't have tried to resolve to say, hey, we need your magic again.
I can tell you exactly what it is when we get into my hot take.
Oh, okay.
Or my alternate version. Because he, in an interview I found not long ago, said something about what he would have done with Ant-Man 2 if he was doing them after that first one he wrote. And he would have made it so personal that it would have felt like it was inconsequential to the entire universe.
Because usually when you hire a director to start the first film, they already, especially if they're a visionary, they already have it mapped out in their head where they want to see the story progress in the sequel and the sequel after that. Ryan Coogler, he already knew what he was going to do Black Panther 3 and 2 after the first one. Like some of these people, they already know what they have planned next.
It's funny because he said his exact words in the interview were, I do believe, I'm paraphrasing, but he says that I would have made this movie based off of one of my favorite comedies before. And I've kind of looked up some of his stuff, and there's a movie he talks about that he really likes a lot as a comedy that I framed my work on redoing. So when we get there, I'll tell you that. But just to kind of give you a tease, one of his favorite comedies is Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Now, if that doesn't kind of give you an idea of how it made me realize I know exactly what he was going to do now.
Yeah, well, good.
But we'll talk about it.
This is our hot takes right now.
But you gave me a villain for it, too, when you did the whole... My hot take's different than that, though, believe it or not.
Okay, what's your hot take?
So my hot take is this is a perfect example of what you could be doing with the MCU when it comes down to Disney+. I think this movie, Ant-Man and the Wasp should have been a one and done. And we get the first movie to introduce him. It was a success. We liked it. But now what do we do with this character that's going to be interesting, and it's hard to do? I think the post-credit scene of this movie should have been in Infinity War. And Janet shouldn't have been there. And their reasoning for going into the quantum realm is Scott going in to help him continue to look for Janet. And the entire story should have been an 8-part special presentation on Disney Plus between the events of the last movie up until they do this quantum realm leap and that thing, which would have had no consequences at all on the bigger MCU at all. You wouldn't have to watch it at all. and you could still bring Ghost later. It wouldn't have mattered. Really.
Yeah.
It just really wouldn't have.
Look at it.
Because nothing in that movie that she comes in that one follows through for her anyways. None of that.
Because when you see her in Thunderbolts, you didn't need an origin. She was just one of the assassins.
One of the bad guys. That's right.
Exactly.
She's just another example of one of them that shows up that kicks a lot of butt.
Yep.
That's it. That's all you got to do. And then maybe you take 10 minutes to give her a little something, and it maybe would have made the movie a little better, actually.
You would have had the Disney Plus show be revolved around bringing Janet back.
Yep. And then you could have done a great 8-part series or 8-part mini, hour each, half hour each, whatever, and actually explore what Ant-Man's about, which is about broken families. And I would have had this idea, this whole thing that they're talking about in Ant-Man and what they're always are doing. Let me make sure I say all this right. Is it should have been a TV show, the same story, but then deciding to help Ghost. And at the end, I would have had them decide to help Ghost instead of I think they should have been given the choice that Janet might die. If Janet's in there, she might die if we help Ghost in this miniseries. And I think that it would have been more interesting that they look at each other and would play to this idea of it's okay to be normal and be happy if you have a broken family. All these characters, the misfit of the idea of being the redemption of coming out of jail, being a criminal, and then where you are in the world fits with the Louise and all those guys they're all these criminals that they're all misfit characters that are kind of like they don't belong and they feel like they don't belong. Cassie with this whole separate family thing, Hank with how rocky that whole is with her being gone for 30 years and how there's a estrangement between him and the daughter over it. And then just how all that, this kids today more than ever are struggling with, is it okay that my parents aren't together? Is it okay that one of my parents isn't even around, let alone not together? And you're covering all these bases. Either you're a kid that's done something that the family will shun you for, like going to jail for things and where do you fit in the world when you come back, or you're a kid that has parents that have broke up and you're watching them worry about custody and where you are, which comes into Scott's whole story, or you're a parent who has a parent that's gone and isn't around, whether on their own choice or not, which it kind of is her choice to do what she did. But it was for at least a good reason, right? But that's something that she's dealing with, someone that's never had a mom. Mm-hmm. My own kids have dealt with those feelings, let alone other people today. You could have really highlighted this topic and been smart writing, kind of like they did in Spider-Man, by looking at that bigger picture of what the themes are and use that theme and made a 6-part series of these kids would have related and they would have understood, and having them choose Ghost at the end to get the particles for the sake that Janet might not make it because we don't even know if she's there is a way of her forgiving and letting go of the fact that I don't need my mom to be the kind of woman I want to be. Mm-hmm. This movie does the opposite of that. And it makes, so when you get to the end, you realize they didn't even have to do this because this is what's going on. You realize it was really, this is just a whole misunderstanding. And you lose that theme. They think they get it. Because to them, the theme is the family comes together and they're back. Mm-hmm. In Disney, it's just not the real world, man. Sometimes it is. More the other way. Mm-hmm. More times do the families not come back together. More times is that person just gone. Mm-hmm. And I would think there would have been a better story for Wasp. There would have been a better story for the rest of them if it was an exception that she's gone. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying she don't come back eventually. I'm just saying it just shouldn't have happened now. This should have stuck with that theme. What a powerful thing that would have been if they would have done, man, cracking up. Sorry, guys, we were talking a lot. What a powerful thing that would have been if it would have been, yeah, we have to let her go. Yeah. What a scene between them two, the father and daughter, of them deciding to save the life of someone that's here right now that we know is here. And we got to let your mother go. She's been gone this long. It's time to let her go. Wow. An emotional punch that would give all these kids out there that are like, all these times I wonder where my parents are. I don't need them to be who I need to be. Boy, that could have been a powerful statement for the MCU to their fans. Hell yeah. It just, and it should have been in a show. I think it would have worked a lot better. And you still could have done a post-credit scene. Just Janet's not there. It's just would have been Hope and Hank. And it's still them saying, look, we still have hope that we can find her. So Scott, being the guy he is like, I'll go in for you, Hank, and I'll look. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Scott. And he goes and they dust away. And we have this, nothing changes in the MCU. Nothing changes.
Mm-hmm. You would still have Janet come back later.
And then there's discussion. Yeah, I would like to, because she is a big character. I'm not saying I want her gone. I just think there's more powerfulness in her not being here now.
Yes, and the character arcs for that.
Because then when you do get her, you're not seeing the family still in the same kind of distress. Mm-hmm. It's like, because when we get her now and everything's resolved, and then we get into this quantum mania and it falls apart again, like it kind of does in a way, or feels like it does, or it's real convoluted, it doesn't feel earned. Mm-hmm. I would have rather that, something happened in the quantum mania thing. I don't, I'll have to do a lot of thinking about that, but I would have rather in the third movie, or season 2, but I think a movie would be okay.
Because they're trying to bring it back into
the
main.
Trying to bring it,
I get it.
Because I don't want it to come from the shows. But,
exactly.
But their second going should have been a film, or should have been the show.
Yeah.
And it would have fit Ant-Man better. It'd have fit Paul Rudd better. It'd have been a comedy show. You could have had one episode dedicated to all the other crazy guys, and it just would have been fun. And it would have been neat. And you could have explored this theme deeper about what it means to be a stepfather, what it means to be a broken family, what it means to deal with someone that's gone. And then ultimately making the right decision at the end, which would have been to say, no matter what you say, anyone could say to us, the right thing to do is, Janet, we don't know is there or not. We just don't know. Mm-hmm. So why would you let this person die? As soon as you know that this is what she's doing it for, it'd be like, well, shit. Mm-hmm. What do we do? What should we do? What do heroes do? And even if you make Hank be the person that pushes against that, you make Ant-Man be the one that makes it happen. Mm-hmm. That to me is my hot take. What this could have been and what it should have been, truthfully. And that would have made me. This is how you utilize the Disney Plus. So you still get a TV show, you still get that fun stuff with these big characters. Mm-hmm. But if you're someone like me who I didn't catch it, or you just don't want to watch them, nothing happens in it. That means when you get into Endgame, you need to see any of that stuff. It doesn't matter. Nothing changed. And you still got to go outgoing with these guys.
Yeah.
And then if you did see it, any kind of character development that was there that might shine through is extra for you.
Yeah.
But not needed.
That's how the shows and the movies should have complemented each other.
They should have embraced this theme of the broken family thing. They started it in the first one, which is, I think, what Hughes was going for. Mm-hmm. I think he wanted to, because a lot of his stuff, it actually kind of has that theme anyways. I think he thought Ant-Man was the best way to do it. And he was right. He was right. But they lost all concept of whatever theme there is in this. There's none. What's the theme of this movie? Seriously, in the long run. It's nothing.
There's nothing.
There's nothing. And they even have, in some of the writing, it's there. This whole idea of, and not only is there a broken family, the one parent is gone, Paul's the stepfather, but Ghost has no parents. She's literally adopted by a guy. Like, there's people out there that are gonna, my father isn't even my real father. Like, she's this girl that has been being taken. He tells her in this, I won't let you go. Like, I'm not going to give up on you. Mm-hmm. Why aren't we capitalizing on this theme? Because this is what your audience is going to relate. You're going to have tears in the audience. You get 2 or 3 members that have an adopted parent that has sat there and said, no matter what's happened or what you've done or how you've gotten to this place, I'll never leave you alone. I'll never let you do it alone. Mm-hmm. And they do it in one scene in this, they'd have been bawling. And you'd have been like, wow, it's amazing. The emotional connection would have made this work so well. Mm-hmm. And they just fumbled the ball hardcore on that. Mm. It's right there. It's right there. But that's the difference between the smart writing and then, like, when you go watch Spider-Man, that's right there. When Peter sits down and becomes Aunt May, spoiler alert. No, but when Peter sits down and does that thing I told you and becomes something that he wasn't in that moment, it's not obvious. But if you're watching the writing, it's like, now it makes sense. And I think that's why I think it's going to be fun when we do watch a second time.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's smart writing, though. That's smart writing. And I think that all the things in the movie point to what was smart. That's why I think the end is almost like, oh my God, it's almost, but yeah, we got to do this soon.
Yeah.
soon because I kind of want to watch it again with that heavier in my head, but I really want you to watch it looking for it and see because if it's not there, I'm going to need you to be like, dude, I didn't see it. And maybe I'll even turn to you and say, yeah, I was wrong. Sorry, dude. It's like, but initially this is what I thought. So, but yeah, with this, though, they had this opportunity. It's just not there. So that's my hot take.
All right.
Unfortunately, I feel bad for them because it could have really worked.
Okay, well, I didn't really have a hot take, so I'm letting yours just go.
Yeah, it's tough, right?
Yeah, because there's my only hot take. I've been saying it throughout the whole thing is this needed different writers and directors, and so
would you have tuned into that show if that was what it was? Would you think that would have felt better?
It would have felt more like a show. It would have made this better. Yes,
you just felt like it was substance to it. Right?
Yep.
Then you don't have to do all this techie stuff. It would have made any sense.
It would have made me care for the characters more.
Yes.
That's the whole goal is. You have to get your audience trapped with them emotionally so you could be with them for longevity.
Especially in this with those kind of themes, because it's something we're kind of seeing in the MCU with all the parents and all that.
Yep.
But been really neat that this was the one that's on the nose. That this is the one we really make it about.
Okay, guys. So.
Yeah, the quick answers here.
Quick answers. Best scene of the movie.
Oh, what did I write down? Because best scene.
Best scene for me was the Wasp action scene, the first one.
Yeah. I'm going to have to give it to that as well. And if I was to say the best scene that didn't involve action is going to be part of what I said in the first act that worked is that whole fort heist. It is a great setup. Exactly what you said of, no wonder she's going to become like her dad. He's literally teaching her how to do it through their plane. Yeah. And he's having a ball doing it. And it just is like, to me, that was the warm and fuzzies that the rest of this movie didn't continue with, So, yeah, to me, that's the best scene on top. And then if I were to pick an action scene, I guess it would be the kitchen fight. So, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Calling it.
So, least best scene.
Probably the last 15 minutes. Except for one moment. So I just was kind of mind boggled about this is what we're doing. I'm trying to pick a specific scene, but go ahead.
What I put for my least best scene, because I feel like it's not consequential to the whole movie, is the Black Arms dealers with Sonny with Louise and that thing with his friends.
It's funny though.
It's funny, yes, but it's the only time it's okay.
I know, you're right.
If this was still part of the first movie formula, that worked amazingly. But it felt like it was out of place with what they were doing with this mediocre movie. And because of that, there's no follow through or consequences with Sonny, with Louise. They're just there just to be there. And I don't like that. It's almost like they're really good. Why are they there still? If you're not going to put them in a good movie. I don't know. That's just my thought.
I agree. And that's just it. It's just a terrible story. And I think I was thinking along the similar lines. I really don't like the school scene.
I don't like the school scene either. No.
And I gave that scene a specific pass only because I did think that was funnier than the school scene, as much as it really is inconsequential. The school scene at least has something to do with what they're trying to do, but it really just fell flat and funny that it came off kind of cringy. And at least the Louise stuff wasn't cringy. It just was unnecessary. But I can see that both have the least value. So to me, it's hard to pick between the two. But I think I'd go with the school one the most because I really felt disappointed with that one myself.
Yeah. All right. Best villain moment.
I struggle with this one. What do you think? Because I'm struggling between three of them, and your take might sway me.
So the problem with the villain stuff, like I said, is this. If you're referring to villain as Ghost, she's more of a sympathetic villain. There's only one time that she got real villainy, and that was when she said that she would kidnap Cassie and hold her for ransom. And Lawrence Fishburne talks her off the ledge of that. Yeah. But that is probably the only scene where if she was a true villain, that's where it was coming out. And I get it. Her desperation of wanting to stay alive and doing whatever it takes to do it would have led her to do something like that. But she doesn't do it. So it's just a talking moment.
Yeah.
So
that was the one I was struggling with because for the exact same reason. But the only time I really feel in this that she might cross the line is when she thought about doing that. And that was the only time that made you go, "Ooh, this is when someone's pushed far enough. What can happen?"
Yep.
You know. And I think that's the perfect one to pick. I was just gonna pick like some of the stuff she had done, like just in like the fighting and all that too. But when it comes down to emotionally, I wanted to pick a good one, and that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Because the rest of the stuff is you feel bad for her, even though she's kind of being the antagonist, right?
Yeah.
But that one was the first time you're like, oh, whoa. That's too far.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that needed to be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that one.
All right. Most punchable face.
I got a couple.
I have one in particular. The rest are like,
so
I want to hear yours.
I'm going to say one, and then I'm going to let you tell me yours, and I don't know if I'll say the other ones of mine, but forever and always, no matter what, this person has gained their place in position of a punchable face that needs this face punched. I don't care what they do to redeem themselves. I don't care how much they try to do it. This person is always going to get this punch because this is who they are, and we know it's who they are. And that's Cassie's mom is going to get it until she gets it. She's going to get it from me. So I am winding up, and she's going to get a good old sucker to the face. Because that stupid, like I don't care. It's all fake. You're fake as hell. I see through you. I know what was going on before. You were petty. That was some petty shit. And she's still petty. And it's just, I don't like her. I'm not convinced.
She's only in it for some little bit of comic relief. And even that, to me, was kind of falling flat. Like, you're trying too hard. It's like,
oh yeah.
And what
it's only because he's a hero now.
Yes, and what that says to me is there's this huge fakeness about her. It's unlikable. You've ruined that character. Why is she still in any part of it? No, it would have been better if she just didn't show her face there.
I agree.
But my most punchable face is the rogue FBI agent that's working with Sonny Birch. That
that's a good one.
And I'm part of me is like, why? You never find out that he's getting money from him type thing. He just has a rogue FBI agent that I got people in my pocket. Be like, okay. And then he ends up getting like hurt by Ava anyways. You're horrible.
Yeah.
So like, no, I
like that
punch you in the face. Yeah,
that's a good one.
Anyways,
there was a couple moments I kind of wanted to punch Hank.
Yeah.
I'm like, really, guy? Really? With your bullshit right now?
At this point, I'm expecting it now because, like I said, it's a little more comic accurate. So I'm like, that's okay. I'll keep it.
Yeah, I think that's why I don't give it to him, because he's supposed to have that edge. It makes you feel that way.
Yep.
And at least they had that, because I still think Michael Douglas did a great job in this, like he did the first. But there's a couple times I'm kind of like, man, I could just give you a good old socker to the face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the mom still earned it in my... She's got a lot to do if she wants to not have that happen.
Yeah, I agree. All right, one prop.
Oh, this was tough because it was hard. There's a lot of stuff in this. I wouldn't mind a little model of the building. I'm not going to lie.
That is
as much as the building's an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine was the mint box.
Oh, great choice.
Yeah.
Great choice.
Because it's like throughout the whole thing that's where they put the suit in, the new suit. That's where they put the ants in. It's just, it's in the mint box. It's in the mint box. Yeah. My heart mess.
I actually would think it'd be cool too if we had the replica of the toy cars they use to make them bigger and
that Hot Wheels.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
That'd be kind of
cool. Yeah. So so I think I thought that too at the time. So.
All right, most underrated moment.
So I did write something down.
So mine, I already spoiled it in the first act. Mine is Scott and Cassie playing heist. I think it's underrated because it's mainly underrated because when I watched Antman the Wasp Quantumania, and I thought, why is she going down this life of crime? And it hit me as I'm doing my retrospective for this Antman the Wasp movie that, he kind of taught her the building blocks of that. So she didn't have to be bad or do bad stuff like that, but she's following in her father's footsteps to a degree, you know?
Yeah.
It's almost like one of those things of when you idolize your parent, because Cassie obviously idolizes Scott a lot. you want to be everything that they are. Sometimes you even take on their bad qualities because it makes them why you love them and why they redeem themselves.
Well, and you're also learning what those bad qualities are because you're repeating things and you don't realize the opposite side of it.
Yes.
It's glorified in your eyes. Yeah,
yep.
for sure.
Yep. So I kind of like that. I think that's an underrated moment for me.
Yeah, you convinced me that's a good one. The one I had put was actually the Louise stuff with the truth serum and all that. Only because I do think it's funny. But that right there, I never thought of that in this movie, which is weird. I never caught that, but yeah, I like that. So I'm changing my answer to yours because that's obviously something that's missed, and it supports the whole being a good parent, stepfather thing, and or being her father.
Yeah,
in the middle of being someone that's estranged and all that. Yeah.
Okay, overrated moment.
Overrated moment. Janet fixing Ghost. It's so stupid.
Mine's very adjacent to that. Mine is the whole killing Janet by draining her life force thing.
Yeah, so it's pretty much part of the same premise.
Yeah,
why I don't like it is because she wasn't going to die anyway.
Yes,
it's so stupid.
I don't
the climax is gone. Like what? Yeah. Underwhelming. You can be underwhelming and be cool, but this wasn't, or creative at least. This didn't do that.
Yeah, I agree. Funniest moment.
Okay, so
I only have one, honestly. And it has nothing to do with most of these characters.
I got two.
Okay. All right, you go.
I got three.
Okay.
Two of them are woo. I love that. I'm also a youth pastor. Like, so funny. And I like the magic trick thing. When he's like, how do you, like, he just is so into it. Yeah. What I love about his character is he wants to be his buddy, but he still has to be the guy that putting him in his place. But ultimately, he kind of wants to hang out with Scott. Like, he likes Scott, but he's not supposed to like Scott. You know what I mean? So as you could tell, he's like, he puts it, it's like he has two different parts of him, and that's what makes him so funny. The other one is actually from Paul, because he always almost makes me smirk anyway. But I did laugh out loud with the comment about, these aren't disguises. We look like us going to a baseball game. Yep. And I'm just like, that's funny because they do. Like, it's the Captain America disguise, right? The hat.
That is good. Yeah.
So I enjoy that, but that's it. That's really all. I mean, other than that, I think and then I left out Louis stuff, but I think the strong thing about this movie is the comedy. Like, I still laughed a ton in this movie. It's just all the stuff in between made me not care.
There was a lot of the comedy that fell flat for me. The only ones that really stuck out were anything that Paul was trying to do, whether it's improvising or this was his writing style or whatever, because he did contribute to it to make sure his characters stayed consistent. So I appreciate that.
I agree. Where it didn't work in this one compared to the first is in the moments where the ensemble needed to join in on it, didn't work anymore.
Yeah, it all fell flat.
But when it was just a couple people being funny, they played, like, him and Wu were great together. Anything Louise did alone or with him is great.
Yep.
So I would say the group there that they used to be criminals and now they're a security firm, they were funnier in this than they were in the first.
They were, yes.
Like, I enjoyed them more in this one than I did the first. So it's like, it's weird that how some of the stuff that shouldn't be working did, and the stuff that, you really want to work didn't. So that's kind of how,
Yeah. So my funniest moment is actually Stan Lee.
Oh, it's
when the car shrinks and he says the 60s were fun, but I'm paying for it now. I'm like, that is hilarious. I laughed out loud so much. I'm like, that is one of the best Stan Lee lines ever. Good job.
He's so good. I miss seeing him, and
I do too. Oh, he would have been great in Brand New Day.
Yeah. He could have had a nice little part somewhere.
Have a really good part. Yeah. All right, so
he don't like that movie.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he would.
They made him proud for Peter there.
I think so.
Most emotional moment.
I'm going to give it to Lawrence Fishburne telling her he'll never leave her side.
That's better than mine. That's good.
That's real.
That really is. I'm just gonna say that's mine too.
Because that's something that, like I said, if you did this right and really dove into those themes, man, you could have some very emotional feelings there. And I think that really hit that there.
Yeah. That I agree with that. All right. Final scores, Gall.
Oh no.
Okay, so story out of 2 for you. I have 0.5.
Yeah, me too.
Characters.
I'll give that a 1.
I have it a 1. Yep.
Because half of these people are still awesome. The other half don't need to be there.
I agree. Completely. Action and visuals.
I'm going to give that a 2.
Yep. Me too.
Yep. I think they held up.
Emotion and stakes.
1.
Yep, I did the same thing. Rewatchability and MCU impact. So I split my score for this one. Because for me, rewatchability is a 0.5. I could go without watching that movie ever. I don't think there's anything of that movie that's consequential enough that need to know for the rest of the movies.
I agree with you.
The only thing, the MCU impact, is what I gave a 2 because of the post-credits scene alone. Right? Does that sound fair, or do I be a little generous with the MCU impact? Because for the rest of the movie, other than it's introducing the quantum realm to us, is the only MCU impact. The only thing.
But it really doesn't introduce it well.
No, it just means
all
they
the
can tap
rules they
into
put
it
in this
now.
movie
Yeah.
don't even apply later.
So yeah, maybe I'll just say 0.5 for the whole thing.
But I don't think you're wrong in thinking the most important thing in this is that post-credit scene.
Mm-hmm.
That has to happen for Endgame to work.
But as you said before, that could have been the post-credit scene of Infinity War.
Been. Yeah.
That would have made much more sense and just skip this whole movie.
I hate to give a movie 2 whole points over one scene.
That's true.
But it is the most important scene between Infinity War and Endgame. That's the argument there. Without that scene, we'd be like, where was he and why?
Mm-hmm.
None of that would have made sense in the beginning.
So maybe just split this down as a 1 out of 2. The 0 for the rewatchability and the 1 for the quantum realm.
I think you have a good, strong argument to give it the 2 for that reason.
All right. Yeah, because that's literally what I put here is 0.5/2. The only MCU impact of the quantum realm.
But what I am going to say with the caveat, the rewatchability side of that is almost none.
Yeah.
And because of that 2 might be there, but it's definitely going to still reflect negatively on the overall.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just like you can't let that one scene be the only reason this movie's good.
Yeah, so yours would be more like 0 of 2.
Yeah,
and then mine's 0.5.
Yeah, I could never see this again.
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah, I agree.
In fact, I don't know if I ever will watch it again.
Me too. I feel bad about that because I remember having favorable viewings of this movie, and then we do a retro, and I'm like, ooh, oh my,
yeah,
yikes. Okay, final scores. So, like I said in the very beginning of our retrospective, this is a great definition of a mid-movie.
Yeah, but I'm changing my mind on that.
There's
I'm trying to be fair with movies that we put mid before this. And this has got a lot of problems. It's got a lot of plot holes. It's got a lot of things that don't make sense. It's got a lot of things that...
drop the balls.
A lot. Like, a lot. Like, if I were to say, most movies that we talk about when we do our retrospectives, you could say, what's the theme of this movie? And in a good 3 or 4 minute conversation, you can come on, oh, this is about family. This is about this. This is about that overall, right?
Yeah, but
I cannot think of what's the theme of this movie.
The one thing I would say, though, is the sequel to this, Quantumania, definitely deserves lower than this one.
Oh, yes.
So it's hard for us to say, like, just throwing out a random number. If we were going to give this one a 2, be like, oh, that's pretty low. We need to make sure Quantumania is lower because we have so much that's wrong with that movie.
Truthfully, I think Quantumania is only better than one movie in the MCU at this point.
Mm-hmm. I have a feeling.
And I think you know just what
I know exactly. I know exactly. Good job, Quantumania. You stepped up.
There's only one movie worse than Quantumania.
Oh my God! Yes.
So
that's so sad
because it did it. You know, it's also because it's a continuation of something that's themeless.
Yes.
So it's even more so. It's more the same drag.
Yes.
At least means nothing.
The other one, they're picking up from a great theme and then drop it right
the other
down.
one, it just cuts the throat of what they came from.
Yep.
This one, at least this one stays true to its bullshit. The other one doesn't.
Yes.
The other one ruins it. The other one is a swing that should have never happened.
Yep.
And in fact, going forward in Doomsday and stuff, I'm worried about how I'm going to feel about it.
Yep. Yeah.
For that reason. Anyway.
I'm feeling it right there. So
I don't like that he even could call himself that. And it's like, I don't like it. No. Anyway. Yeah. So overall score then.
What's your final score out of 10?
This movie really, I don't want it to be worse than some I know are worse, but I know it's not the one that's on right now, but like,
oh yeah.
Speaking of that dog shit, anyway,
just I
don't think it deserves mid, but I will say it is better than A Few Coming.
So maybe a 4. Or is that too generous?
You know, it's funny. A 4 feels too generous, and a 3.5 almost feels too low.
So,
but
think about it this way: we gave Incredible Hulk 3.
Oh, we did.
Yes. Do you think Antman and the Wasp was better than Incredible Hulk?
Yeah, no.
You think Hulk was better? Or
fundamentally, Hulk has got less plot holes. It just nothing happened.
Yep, I believe
that's our biggest problem with Hulk. Is it started where it began, and it just didn't need to be a movie.
Yep.
This doesn't go anywhere, and yet needed to.
If I remember right, I think we gave Hulk a 3.
You know what? I'm going to give it a 3. I think this can because when I think about it, it's my same argument. Is this movie's got no theme? It's got no path. There's really nowhere it's going. It kind of ends nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
The Hulk ends nowhere. So I think that as soon as you said that about Hulk, and I thought 3, it felt right in my gut. So I'm going 3 overall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this sits right in there with, watch it so you saw it, but then realize it's so
non-consequential.
You could not see
or entertaining.
Hulk. Right, you could not see the Incredible Hulk, and you could not see this, and the rest of the MCU is going to make just as much sense.
Yep.
Just make sure you hit the post-credit scene of this one. Other than that, you don't need to see it.
All right. Well, so I do agree that I can't give this mid like a 5, but I
can't say it's that much better than Incredible Hulk, though.
No, it's just funny. It's on par with how bland it is, but it's different type of bland. Yep. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's why the 3 felt right.
Truthfully. So you know what? I think I'll just do that because I was going to give it a 4, but I really do think that 3 is a safe bet.
A little more honest.
Yep. So my score is a 3. Your score is a 3. The official Goodell Multiverse score for Antman and the Wasp is 3 out of 10. All right. So you're either one sentence review or you just jump into your pitch.
I got a couple pitches. So I'm going to pitch the first one that's just kind of out there. So the first pitch I have, I'm not going to go into too much detail because I think it would have been a unique idea because I brought this up in the first movie. I think this movie should have been the first movie. And the first movie should have been a Hank Pym as Ant-Man movie.
Okay. All right.
This movie should have been a movie more dedicated to Paul and his personal story with the guy with Yellow Jacket coming in and doing the thing that he did. I actually think the first movie would have served better as its second in the series. And the first should have been a whole different movie where we see Hank turning everything over to Paul Rudd's character. And then we go into this next one like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would have served this story better, or there would have been more creative writing in that, in my opinion. But I don't have a pitch for that movie in particular, but I do think it would have been it would have made more sense to me.
Yeah.
We would have got the original Ant-Man and stuff and had fun.
Mm-hmm.
They could have almost gotten away with like a back in the day Ant-Man movie.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
To be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'll tell you what, the one thing this movie does do right, if you're going to give it any kind of credit, is that de-aging stuff looked great.
Oh,
still.
Yes.
Like it still looks great. I'm not saying de-age them, but you could have hired 2 younger actors to be close to them. That would have been great to do a movie that's half and half, where he's reflecting on the beginning stuff. So you see a lot of action there, and he's trying to do something by recruiting this new guy. And then by the second movie, we get Paul's story, which will be the Yellow Jacket story. Then we can go into the third and talk about something different someday.
Yeah.
But I think that would have been more service to like maybe a more, if you're going to do a trilogy, I think it would have been a little better.
Yeah.
Very, very akin to actually Captain America, if you think about it. Start in the past, come to the middle, and then America hints on the future, right?
Yep.
So with that said, I think the original idea for this was think Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but as Ant-Man. I think that there's a movie here that should have never left the house while he's under house arrest. I think the entire movie should have been in the house.
I'm listening. I'm interested.
And I think that there should have been somebody, maybe even kind of Janet could have started something in a way of trying to get out of the quantum realm, maybe. And something opens up in the house and Cassie gets pulled into it. And he shrinks everybody, or him, and maybe a couple other characters.
Mhm.
And the entire movie should have been in them small in the house with a villain loose in the house with them trying to do something. And the only times you're big is the people on the outside, which you could have him talking with Luis and them getting something done for them out there. Wu would have been around knocking the door, making sure he's there. There could have been a funny story with him, but I don't think the story would have left the house at all. And I think the villain of that in the long run could have been the TVA coming in to try to close up the quantum realm.
Okay.
And they're trying to prevent them from doing it because they want to try to get Janet out. Then you're not running into this whole the powers and trying to save someone's life and all that bullshit. It's a TVA going, you're messing with something that you shouldn't be messing with. We're going to close this up. And it's them fighting them. And maybe something Hank was testing on shrunk them and they're not able to get big until the people on the outside get something done to get it into them. So the house becomes their battleground. And the TVA sends a guy, go take care of these dudes and just come up with a character.
And the TVA takes Cassie?
I wouldn't say TVA takes Cassie, but I'd say that something, maybe that is out of it. Maybe take the Cassie thing she'd be taken out of it. But I think her being involved in it would be cool.
Okay.
They put some stakes in there.
Like she shrunk too or something?
Yep, that she's with them there. And it's dangerous for her because she's a kid.
Okay.
But it would have been neat, I think. I think it would have been fun. I probably would have had her stepdad go with him from the first movie.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think
you got two people that you're protecting, and then have Paul, Wasp, and one other.
Hank.
Right. Sure, Hank. Yep, and they're there too, and they're all small, along with small TVA guy and whoever they send out to take care of him, and it's just some badass guy that they got to fight. I don't have any details on the villain, but you could even do similar kind of powers of Ghost. But just imagine it all small in the house. All the sets, everything, like it's just used, like it's, imagine like a cat coming in or something, just random things that are just going to be, holy shit. Like I think the action sequences would have been so creative and fun because you'd have had to do it in the guise of all the stuff in your home. As how can you make some epic sweeping action shot, but it's all in a house, which they do well in this though, with that kind of stuff. Like they're very smart on that part of it. I think that could have been, I think that was going to be the movie. I think it was going to be more funny than anything else. Then you'd have Louise and them guys out there being the sneaky like they are, trying to get Pym particles into them so they can get big again, but trying to do it so the FBI and them don't see them doing it and make that world collide out there. Could you imagine Louise and Wu's interactions? I think that'd be hilarious. Like, I think it'd be funny watching Wu dealing with how Louise is telling him a story. Like it just would bother him, right? Like, but that I think that would work. And then you give everybody something to do. Everybody's got something to do. There's a reason why his friends are there and they're trying to get in there to help. Wu's there to make sure he stays, and maybe he's there to talk. And this part of this is keeping him out of the house, right? And then in the house, they're battling this idea that if we let the TVA get rid of the quantum realm, then I'll never know if Janet's in there. So now the stakes are there because you would agree, let them try to find her. We wouldn't want that to happen. And the TVAs would be a great way to introduce them and then just have a villain come in that you don't see TVA stuff after you introduce them. And it's just the villain doing things. And it doesn't even say TVA on him. It's just, you just know that's where he's from. Then it's a quick little introduction to them that we're going to be like, what is that about again? And then when it does come up later, we're going to be like, oh, cool, that's cool. Like, that makes sense. And now the TVA is actually introduced in a movie and not in a show. And it's, a little more, makes a little more sense and something you can follow. Or give you a reason to want to go watch the show because it is about TVA stuff. See what I'm trying to say?
I see that. I can see that. And it gives a little nod to what's going to happen after Endgame. Like, it still feels more of a continuation then.
Yep.
I get that.
And then you can still have the same post-credit scene.
Yep.
And you bring Janet back without powers and doing bullshit. You could have it work. You could have everything work out the way you had it. And you'd have this movie that we come out of that going, not one bit of that movie took place outside of that home. So when you look at the bigger picture of the MCU, there's a whole awesome, epic, fun, not epic, but like a fun, action-packed, funny story that happened all in the walls of this house, which would be very reminiscent to the idea that the big epic fight at the end of the first one was a train set. Like, it's so, like, you're seeing things fall, and just in, like, when you're with them, it's like, holy cow! But when you're looking at it the other way, it's like, nothing's going on in there. Like, what's happening? The train just falls over, but then it's like exploding. You know, it's like, I think that would definitely give a lot of comedy to the whole situation. You know what I mean? On top of it,
that would be very interesting. I'd be curious to fully flesh out something like this.
I would to do details on it for sure. I think I could have fun with it. Yeah, because each room is deadly at this point, right? When you're, it could be a lot of fun.
I like that. I can see me doing it like one of my Mirror Dimension episodes. I've wanted to do theorizing on rewriting stuff or whatever. That could be something that you could do.
And if not the TVA, I think whatever the villain would be someone that's trying to get rid of the quantum realm, which would give them the reason to be fighting for it because they want to go look for Janet. Yeah. I think that makes more of an emotional sense than what they did in this movie. And I think that's kind of what Hughes was getting at, because that's all Honey, I Shrunk the Kids is about, is they accidentally get shrunk, and it's the journey across their own home to get to where they need to get to make themselves big again. Yep. That's the whole movie. I think that's what he was going to do with this.
That would have been cool.
And I would have been all about that.
Yeah, just add superheroes into it. Yep. Oh, cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that. All right. Any other pitches? Or that was your main one?
That was my main one. Okay. And then the other one was just the idea that I think the first movie should have been the second one.
Yeah.
And then my hot take is the best way to go would have been the TV show.
Yeah.
Because that, like I said, that would have highlighted the themes. You could have really gone out with that. And yeah, but that's, to me, I mean, all three of those projects would have been better than what we saw.
I don't have a pitch for this. I like your pitches for these. I am curious enough to see. One thing, I have not watched Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
You should. It's hilarious.
So now what I should do is watch that, and think about Antman, and then ask you, all right, how would you have done this? Because I think you got something there.
Yeah. It's Rick Moranis. It's old school. It's great comedy back in the day. I do think you'd enjoy watching that. But now when you do watch Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, you definitely, if you think of it through the guise of, now think of this as an Ant-Man movie, you'd be like, there's some cool things you can do here. Like, just think of, you could, as a writer, you could just sit in a room and be like, what action scene could I do in this room if everything was small? And just write it. Like, and then you just got the story going. You know what I mean? Have the climax be somewhere real odd. Can you imagine if it's in a washing machine or some shit? Like, just the idea of they're in the water. Like, I mean, just there's so many crazy things you could do. That could be a lot of fun.
This would be really cool. I'm excited to dive into that a little bit. But thank you guys for staying with us for the Goodell Multiverse podcast and our retrospective of Ant-Man and the Wasp. Ike, what are we doing next? I think you got the next week.
I do believe, is that this right here? Yeah, I got it right here. Same thing or no?
No, that's next week's script already.
My bad. I'm going to tell you way too. Oh yeah, just because I want to get to it so bad.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you for reminding me.
I saw the colors and I'm like, wait a minute.
That's wrong. This is why Sammy does so good organizing this stuff, guys. He's so awesome at it. So next week we're going to be doing look for the X2 X-Men United Special retrospective is releasing next week. Sammy's been working hard on that with all the other editing we were doing. I've finally kind of started jumping in, doing some editing now that he's taught me as well. But guys, like I said, we're just dudes with our cameras, phones. Yeah. Like, we're doing the best we can, so stick with us. And the X-Men ones might be taking a little time, but trust me, they're coming and they're great. And I think we're going to film for the third one soon here, right? We're talking about next weekend or weekend after sometime. Real soon, So look out for that, guys. We're going to be doing our retrospective next week on Captain Marvel. This is our last film until we get to Endgame. Yeah. And that's going to be a fun one. And did we decide if we're still doing a trivia takedown this next week, or did we discuss doing something different? Because I knew we said maybe, because we had a lot of news that we wanted to talk about.
We had a lot of news, but I think in this episode we covered all the Marvel news up to date. So next week, I believe our news is more DC focused.
Okay.
And so we can do a trivia.
Okay.
It just might not be a super long one because we got a lot we're going to be filming for the next week.
Yeah.
So, but we might be able to do a trivia. We'll do something.
So here's what I'll tell you guys: is the trivia takedown and all that we do. We do want to do more of them, but this section is basically there for when we don't specifically have a branch point to give you. So if by chance throughout the week something comes up that we really think needs to take the place, don't be surprised when you tune in next week that we'll let you know in the beginning. Hey, by the way, guys, we'll scratch the trivia takedown before we scratch anything else in order to put something unique in. Because, there's a possibility maybe we'll go see Spider-Man again before then, and we might want to take that few minutes for you to talk about if you still feel the same way,
Yeah.
and or us reacting to how people have been taking it. We might want to take a few minutes to talk a little more about it. If that's the case, that might be what we do. If not, then I'm sure we'll have a couple fun games that we're going to play.
Yeah.
So either way, there'll be something cool going on there. But as of right now on the schedule, we got Trivia Takedown. So come for that. Watch that, guys. Maybe more Spider-Man talk. See how it goes throughout the week. And other than that, guys, like, subscribe, Facebook, TikTok, anywhere you watch podcasts. Seriously, guys, go on there, hit the follow, hit the like button. Doesn't cost you a thing. If you watch us at all, even just for a minute, just do it because it'll help us out. We're trying our best and we want to get to where we can do some live streaming. And now that we know we need a whole bunch of followers to do that,
we need your help.
Yeah, we need your help. Even if you don't watch a lot of us, help us get there. Because, I just today met two people that at a gas station that live local to us that watch us, and it made me feel, hey, people are watching, cool, and it's hard starting out, because you don't want it to get in your head when it comes down to numbers and things, but at the same time, you want people to watch because that's kind of why we're doing it. But
yeah,
I've always liked this because we talk this anyway, so now it's permanently down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it's kind of neat that we can go back and look at. It'd be kind of cool, 30 years from now to go back and watch some of these and see if we felt the same way.
Yeah, right.
Just the fact that our kids can watch it later, all that stuff. I think that there's a lot there that's fun. So, and hey, some things don't get watched until way later after they've been made anyway. So we're not basing off of how we're doing things on whether we get popular or not.
We're doing this.
But we would like to views because there's more. I think why we'd like to views is there's more we want to do.
There's more opportunities for us if we get more views, if we get more subscriptions, if we get more likes on our Facebook page, little things, our Instagram follows, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It opens up the doors for these social media companies to let us do a little bit more stuff and just have fun with it. And most importantly, you guys to be entertained too. So,
and we want to do some Comic-Con stuff. We can bring you some great content, that kind of stuff. Maybe get a couple little interviews at the Comic-Con because we do have, hey, look at the followers we got. Would you do a quick interview? Hey, a couple questions with someone. That it'd be awesome for us to meet people and do those things and bring content to you guys if people that aren't doing it. So, I hope you like this. Sorry if you guys love Antman and the Wasp, and we just kind of crapped all over your day. But join us for next week. Got anything else they add there, Sammy?
No, nothing really else. You said everything. Yeah, like well, my brother already said, like, subscribe, tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies. We need everyone to be watching and tuning into us. And until next time, we'll see you at the movies.